Preface. The modern application of ballooning to scientific purposes has caused a widespread interest to be taken in the sport, and this has been intensified by the successes which have attended the efforts of Santos Dumont and the brothers Budi in another direction. The present moment, therefore, seems to be suitable for a survey of the development of the art, and, in making this attempt, the author has drawn on a large number of sources that have not hitherto been accessible to the general reader, and has also supplemented the historical outline with the result of many years of practical experience. The following pages contain a rough sketch of the past and present state of the art, and its applications to scientific ends, and further it is hoped that the looker-on may find in them something to help him towards understanding the various problems which are now calling for solution, and afford such a fruitful subject for discussion in the daily press. Certain matters have been described in some detail, such, for instance, as balloon photography and the use of the carrier pigeon. And this has seemed to be desirable, seeing that hitherto no trustworthy information on these subjects has been forthcoming. Balloon photography has been very carefully studied of late years. The author can lay claim to considerable experience in this department, and has made about 80 ascents, mainly for photographic purposes. He has also had the advantage of Professor Meath's assistance on many of these occasions, and Lieutenant Colonel Klussmann, who was formerly in command of the Prussian Balloon Corps, has also kindly contributed much valuable information as to the various optical phenomena that arise in balloon photography. Herr Bernhard Floring, of Barmen, has also been good enough to give the author the benefit of his long experience in the matter 360,362 of the carrier pigeon. The chapter which deals with this subject contains a good deal of general information, and is not merely confined to the use of carrier pigeons in connection with balloons. The author has for many years devoted himself to the breeding and training of these birds, and feels that the sport deserves every encouragement. It is hoped that something may be done towards increasing its usefulness, seeing that it might be of untold value in time of war. But it must be admitted that up to the present little has been done on a systematic basis, and it is entirely neglected by most balloonists. The importance of the scientific application of ballooning entitles it to careful consideration, and such work is here fully discussed. The author had the honor of being elected a member of the International Commission which was appointed to consider matters connected with the application of ballooning to scientific ends, and has had the pleasure of working with Professor Assmann and Professor Hirgesel, whose work in exploring the upper layers of the atmosphere places them in the front rank of meteorologists. The flying machine, which includes all devices which aim at the imitation of the flight of birds, is on the other hand rather briefly discussed, inasmuch as from the practical point of view little of real importance has been accomplished in this department. But it is more than probable the future will have surprises in store for us, and that the hopeful views, lately expressed by the Académie des Sciences, will prove to be justified in so far as the results which may be expected from work on these lines is concerned. Generally speaking, It may be said that in the following pages all questions are fully discussed which lend themselves to popular treatment and appear to be of general interest. Many years of experience in connection with balloon clubs, especially those of Strasbourg and Berlin, coupled with the outcome of lectures delivered in connection with the Prussian Balloon Corps, lead the author to think that information on many of the points which are here discussed will be of service to those who take interest in these matters. Preface 7. A certain amount of theoretical investigation was unavoidable, but it has been reduced to the smallest possible limits. There is not enough of it to frighten anybody, and it may further be said in self-defense, if any should be found to complain that there is too little of it, that the author had no intention of writing a technical textbook. It has been his wish that the reader may find amusement and instruction to be pleasantly combined in these pages, and may derive both pleasure and profit from the review of past and present. Berlin, October, 1906. Contents. Chapter page, The Early History of the Art. 1, 2. The invention of the air balloon. Airships Past and Present. Chapter I. The Early History of the Art. The folklore of almost every race contains some myth, embodying the aspiration of man to add the conquest of the air to that of the sea. Phrixus in hell flew over the sea, mounted on the ram with the golden fleece. Daedalus and Icarus attempted flight, but Icarus ventured so near the sun that the wax which fastened the wings to his body was melted, and he fell headlong into the sea. Passing from myth to semi-legendary history, we are told that Xerxes received, as a gift from his courtiers, a winged throne, to which were harnessed 4 tame eagles. Food was held before the hungry birds, and their struggles had the effect of raising the throne from the ground. Somehow or another, Xerxes seems to have survived the start, and our picture shows him sailing quite pleasantly through the air. The philosopher Archytas of Tarentum devised a pigeon, which could raise itself if air were pumped into it, but it soon fell to the ground. And here we may have an early attempt to construct a Montgolfier. The Chinese, to whom the invention of gunpowder has always been credited, possibly made still earlier efforts to imitate flight, but of these little is known, though a French missionary in 1694 states that a balloon was sent up on the day of the coronation of the Emperor Phokion at Pekin in the year 1306. Mention ought also to be made of the celebrated name of Leonardo da Vinci, who devoted much attention to the study of the problem. Sketches made by him are still in existence, and A. B. From these it appears that he proposed to mount the rider on a kind of framework, to which devices of the nature of wings were to be attached. The technical details bear witness to the extraordinary aptitude which the artist possessed for dealing with mechanical problems. The arrangement of the bat-like wings is particularly interesting. On their downward movement they were to strike the air over the whole of their surface, but they were so arranged as to oppose very slight resistance to upward motion, in consequence of the folding together of the various sections. Faced Veranzio was the first human being who is ever known to have risked his life over the work. In 1617 he let himself down from a tower in Venice by means of a very primitive parachute, which consisted of a square framework covered with canvas. But for many years there were no further imitators of his methods. Proposals of more or less historical interest were, however, made about that time. John Wilkins, Bishop of Chester, constructed a flying machine in 1648, and first drew attention to the enormous force which could be developed by the application of steam. Cyrano de Bergerac developed the original idea of fastening airbags to his body, and then allowing them to heat in the sun. He supposed that the heated air would have the effect of making him fly, and his muddle-headed notions are very similar to those which bore fruit in the practical hands of Mingolfie. Francisco Delany showed great ingenuity in his contrivance. Figure 1. The throne of Xerxes drawn through the air by 4 tame eagles. Of the flying ship, and in spite of his mistakes it is impossible not to admire the acuteness of his reasoning. He clearly understood that the air has a definite weight, just like any solid or liquid body, and supposed that at a great height the density of the atmosphere would be less, owing to decrease of barometric pressure. He also clearly understood that all bodies which are lighter than air would rise in the same way that a piece of wood rises from the bottom of a basin of water. Consequently he proposed to make 4 great metal spheres, which were to be connected together by pieces of wood, and attached by ropes to a boat, fitted with oars and sails in the usual way. He proposed to exhaust the air from the metal spheres by filling them with water through an opening at the top, and then allowing the water to flow away through a tap at the bottom. He assumed that a vacuum would be created if the tap at the bottom were closed at the right moment. In order to prevent the boat from starting with a sudden jerk, it was to be suitably loaded with weights. The height to which it would rise would then be conveniently regulated either by the admission of air to the spheres, or by throwing overboard some portion of the ballast. His ideas on the theory of the problem were undoubtedly correct, and he carried on a vigorous controversy with those who advanced objections to his proposals. But he came finally to the pious conclusion that he could scarcely hope for the accomplishment of his scheme, seeing that God would prevent such a revolution in human affairs. In the year 1680 Borelli makes some interesting to the construction of an artificial figure 2. Faced Veranzio in his parachute. Observations with regard B2, Bird in his book, De Motu Animalium, and tried to show that It was impossible for a man to fly by his own unaided efforts. A man was, indeed, much too heavy, at any rate in comparison with birds. Neither had he sufficient muscular energy in the parts about the chest. And further, the weight of any appurtenances to take the place of wings would place him at a still more serious disadvantage. This reminds us of the results published by Helmholtz in 1872, when he was a member of the committee appointed to examine into aeronautical problems. He there states in the most definite manner that it is extremely improbable that, with the aid of the most perfect mechanism, a man will be able by his own muscular exertion to raise his body into the air and to maintain it in that position. But Borelli gave a very clear exposition of the law of Archimedes, and considered in consequence that an imitation of the flight of birds was impracticable. On the other hand, he thought that the bladder of a fish was a more hopeful suggestion, but he strongly opposed all schemes which necessitated the creation of a vacuum. In view of the external pressure of the atmosphere, any vacuum apparatus would have to be constructed of metal and must be of great size. Its consequent weight made the whole thing impossible, and arguments of this nature might well be considered by some of the inventors who are still at work on the problem. His conclusions, which were at once thoughtful and clearly expressed, came into the hands of many scientific men and interested them in the possibility of a solution. The science of aeronautics may be divided into two parts, of Figure 3. The flying ship, designed by Francisco de Lana. The Heliohistobe of the art. 5. Which the one may be called aerostatics, and the other aerodynamics. Aerostatical devices include those in which the load is lifted by filling certain spaces with a gas which is lighter than air, whereas in aerodynamical machines the effect is produced by means of propellers or other arrangements of a similar kind, tending to cause motion through the air. Bartholomew Figure 4. Photograph of Augsburg, showing the cathedral. Taken from a balloon by a Keidinger. Lorenzo de Guzman constructed an airship in Lisbon in the year 1685 out of a wooden basket covered with paper, and if the facts were true, he would seem to have been the first to work on aerostatical principles. His basket is said to have been filled with hot air, and the apparatus rose from the ground in the presence of the royal court at Lisbon. But the investigations of Le Cornu clearly show that two totally separate experiments have been put together and ascribed to one man. It seems to be a fact that the monk Bartholomew Lorenzo invented a machine and carried out certain experiments with it, about which nothing is known. And 25 years later, a scientific man, named de Guzman, announced the construction of a flying machine, with which he proposed to descend from a certain tower in Lisbon. His scheme merely called on his head the derision of the mob, and the French are justified in refusing to allow any special merit to his experiments, and in claiming for Montgolfier the invention of the aerostatic airship. The Mongolian ought also to be noticed, inasmuch as he may be regarded as the forerunner of the brothers Montgolfier. His book, entitled L'Art de Naviguer dans Wonder, was published in 1757. He points out that careful investigation should be made into the constitution and properties of the atmosphere, and by experiment it might be found whether the principle of Archimedes was likely to be able to be usefully applied towards the solution of the problem. He concludes that in order to rise from the ground, a ship might be filled with the air found at a considerable height, which would be 1,000 times lighter than water, and if one went still higher, would be 2,000 times as light. If the force tending to raise the ship were greater than that tending to sink it, it would be possible to lift a weight corresponding to the difference of these forces. Galien made the most careful calculations, according to which his airship was to be as large as the town of Avignon, and to be able to carry 4 million persons and several million packages. It seems marvelous to think that a fantastic scheme of this kind should commend itself to a mind that was fully capable of dealing with theoretical subtleties. In the meantime, the rival school of thought, which believed in the construction of an airship that should be heavier than the air, had not been without their successes. In 1742 the Marquis de Baquevo built a flying machine, with which he descended from the window of his mansion, succeeded in crossing the gardens of the Tuileries, and finally landed on the top of a washerwoman's bench in the middle of the Seine. The apparatus acting as a parachute, the descent was very gradual and without accident. However, the axioms laid down by Borelli and Helmholtz still the elasticity of the art. U equals S equals hold true, and progress in the matter of a mere flying machine seems very unlikely. 7. New types of a more promising kind were however invented. The mathematician Poisson suggested the principle of the propeller, which he called a tarifer. One propeller was to be on a vertical axis for raising the dead weight, and another on a horizontal axis for any forward or backward movement, a parachute being provided for the descent. The propellers were to be driven by hand, and though nothing came of these proposals,
it must be allowed that a definite step had been made on the path, which was to lead to
future success on these lines. The
Abbé de Forges
invented a flying machine, called the orthoptere, which was in no way remarkable. On the other hand, mention should be made of the flying car of the aeronaut Blanchard, which in some respects seems to have been on the lines of the modern motor car. As a matter of fact, it was fitted with sails and wings, and moved at a great rate on the place Louis XV, and the Changela's success. Still Blanchard never succeeded in raising himself
from the ground with his marvelous mechanism, and so fell a ready victim to the wits of the day. Carl Friedrich Meitner was architect to the Grand Duke of Baden, and managed to construct a flying machine, which gave proof of a very accurate knowledge of the laws of air resistance. In order to sustain the weight of a man, he calculated that an exposed
Hello, I am Lisa, the female Australian English synthetic voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast and of very high quality. I can read whatever you want. I have good news for you, you can try me out.
Hello, I am Tyler, the male Australian English synth.
Hi, my name is Brian.
Neospeech is the fastest growing provider of
Hello, I am Graham, the male British English speech synthesis voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast.
Hi, my name is Brian. I'm an Ivona text-to-speech voice created using Bright Voice technology. Download my voice so I can read.
Hi, I'm Amy, one of the Ivona text-to-speech voices created using Bright Voice technology. I can speak English with a British accent. Use my voice to listen to web pages and
Hello, I am Lucy, the female British English speech.
Hello, I am Peter, the male British English speech synthesis voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast and of very high quality. Why not try me out with your own words in the context of your application?
Hi, I'm Russell, and Ivona.
Hello, I am Lisa.
Hi, I'm Nicole, and Ivona.
Hello, I am Tyler, the male Australian English synthetic voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast and of very high quality. I can read whatever you want. I have good news for you, you can try me out.
Hello, I am Graham, the male British English speech synthesis voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast and good.
Hello, I am Peter. Hello, I am Peter, the male British English speech synthesis voice from Acapella. Efficient, fast and of very high quality. Exposed surface of 130 square feet would be sufficient, and this is indeed a wonderfully good approximation to the truth. He suggested that serious accidents would probably be avoided if experiments were made at sea and not on land, and if this idea had been adopted by Lilienthal, Pilker and others, they would doubtless have escaped their untimely ends. But of late years Figure 5. Mia Wayne's flying machine. From de Beck's Pocketbook for Balloonists. Something has been done in this way. Zeppelin on the Bodensee and Langley on the Potomac have helped to lessen the danger attaching to experimental work of this kind. It may be of interest to examine the construction of a flying machine, worked by a propeller, which was shown by the Frenchman Launoy and bienvenue to a committee of the Académie des Sciences in 1784. A wooden bar-o was pierced at its center, and through the hole thus made there was passed a spindle which carried at either end some bird's feathers, so arranged as to serve the purpose of a propeller. The string of the bar-o was wound several times round the spindle, and the apparatus was intended to start in a vertical position. The pull of the bow on the cord tended to rotate the spindle and put the two propellers in motion. The feathers, which were arranged at an angle, drove the air downwards, and the little model, weighing about 3 ounces, flew up to the ceiling. This ingenious device had many imitators, but no great success was achieved owing to lack of suitable motive power. In 1870 Pinard replaced the bar-o by strong rubber bands, but without effecting any marked improvement. Nonetheless, these things deserve mention, and smoothed the way for Santos Dumont. Chapter 2. The invention of the air balloon. We now reach the history of a second attempt which has been made to deprive the French of the laurels attaching to the invention of the air balloon. In 1776 Cavendish discovered hydrogen and showed that it was much lighter than air. Dr. Black later asserted that in 1777 or 1778 he discussed with his friends the possibility of filling certain spaces with hydrogen, and, by a proper design of the dimensions, he hoped to raise a body in the air. He consequently considered himself to be the inventor of the air balloon. But it is only fair to point out that he made no attempt of any sort on a practical scale. Leo Cavallo did indeed blow soap bubbles filled with hydrogen, and also experimented with rubber solution, varnishes and oils. He noticed that such soap bubbles moved much faster than usual. He then tried to fill bladders and small bags made of special paper with the gas, but it immediately escaped through the pores. He was on the point of trying goldbeater's skin, when he was anticipated by the brothers Montgolfier. Stephen and Joseph Montgolfier were sons of a rich papermaker in Annonay, and are undoubtedly the inventors of the aerostatic airship. Naturally enough, tradition reports that the whole thing was due to an accident. One of the brothers is said to have dried his silk coat over the oven and to have noticed that the heated air tended to lift it. But such tales lose much of their force when it is stated that both brothers had long and carefully studied both mathematics and physics, and that numerous improvements introduced by them into the working of the paper factory were ample evidence of practical capacity. Joseph Montgolfier was the first to interest himself in aeronautics, and he is stated to have descended from the roof of his house by means of a parachute in 1771. He occupied his mind with the possibility of mechanical devices as applied to flying machines, and discussed frequently with his brother the various treatises which existed on the subject, and the feasibility of suggestions which had been made. Gorion's idea of filling receivers with air drawn from higher levels especially interested them, and the movement of the clouds seemed to justify hopes. Accordingly they passed steam into a receiver, and noticed that the vessel had a tendency to rise in the air. However, the steam soon condensed. They figure 6. Clouds photographed from a balloon. Therefore repeated their experiment with smoke, which produced the same effect. The smoke escaped through the pores of the paper bag which acted as a receiver. The results were therefore no better than before, and the experiments were temporarily suspended. Priestley's work on the different kinds of air was translated into French in 1776, and suggested to them the use of hydrogen. They filled paper bags with hydrogen, which escaped at once through the pores. Their next idea was that the clouds were supported by electrical means. They lighted a fire below their balloon and fed it with wet straw and wool. Their first balloon was soon burnt, but they constructed another, the invention of the eye balloon. 11, which held 700 cubic feet and roused to a height of 1,000 feet. Gradually they carried out their experiments on a larger scale, and the first public exhibition was made on June 5, 1783. They constructed a paper balloon, 112 feet in circumference, and filled it with hot air by means of a fire placed below it. The figure 7. Ascent of A. Mongolia. Balloon rose in the presence of the astonished spectators to a height of 1,000 feet, but fell to the ground in 10 minutes owing to the gradual escape of the hot air. The Académie des Sciences, which has always turned its searching glance on any mechanical improvement, forthwith invited the brothers Montgolfier to repeat their experiment in Paris. But before they were able to undertake the journey, Paris had become familiar with the sight of a balloon in mid-air. Professor Faucher's de Saint-Fond started a subscription list for the purpose of raising funds, and the physicist Charles was entrusted with the practical work. Charles was familiar with the properties of hydrogen from his laboratory work, and saw at once that the lightness of the heated air had caused Montgolfier's balloon to rise. He therefore concluded that the use of hydrogen would constitute a still further improvement, and would have the obvious advantage of decreasing the size of the receiver owing to its greater buoyancy. He also knew that hydrogen escaped much more easily than air through the pores of the envelope, and consequently well understood the necessity of making the silk covering thoroughly airtight. The brothers Robert, who had succeeded in dissolving rubber, were able to provide him with an excellent medium for coating his balloon, and it is interesting to note that even at the present day no better covering is known for the purpose. Hydrogen was prepared from sulfuric acid and iron turnings. But notwithstanding the apparent simplicity of the arrangements, it took 4 days to fill a balloon, 13 feet in diameter, and required half a ton of iron and a quarter of a ton of sulfuric acid. The booming of cannon on August the 29th, 1783, announced to the Parisians the impending flight of the balloon. In spite of heavy rain, 300,000 spectators collected in the Champ de Mars, and so great was the enthusiasm that silks and satins were completely forgotten till the balloon had made a start. It weighed rather less than 20 pounds, and speedily rose in the air, disappearing in the clouds. After a short time it was seen again at a great height, but appeared to be ruptured, presumably owing to its having been too strongly inflated. The treatment it received on reaching the ground in the neighborhood of Paris was amusing. The peasants saw it falling from the clouds, and ascribed its presence to the agency of the devil. They therefore attacked it with rakes and hoes and anything else that was handy. It was finally fastened to the tail of a horse, and dragged about, trailing on the ground, till nothing was left. The government therefore thought it necessary to acquaint the rustic mind with the nature of the new invention, and to request better treatment for it in future. The invention of the eye balloon. 13. In the meantime, Montgolfier had reached Paris, and under the auspices of the Académie des Sciences, constructed a linen balloon of curious shape. The middle portion was cylindrical, being 42 feet in diameter, and 26 feet in height. Above this there was a conical portion, 30 feet high, and at the bottom the cylinder was closed by a similarly conical piece, 20 feet in length. The framework was covered with paper, both on the inside and outside. The balloon presented a magnificent appearance, and was decorated with gold on a background of blue. But the fates were against the inventor. A heavy rainstorm loosened the paper from the linen. The linen in its turn was torn at the seams, and finally, a strong wind completed in 24 hours the entire destruction of the work of many months. Montgolfier at once constructed a new spherical balloon, having a capacity of 52,000 cubic feet, out of waterproof linen, and made an ascent in the courtyard of the palace at Versailles on September the 19th. The car attached to the balloon took up 3 passengers in the form of a sheep, a cock, and a duck. The apparatus came to Earth 8 minutes after the start, the descent being caused by a rent at the top, which was probably made during inflation. The duck and sheep were just as lively as they were before the start, but the cock appeared to have suffered some injury, which was ascribed by the learned to the effects of the rarefied atmosphere, whereas it was later clearly shown to have been due to the fact that it had been trodden on by the sheep. The brothers Montgolfier were everywhere received with the greatest enthusiasm. The king conferred the Order of St. Michael on Stephen, and a pension of 40 on Joseph, while their father received a patent of nobility with the motto, Sic ad Astra. The Académie des Sciences also conferred honors on them, in addition to a prize of money, which had been set apart for distinction in the arts and sciences. Both were made members of the Legion of Honor, and a deputation of scientific men, headed by Faujas de Saint-Fond, presented Stephen with a gold medal, which had been struck in honor of his achievements. Chapter 3. Montgolfiers, Charlies, and Rosiers. The enthusiasm in Paris was great, and people amused themselves with the manufacture of small balloons on the Montgolfier pattern. Baron de Beaumanoir was the first to construct them of gold-beater's skin, a method which has since found favor in the English army. The diameter of his balloon was 18 inches, and it was filled with hydrogen. The small skins, which measure about 30 inches by 10 inches, are very suitable for the purpose, being light and airtight. Still, it must be admitted that it is a costly form of construction. Naturally enough, many doubted whether anything likely to be really profitable to humanity would result. Benjamin Franklin, who was present at one of these ascents, was asked by a man what was the use of it all, and replied by asking what's the use of a baby. Similar questions are often asked about dirigible balloons, but the enthusiasm of the inventor is not easily damped. Stephen Montgolfier proceeded to build a new balloon, intended to carry passengers. It was therefore much bigger than its predecessor. Its height was 85 feet, and its diameter 50 feet, the capacity being 100,000 cubic feet. The exterior was highly decorated, and the car, intended to hold the passengers, was suspended below. The balloon was filled through a short cylindrical opening, constructed of linen. Beneath this a pan was suspended on which the fire was lighted. Pilot D'Azio was the first to ascend in a captive balloon. This he accomplished on October 15, 1783, when he rose to a height of 80 ffc. His presence of mind was shown on an occasion when the balloon was blown against a tree at a considerable height. By diligent stoking of the fire he caused it to rise above the tree and so free itself from the entanglement. In the same year Isier undertook the first expedition in a free balloon with the Marquis d'Orleans as a companion. It was only with great difficulty that the king was persuaded to give his permission, as it had been intended to experiment on two criminals who were condemned to death, and their lives were to have been spared if they succeeded in reaching the ground in safety. The king, however, finally gave his consent, and on November 21, 1783, Pilot de Rozier and the Marquis d'Orleans made a journey lasting 25 minutes. They came safely to the ground, but the balloon immediately collapsed, and Rozier was almost figure 8. Portincrat, an alpine peak. Photographed by Spelterini. Buried beneath the ruins. He was, however, rescued by his companion, and able to crawl out into the open. Similar accidents happen nowadays in calm weather if the landing causes any rupture in the body of the balloon. The gas then escapes very suddenly, and the balloon collapses without any warning. Some years ago, an Austrian officer would have been suffocated in this way if he had not received timely help from his friends. Increased interest continued to be taken in the sport, and venturesome ladies occasionally mounted the car. On June 4, 1784, at Lyons, Madame Fable ascended in a free balloon in the presence of King Gustavus III of Sweden. The journey lasted 3/4 of an hour, and a height of 9,000 feet was reached. Still, it soon became apparent that great disadvantages attached to balloons of the hot air type, and the danger of fire was great, both before and after the start. Fire extinguishing contrivances were always at hand during the filling operations, and notwithstanding this, more than one balloon was completely destroyed by the flames. On landing there was always trouble owing to the fact that the body of the balloon fell on the pan, which was often still glowing hot. The danger both to person and property which arose from the use of hot air made any extended use of figure 9 a successful landing. This type of balloon out of the question. It was further impossible to carry any large amount of combustible on the journey, and this limited the distance that could be traveled. The method originally used by Montgolfier of burning a mixture of straw and wool was found to be the best, as it produced a bright and lively flame without much smoke. Saussure, the well-known physicist, had proposed to use alder wood in place of straw. In order to study the question carefully and to note the necessary conditions, he had remained on the car of one of Montgolfier's balloons for 18 minutes during the preliminary inflation, in spite of the great heat. He proved thereby that the hottest air at the top is free from oxygen, but contains great quantities of the gases of combustion and water vapor. He also showed, by means of laboratory experiments, that the ascent of the balloon is caused not by the heat directly, but by the rarefaction of the air thereby produced. The weights and lifting powers of the air at different temperatures are somewhat as follows, assuming a barometric pressure of 30 inches of mercury, temperature in degrees Fahrenheit. Germany, it is usually suspended about 8 feet below the body. In France the two are placed much nearer to one another. Many accidents have taken place in France with balloons filled with hydrogen prepared from sulfuric acid and iron. Sulfuric acid is very liable to contain arsenic, which easily passes with the hydrogen into the balloon, and is fatal in very small doses, several aeronauts having met their deaths in France owing to this cause. The method which Charles used for the construction of his net is still in vogue, but it is now so arranged as to cover the entire balloon. He made a marked improvement by placing a valve at the top, and by this means he was able to allow the gas to escape at will. The most ordinary kind of valve is some form of the plate or butterfly type. The original construction consisted of a wooden ring with a transverse strip, to which two flap valves were fastened by means of hinges. These valves were operated from the car by means of ropes, and were normally kept closed by springs, which pressed them against their seatings. In another form of valve, a flat plate is pulled away from its wooden seating, allowing the gas to pass out sideways. In order to ensure the tightness of the valve, the plates or flaps have sharp edges, which are pressed against a rubber packing. It was formerly the practice to use a special kind of luting to ensure a good fit, but after the valve has been opened and shut a few times, such a joint becomes almost useless. Generally speaking, the valve is only used for the purpose of effecting a descent. Any other use only results in loss of buoyancy with a consequent shortening of the time during which the journey can be continued. It is of course also used in order to fall to a lower level, in the hope of finding more favorable breezes. At the bottom of Charles's balloon he had a tube about 7 inches in diameter, through which the gases were passed into the body of the balloon, and through which they could also escape in case of any rise of internal pressure. This neck is nowadays generally left open. The diminished pressure on rising causes the gases to expand, a result which may also be caused by an increase of temperature. If, therefore, this opening were closed, and the gases were unable to escape, the whole balloon might be shattered. The length and diameter of the opening must be somewhat in proportion to the contents of the balloon, and suitable sizes can be calculated by anyone with sufficient general experience. The gas was prepared by Charles by the reaction of sulfuric acid on iron turnings, which were therefore mixed with water in barrels, and on the addition of sulfuric acid the reaction immediately took place. The gas must be washed by passing through water, and is then cooled and dried. The various processes are not, however, quite so simple as would appear at first sight. Sulfuric acid is a corrosive fluid, and lead is one of the few substances which it does not attack. Consequently, it is extremely difficult to get the gas in a state of purity. As a matter of historical interest, it may be pointed out that the first gas explosion took place over the filling of one of these balloons, and was caused by a lamp which was brought near a leaky barrel. This is caused by a mixture of 2 volumes of hydrogen with 5 of air. The heat of combination expands the water vapor, which is formed by the reaction, to such an extent as to cause a very violent explosion. It took 3 days and 3 nights, with the aid of 20 barrels, to generate 14,000 cubic feet of hydrogen, but at last, on December the 1st, Charles had completed all his arrangements for the ascent. The fittings carried on the car of the balloon included many novelties. For the purpose of facilitating the descent during a heavy wind, he carried a kind of anchor, which was fastened at the end of a long rope. His idea was that the grapnel would hold the balloon at a safe distance from the ground until it was possible to allow a sufficient amount of gas to escape through the open valve and so complete the descent. He also carried a barometer, which he had himself constructed for the purpose of determining the height to which the balloon had risen, and herein may be seen the result of the ideas which originated with Lanner and Gorlian. In order to determine the direction of the wind before starting, Charles had provided a small pilot balloon, 6 feet in diameter, which he handed to Montgolfier with the words, "CS to the skew la patient de now s'ouvre la route des cieux." The good feeling thus shown to Montgolfier showed that C2. No bitterness existed between the two inventors, although it is undoubtedly true that there was a very lively controversy as to figure 11. Paris, showing the Eiffel Tower. Photograph by Count de Lavaux. The merits of the rival schemes. It is impossible to deny that Charles showed great originality in all his work. The shape of his balloon was indeed the urn as that of his rival's design, but it is obvious that no other shape was reasonably possible, seeing that he must have well known that a sphere combines the greatest volume with the smallest surface. In the pilot balloon he invented an auxiliary which is of great use in meteorology as well as in aeronautics, and it is obviously of importance to know beforehand the direction of the overhead breezes. The Ubsmeilen and Janite had a special method for using them during a voyage. They proposed to keep one small balloon, filled with hydrogen, at a height of 150 feet above the main track, and a second, filled with air, at the same distance below. In this way they would be able to determine the direction of the breezes over a vertical space of 300 feet. Suggestions of this kind are, however, of no great value. The direction of the wind at a level below that of the car can easily be found by throwing out small pieces of paper, and an overhead pilot would be completely hidden by the body of the main balloon, unless the rope by which it was attached was inordinately long. Moreover, there are other and obvious difficulties attaching to their use. These pilot balloons have played a great part at popular festivities, on which occasions their weird shapes and many colors have added to the gaiety of the scene. From the professional point of view, displays of this kind are of no importance, but one occasion may be noticed on account of its historical interest. A man named Garnerine was well known on account of his many descents by means of a parachute. He was therefore commissioned to send up a pilot balloon on the occasion of Napoleon's coronation in 1806. This was done, and the balloon found its way to Rome, where it descended on the tomb of Nero. Napoleon regarded this as an evil omen, and is supposed to have conceived a violent antipathy to ballooning in any form, even in its application to military purposes. Charles made his ascent with one of the brothers Gilbert on December 1, 1783, in fine weather before a large concourse of people. He afterwards wrote in glowing terms of the delight which he experienced on journeys of this kind. On this particular occasion they covered about 40 miles in 3.5 hours and arrived at Nisles, where Gilbert landed, while Charles continued his journey alone. He then rose to a great height, and was exposed to the unpleasant effects of the rarefied atmosphere. In consequence of the very rapid ascent he experienced great pain in the ears, besides suffering acutely from the cold. He therefore opened the valve, and came to earth in 35 minutes from the start, at a distance of a few miles from the spot where he had left his friend. The balloon had been satisfactorily tested in every way. In particular, the benefit of the open tube at the figure 12. A balloon in the act of landing. To the right of the basket is seen the ballast sand, which has just been thrown out. Bottom was very evident on the occasion of the second journey, when the gas streamed out in great volumes under the diminished pressure. After Robert had landed, he had forgotten to take on board a corresponding quantity of ballast. At starting he had filled the car with as many sacks of sand as he could carry, but he forgot to give the matter further attention. It is impossible so to construct a balloon that the gas shall not be able to escape through the substance composing the walls. This is due to a property of gases called diffusion, of which mention will be made hereafter. Charles' balloons, which were called the Charlotte, and the Coubertin, had been completely successful, and had altogether eclipsed the efforts of Montgolfier. The King of France ordered a medal to be struck on which Charles' head should figure beside those of the brothers Montgolfier, and figure 13. The Rosière, constructed by Pilter de Cozier. In this way he proposed to do honor to all the inventors simultaneously. The balloons, called Rosières, which were made by Pilter de Cozier, were even less successful than those of the hot air type. Cozier was anxious to have the distinction of being the first to cross the English Channel. But he was anticipated by Blancard, whose flying car has been already mentioned, and who had since greater than those days become a professional balloonist. A number of ascents had been made in different places on the continent, and he now proposed to make the journey from Dover to Calais. A start was made at Dover on January 7, 1785, in company with an American doctor named Jeffreys. He took with him a variety of useless things in the shape of oars, provisions, and much else. The whole thing would have sunk in the water at the moment of starting if all the ballast had not been thrown overboard. With great difficulty they succeeded in covering half the distance, though they were obliged to throw away everything on which they could lay their hands, including a mass of correspondence and books, together with most of their provisions. They then sighted the French coast on the horizon, but the imminent collapse of their balloon made the outlook anything but hopeful. Blancard now threw overboard the wings, which he had stated were necessary for the support of the contrivance and for guiding it in any given direction through the air. This did not produce the desired result, and they began to strip themselves of their clothing, but it only sank further and further, till Dr. Jeffreys proposed to lighten the load by jumping into the water. However, this plan proved unnecessary, as also was another scheme for cutting the car away from the balloon. Suddenly they rose in the air, and with great difficulty they effected a landing on the coast near Calais, where they were received with many rejoicings. A marble column with suitable inscription was erected on the spot, to convey to future ages the facts relating to the first crossing of the Channel by balloon. Pilter Daisier thought much over this adventure, and determined to repeat it at all hazards. The difficulties into which Blanchard and Jeffreys had fallen were to be avoided by constructing a special form of balloon. He proposed to combine the ideas of Charles with those of Montgolfier, hoping to be able to balance the losses, due to the escape of hydrogen, against the lifting power, which he could generate, as required, by means of hot air. He therefore made a spherical balloon after the methods of Charles, and placed below it a cylindrical receiver, which could be filled with hot air. The rope for controlling the valve was brought down on the outside. He thought, by suitably regulating the heat of the fire, to be able to rise or fall, and the careful study which he had given to this aspect of the problem led him to think that this would constitute a very desirable feature in the combination. He determined to start from the French coast, but was obliged to wait a long time till there was a favourable easterly breeze. At last, on June the 16th, 1785, he started with a friend in the Aero Montgolfier, as it was called. The balloon rose rather rapidly, and remained stationary for a short time in the air. It then fell suddenly on the cliff, and both passengers lost their lives. According to the testimony of those who witnessed the accident, a cloud was seen round the balloon just at the moment when it fell. An explosion was therefore the probable cause of the accident, and this seems very possible, seeing that it is alleged there were slight leakages of hydrogen, which were noticed before the start. This accident had the effect of cooling the ardour of enthusiasts, and the number of journeys that were made decreased very rapidly. Count Zambiacchieri, an Italian, had little better luck than Isier. He heated the hot air balloon with a large spirit lamp. At his first attempt he had the misfortune to fall into the Adriatic, but was rescued by some sailors with the loss of his balloon. At his second attempt, the heating arrangements worked admirably, but as he was descending the lamp was upset, and the car was set on fire. His companion displayed great agility and reached the ground with the help of the anchor rope. But the consequence of this, and of the great heat, was that the car suddenly rose to a great height, where Zambiacchieri succeeded in extinguishing the flames. But this was no sooner done than the balloon descended suddenly into the Adriatic, as before, and Zambiacchieri was rescued by some fishermen, though the balloon became a total loss. He finally attempted an ascent at Bologna in 1812. The balloon was blown by the wind against a tree, the spirit was upset, and the car again set on fire. He met his death by jumping from the balloon when it was at a distance of about 60 feet from the ground. This constitutes the last appearance of Rogers in the history of aeronautics, and though schemes of this kind have since been mooted, the danger attaching to work on these lines has always prevented any practical outcome. Chapter IV. The Theory of the Balloon. All investigations into the theory of the balloon rest upon the principle of Archimedes. Years before the birth of Christ he enunciated the following law. Every body, which is immersed in a fluid, is acted upon by an upward force, exactly equal to the weight of the fluid, which is displaced by the immersed body. A result of this law is that a body will rest in any position, if immersed in a fluid of equal specific gravity. If the body has a greater specific gravity than the fluid, it will sink, and on the other hand, if it has a less specific gravity, it will float. This law can be extended so as to apply to all gases, and a balloon will therefore rise in the air, if its total dead weight is less than that of the air which it displaces. A simple piece of apparatus is needed to show experimentally the truth of these assertions. Two spheres appear to have the same weight, when placed on an ordinary balance, the one being solid and the other hollow. If now the balance and the spheres are placed on the receiver of an air pump, and the air removed, the hollow sphere will appear to be the heavier. It is therefore evident that the hollow sphere is acted upon by a greater upward force when weighed in air than when weighed in a vacuum. The reason for this is very evident, when we consider that the weight of the gas displaced by the hollow sphere under the receiver of the air pump is much less than when it is weighed in the open air. It is therefore necessary to understand the properties of the air and of the gases used for filling balloons, before any adequate conception of the principles underlying their movements can be formed. The air may be looked upon as a mixture of 79% of nitrogen with 21% of oxygen. Gases have a tendency to diffuse themselves on all sides. They have therefore great elasticity and can be easily compressed. The weight of a cubic foot of the atmosphere at a temperature of 32 Fahr. and a pressure of 29*92 inches of mercury is 0*0807 pounds. The weight of a cubic foot of hydrogen under the same conditions is only 0*0056 pounds, and of a cubic foot of cold gas about 0*04 pounds on an average. The law of Archimedes therefore states that a cubic foot of hydrogen will be acted upon by an upward force of 0*0751 pounds, and that the force acting on a cubic foot of coal gas will be similarly 0*0407 pounds. Here we have assumed that the figure 14. The boroscope. Hydrogen is chemically pure. In point of fact, the above figures are slightly too high, insofar as ordinary samples of hydrogen and coal gas are concerned. But allowance must be made for the weight of the car, net, ropes, and other appurtenances, in calculating the effective upward force acting on the balloon. It will therefore be evident that the size must be considerable if it is to be capable of rising in the air. The following example will perhaps make this clearer. Let us suppose that the weight of a balloon with its appurtenances is 1/4 of a ton, and that its capacity is 21,000 cubic feet. The weight of the air displaced by it is 1,700 pounds. And on the other hand, the weight of the contained hydrogen is only 118 pounds. Consequently, the net upward force is 1,022 pounds. If the expedition is to be undertaken at a moderately low level, this force will probably be sufficient, and a reasonable number of passengers could be carried, together with instruments, maps, and a sufficiency of ballast. But if it is intended to rise to great heights, things become very different. According to the latest results, the atmosphere is supposed to be about 125 miles high. Consequently, figure 15. Vienna. Photograph taken from a captive balloon by Captain Hinterstoesser. The density and pressure of the air gradually decreases the higher we rise. The experiment which Torricelli carried out in 1643 with a glass tube, about 3 feet long, filled with mercury, is well known, and on the facts which he then discovered, the construction of the barometer has been based. A mercury barometer is, however, very inconvenient for the balloonist, and is very liable to be broken during the landing. The aneroid type is therefore preferred. This consists of a very flexible metal tube, from the inside of which the air has been exhausted. It is therefore more or less deformed by the external pressure of the atmosphere. A pointer on the front of the instrument is connected by an ingenious mechanism to the metal tube, and shows the amount of flexure or deformation which the tube has undergone at any moment. This pointer moves over a scale, and gives the pressure of the atmosphere in inches of mercury. Most of the aneroids, which are intended for aeronautical work, have a further graduation on the scale, showing the height, which is generally calculated with reference to some particular temperature, and is therefore liable to be very inaccurate. Herr-Jessel gives a convenient formula which may be expressed as follows, viz. 52,500 pp. 093 plus 000221 p plus p. In this equation, h denotes the height to be calculated in feet. P is the barometric pressure at the Earth's surface in inches of mercury. P is the pressure at the height /. T is the mean temperature in degrees Fahrenheit. Suppose, then, that P is 30 inches, P is 25 in. T is 48 Fahr. Substituting these values in the formula, it will be found that the height in question is 4,400 feet. The force with which the balloon is driven upwards will decrease as the pressure of the atmosphere decreases, seeing that the air which it displaces is less dense and therefore weighs less. The greater the atmospheric pressure, the greater will be the upward force. It will also be noticed, as a matter of experience, that the quantity of gas required by the balloon varies from day to day. Torricelli's experiments showed that the atmosphere exerts an average pressure equal to that of a column of mercury 92 inches high. The specific gravity of Mercury is 13 and therefore the pressure of the air on a square inch is 14*706 pounds. Let us suppose the air to be contained in a cylinder, which is closed by an airtight piston, the cross-section of the cylinder being 1 square inch in area. Let us further suppose that this little piece of apparatus is placed beneath the receiver of the air pump. It will then be found that, if the piston is to be kept in position without allowing the gas in the cylinder to expand, it will be necessary to load it with a weight of 14*7 pounds. If the piston is loaded with a weight of 29.4 pounds, the volume of the gas will be reduced by 1/2. The pressure of the gas will therefore be doubled, and its density similarly increased. Boyle and Marriott have therefore stated that the volume of a gas is inversely proportional to its pressure or density. It is now possible with the aid of Boyle's law to calculate the figure 16. Stockholm, seen from a height of 1,600 feet. Photographed by Oscar Haldane. Lift which acts on a balloon at different heights, or with different atmospheric pressures. Let us suppose that the barometric pressure is that of 30 inches of mercury, and that the lift is 1,600 pounds. If the pressure sinks to 29 inches, the lift will become 8 of 1,600 pounds. That is, 1,550 pounds. The difference between these two forces is 50 pounds, and corresponds to the weight of about 2 sacks of ballast. At a height of 6,600 feet, a cubic foot of air weighs only 0.064 pounds, and a cubic foot of hydrogen would weigh 0.00396 pounds. It is therefore possible in this way to determine the greatest height to which it is possible to ascend, if the dead weight of the balloon is already known. Hitherto we have assumed the temperature to be constant, and it is necessary to examine the effect produced by its variation. The application of heat increases the volume of any gas. A simple experiment will make the matter plain. Take a glass tube, closed at the one end, and hold the open end below the surface of some water. If the glass tube is heated, it will be seen that bubbles escape through the water, owing to the expansion of the air within the tube. If it is then allowed to cool, the contraction of the air still remaining in the tube will be made evident by the rise of water, which is sucked up to take the place of the retreating air, and Gay-Lussac has shown that all gases are equally expanded or contracted by the same variations of temperature. Finally, the diffusion of gases must be noticed. Let us suppose a closed vessel to be divided into compartments by means of a porous partition, and the two halves to be filled with different gases. It will be found after a time that the two gases have mixed completely with one another, even if the heavier gas should have been put in the lower half of the vessel. The speed with which the mixture takes place depends on the specific gravities of the gases in question. For instance, hydrogen will go more easily through a porous partition than coal gas or air. As a general rule, it may be said that the diffusion velocities are inversely proportional to the square roots of the specific gravities of the gases. An obvious consequence of these facts is that the enclosed gas in a balloon is always escaping through the walls of the body, and being replaced by the intrusion of air. No substance can be used through which this diffusion does not take place, however carefully it is made in the first instance. Consequently, the weight of the balloon is always gradually on the increase, while the lifting forces acting on it similarly decrease. A decrease of lifting force can only be met in one way, and that is by throwing out a certain amount of ballast. It is of course possible to calculate the amount which must be thrown away. But a little experience is far more useful than any amount of calculation. It will now be evident that a balloon which is meant for great heights must be of great size. In order to make a steady start, it is usually loaded with as much ballast as it can conveniently carry, and this is gradually thrown overboard as the journey proceeds. In consequence of diffusion, a certain amount of the gas contents is always lost, such loss is obviously depending on the extent to which the leaks have been repaired, and ballast must therefore be thrown out in order to counteract the effects of diffusion. It has also been pointed out that an increase of volume is caused by a rise of temperature. The heat of the sun will cause an increase of the volume of the contained gas, and unless it is allowed to escape, the internal pressure will rise. On the other hand, a fall of temperature causes a contraction in the volume. In this case, a smaller amount of air is displaced by the balloon, and the upward force acting on it is therefore decreased. This too must be counteracted by throwing away some ballast. If this were not done, it would gradually sink to the ground, because the increased atmospheric pressure would tend still further to decrease its volume. It is therefore extremely important to determine this loss of weight with some exactness, and not to throw away ballast unnecessarily. The result usually produced, if the temperature is at all variable, is to take the balloon steadily higher and higher, and a cloudy day with intervals of sunshine makes a very unsatisfactory combination for the aeronaut, who is apt to find his ballast disappear all too soon. Another peculiarity is shown by a balloon that has not been completely filled. As it ascends, the gas expands, and consequently displaces a larger volume of the surrounding atmosphere. This has the indirect effect of sending it still higher, until at last it becomes completely filled. Any excess of gas is then driven off and escapes, a position of equilibrium being reached. It will therefore be easy to understand why a balloon which has made a descent will again rise to a height at least equal to that from which it has fallen. It is now known that the heat of the sun will cause considerable variations of temperature within the balloon. This was first noticed by the brothers Gilbert during an ascent on September 19, 1784, but it was not till much later that any exact measurements were made. Captain von Sixfeld, who was fatally injured on the occasion of a descent at Antwerp in 1902, paid special attention to this matter, and concluded that the gases in a balloon might be heated to a temperature which was 80 or 90 far above that of the surrounding atmosphere. The effect of this on the lift will be evident when it is remembered that a difference of temperature of 1 far alters the weight of a cubic foot of coal gas by a wool ounces, and of hydrogen by 0,00016 ounces. A balloon filled with hydrogen is much less affected by changes of temperature than it would be if filled with coal gas, and is therefore much simpler to maneuver, especially at night time. It is also important to notice any tendency on the part of the balloon to sink. Otherwise, if it is only noticed after the sinking has continued for some time, it will be necessary to throw overboard a large amount of ballast, and the balloon may eventually rise to a much greater height than that from which it had fallen. A further trouble arises if the sinking is not noticed at an early stage, as the neck through which the gas is passed into the balloon at the bottom is usually left open, or in any cases only slightly closed. A descent causes a contraction in the volume, and there is a tendency for the air to enter by the neck. It then mixes with the gas, and as soon as the balloon rises again, some of the mixture of air and hydrogen escapes, leaving the balloon in a less buoyant condition than it was before the sinking began. It is therefore a matter of great importance to be able to detect at once any tendency to fall. For this purpose the most useful auxiliary is the barometer, more particularly one of the recording type. But such instruments are often sluggish in their movements, and fail altogether to show very slight variations. Even a very marked variation is often only shown after it has been in progress for some time, but to some extent this sluggishness may be avoided by gently tapping the instrument from time to time. These disadvantages have led to the development of instruments which show at a glance any change of elevation. Of these, the so-called statoscope, made by Gradenwitz, may be taken as a type. It is contained in a metal case, somewhat similar to that of a watch. Beneath the face is a circular opening, into which a tightly stretched rubber membrane is fitted, and a small rubber tube communicates with the inside of the case. If now the rubber tube is pinched, the outer air can no longer freely reach the inside of the case. Supposing the balloon to be ascending, the air enclosed within the stethoscope will therefore expand, in consequence of the reduced external pressure. If it is descending, the opposite effect will take place. The contraction or expansion of the enclosed air reacts on the rubber membrane, which will be sucked inwards during a descent, and blown outwards if the balloon is rising. The movements of the membrane are communicated by very delicate wheelwork to a pointer on the face of the case, which therefore shows at a glance whether a rising or falling movement is in progress. It is not always necessary to throw out ballast in the case of a momentary descent. The movements of overhead breezes do not usually take place in straight lines, but rather partake of the nature of wave motion. A balloon which is in a state of equilibrium usually follows a path of this sort. Under such circumstances one would merely be wasting ballast if it were thrown overboard to counteract a fall. With a little patience, it would soon be found that the balloon rises again of its own accord. It is therefore rather a matter of determining the relative motion between the aeronaut and the surrounding atmosphere, and for this purpose von Sigsfeld has devised the D2, figure 17. The stethoscope, by Gradenwitz. Following simple method. 3 different kinds of colored papers are torn up into small pieces, the various papers having different thicknesses. Consequently, each piece of paper begins to fall at a particular rate, which is known by its color. For instance, let us suppose that the white paper falls at the start with a velocity of 18 inches per second, that blue at the rate of 3 feet, and the red at the rate of 6 feet per second. By throwing out a handful of these papers, it is possible to tell at once what is the vertical movement. If the white pieces remain on a level with the balloon, then a fall is in progress at the rate of 18 inches per second. If all the pieces rise above the balloon, then the descent is more rapid than 6 feet per second. If they all disappear below, then the balloon is either rising or at rest. Suppose that the barometer shows an increase of pressure, and at the same time it is noticed that the white pieces of paper remain on a level with the car. It will then be seen at once that the balloon has been caught by a descending breeze, because otherwise the great mass of the balloon would cause a much quicker descent. In this case, the ballast can be saved. The pieces of paper are also useful as an indication of the amount of ballast which it is necessary to throw overboard in any particular case, as much may be learnt by noting their apparent velocity. A simpler and more primitive method is to hang a feather at the end of a kind of fishing rod over the side of the car. If there is no relative motion between the balloon and the surrounding air, the feather will remain at rest. Otherwise it will rise or fall, and the deduction is obvious in either case. When a descent is noticed, ballast must be thrown overboard, and though there is no precise indication of the moment when the operation can be stopped, the gradual sinking of the feather will show when the mark has been overshot. A further sign that may be noticed is given by the formation of folds on the body of the balloon, or by the collapse of the neck through which the gas is passed. We shall later have occasion to study the effect of meteorological conditions on ballooning, but for the moment we propose to consider in the following chapters the history and development of the dirigible balloon. Chapter 5. The development of the dirigible balloon. The eager restlessness of the human mind is well shown in the early history of ballooning. Long before the first practical successes were properly understood, countless suggestions were made on all sides with the object of constructing an airship which should be under control in so far as the direction of its motion was concerned. Many machines were actually built, but the number of suggestions was out of all proportion to their value. No idea seems to be too foolish to prevent it from being used by a succession of inventors, and it may be said that all the good and bad points of modern construction have been already used in some form or another in bygone ages. We are, however, little better than our ancestors. The most idiotic suggestions, which ever entered the mind of man, continue to arrive daily by post, until finally one ceases to be surprised at anything. The Persian myth, according to which the king was presented with a throne harnessed to eagles, has been already mentioned, and it is rather amusing to find that an Austrian, named Kaiser, published a treatise in 1801, entitled A New Method of Steering Balloons by Means of Eagles. Even nowadays the idea does not seem dead and buried, for in 1899 a German presented the Kaiser with a copy of a book, wherein he propounds a solution of the problem, which consists in harnessing a large number of pigeons to the balloon. His drawings show the scheme carried out to the minutest detail, even including the reins, bridles and bits, proving him at any rate to be an expert on paper. It is a fact that a German patent was granted for this invention. Another absurd idea, which arose in the 80s, was to construct a balloon of such a size that it could rise to a height where it would no longer be acted on by the force of gravity, in which case a sail round the Earth would be, at the outside, a matter of 24 hours. It is now proposed to take a chronological survey of the development of dirigible balloons and flying machines, and to mention even some of those that did not directly lead to a successful issue. Many have contributed towards a solution of the problem, but it must at the same time be acknowledged that the progress, which was made in the course of some 120 years, was extremely small. The first idea was taken from ships, and consisted in attempts to guide the balloon by means of sails, oars and rudder. Joseph Montgolfier showed much sense when he described this scheme, in a letter to his brother, as absurd. He pointed out that even if a number of men were to work something of the nature of oars, it would only be possible in perfectly calm weather to move at the rate of 4 or 5 miles an hour. In this connection it is necessary to bear in mind the small surface which can be exposed by the oars to the air, and to remember that the air offers an immense resistance to the motion of the balloon, in consequence of its enormous size. The only way to compensate for the smallness of the oars would be to move them very fast and to suitably design the shape of the balloon, and of the oars. But there is a limit to human effort, and since the resistance of the air increases with the square of the velocity, it soon becomes evident that even in gentle breezes the only method of overcoming the resistance would be by means of propellers, driven at high speeds. The effect produced by rudders is similar to that produced by them on ships, always supposing the balloon is underway. The proposals to use vertical sails betray a complete misconception of the laws underlying the movements of balloons. If a balloon, filled with gas, floats in the air, all its parts will move with the breeze, and at the same speed. A sail would therefore hang just as limply as it would do in a complete calm. It would be different if it were possible to give the balloon a smaller or greater velocity than the wind, and in such a case a pressure would be exerted on the sail. The explorer André proposed to work on this idea in the simplest fashion. He figure 19. Balloon with sail, and with guide rope fastened to the ring. Intended, with the help of the friction caused by a number of ropes dragged along the ground, to cause the balloon to go rather slower than the wind. A sail was then to be hung out, and placed in such a position that the force of the wind acting on it would drive the balloon in any desired direction. Tests have shown that with clever management it is possible to produce in this way a slight deviation from the direction of the wind. It is also known that surfaces slightly inclined to the horizontal will produce a slight movement of the balloon as it rises and falls. Stephen Montgolfier knew this and tried to utilize the idea in one of his models. Since his time many others have also worked on the same lines, but no practical success has been achieved. In the year 1883, Professor Wellner, of Brian, published his scheme for the construction of a sailing balloon. Seeing that figure 20. Scott's fish balloon. Surfaces inclined to the horizontal have a slight lateral motion as they fall or rise. He thought that by alternately raising and lowering such surfaces he would be able to move in any desired direction, and to produce the necessary vertical movements by increasing or decreasing the internal beat of the balloon. His calculations tended to show that a fish balloon, 150 feet long, and 50 feet in diameter, having a vertical surface in front and a horizontal one behind, might reach a speed of 10 miles an hour. As a matter of fact, his tests in Brian showed that a single rise and fall moved the balloon over a distance of 3 miles in a direction opposed to that of the wind. There is no doubt as to the correctness of the mechanical principles involved, and Boudi has also worked on the same ideas, using several surfaces whose inclinations can be altered. Guyot built the first sailing balloon in 1784, and naturally it was unsuccessful. The only noteworthy point about his design was that the body of the balloon was made of the shape of an egg. The longer axis was horizontal, and the flatter end was at the front. Gradually it was recognized that any system which involved propulsion by oars was likely to be inadequate. Carroll proposed to use paddle wheels, which were to be mounted on a shaft, projecting over the sides of the car. This certainly was a move in the right direction, but even so the improvement was only slight. The effect produced by the shape of the balloon on the air resistance was soon noticed, and they were consequently made rather longer than before. A start was made by the Academy of Dijon, who placed the matter in the hands of Guyton de Morveau. The front was to be wedge-shaped, so as to allow the air to pass lightly over it, while the steering was to be done by means of a vertical sail hoisted at the other end. This method of steering is still in use at the present day, and has been found to work well. Still the construction, which was proposed by the Academy, met with no success. It included a scheme for working with oars, in combination with a sail, which could be raised or lowered about a horizontal axis. Naturally it was found that forces of this order were much too small. Countless proposals of this kind were made in rapid succession, but all employed the same means of propulsion, and met with the same fate. The Montgolfiers, made by the priests Myron and Janint, were ingenious novelties. The balloon was to be 92 feet broad and 105 feet high, and according to an idea due to Joseph Montgolfier, it was to be driven forward as the result of the reaction produced by the escape of the hot gases. An opening, 14 inches in diameter, was therefore made in the middle of the balloon, and through this hole the hot gases were to escape, a fire being maintained, as usual, in the pan which was carried on the car. A further series of improvements occupied some time, until at last the exasperated mob, thinking that the start was likely to be postponed indefinitely, destroyed the whole concern. The effect produced by the escape of gases and fluids is well known, and Barker's mill, which is nowadays used for watering grass lawns, is a familiar example of a reaction turbine. The idea, as applied to the propulsion of balloons, is still a popular one. Perhaps the most ridiculous form in which it has been expressed is to be found in the proposal to carry small cannons on the balloon, in the hope that the recoil would expend itself in driving it forwards. General Mousnier introduced a great improvement by proposing the use of airbags, to be carried inside the balloon. The airbag plays even yet a considerable part in the working of captive and dirigible balloons. The first attempt that was made to test this idea on a practical scale nearly ended fatally. The brothers Robert, whose names have been already mentioned, placed the airbag close to the opening by which any excess of gas was allowed to escape. It so happened that as they rose they came into a violent eddy, which tore away their oars and rudder, and broke the ropes which held the airbag inside the balloon. An unfortunate result was that the opening became stopped up, and the gases, which expanded considerably on account of the ascent, were unable to escape. At a height of 16,000 feet the Duke of Shit, who was in the car, had the presence of mind to cut a hole in the balloon 10 feet long with his sword. It was on the point of bursting, but now began to sink rapidly, and by throwing out a sufficient amount of ballast, they were able to reach the ground without injury. Although it seems obvious that the Duke's action saved the situation, his supposed lack of courage was the subject of much ridicule. It may be useful to describe more exactly the design which was due to Mousnier, more especially seeing that he may be regarded as being to a great extent the forerunner of the modern inventor. He had great scientific and technical knowledge, and went very carefully into the question, basing his schemes throughout on the results of experimental work. In the first instance he studied questions relating to the resistance of the air, and the shapes which were likely to offer the least resistance. He found that an elliptical shape was the best, and in order still further to reduce the resistance, he proposed to use a boat-shaped car, pointing in the direction of motion. He was the first to state that an absolutely rigid connection between the car and the body of the balloon was an indispensable feature of a dirigible machine. Even if the moving parts were to be housed beneath the main body, they would necessarily be driven from the car, and a rigid means of connection would therefore be required. He used 3 propellers, which were supported midway between the car and the body, and these were to be driven by hand by means of pulleys. He well understood that the result produced by one man would be very small. Arid calculated that a crew of 80 would be required. At that time no other form of motive power was available. He also made careful investigations into the matter of gas pressure, and by means of specially constructed models was able to determine the exact force exerted on the envelope. His plan also included the use of horizontal surfaces to increase the stability, and this certainly foreshadows Labordi's inventions. In addition, special arrangements were made to prevent the car from sinking, in case an accident should plunge the balloon into the sea. But Mousnier's most important improvement is the use of the airbag, and this must be more fully described on account of its importance. In his original memoir he described the object and construction of a special space, intended to enclose atmospheric air. The importance of this arrangement lies in the possibility of preserving the shape of the dirigible balloon. Every inventor desires to reduce the resistance of the air to a minimum, and it is therefore necessary that the balloon should retain a definite shape. If the envelope were rigid, the matter would be simple enough. But we know that changes of temperature and external pressure cause corresponding changes in the volume. An increase of internal pressure can be relieved by an automatic valve, but a contraction is at once noticed by the creases on the envelope. No doubt any decrease in volume can be met by pumping air into the balloon, but this naturally dilutes the gas, besides gradually creating a very explosive mixture. The best plan would be to pass more gas into the balloon, but owing to the weight of the cylinders used for storage, it is impossible to take compressed gases on a journey, though some method of storing gas in a liquid form may in the future be available. The use of airbags is therefore the only solution. When the volume of the envelope tends to increase, the air is pressed out of the receivers, and when it contracts air is sucked in. These airbags can be mounted in the balloon in 3 different ways. According to the first method, the envelope is made with 2 coverings over a portion of its length. Fig. 21. Balloon, designed by General Mousnier. The 2 coverings lie tightly one upon the other when the balloon is full. But with a view to avoiding any unnecessary loss of gas, it is better to fill the outer space with a certain amount of air at the start, so that the volume of enclosed air corresponds to the increased bulk at the desired height. The valve will, therefore, only be opened when the balloon has risen to the proper level. The most ordinary method consists in simply putting airbags inside the balloon. Their size depends on the height to which it is intended to rise, seeing that this determines the amount the balloon will expand. Such airbags were used by the brothers Robert on the occasion of their ascent with the Duke of Shit. The third method consists in having 2 separate envelopes, the inner one containing gas, and the space between the inner and outer ones being filled with air. Mousnier himself proposed the last form of construction. But the airbag is also used to serve other purposes. Mousnier intended to compress the air contained in it, and in this way to keep his balloon in a position of equilibrium. To a certain extent this is possible, but the envelope is not capable of resisting any great pressure, and of late years this idea has been given up. But it has a more important use in regulating the height to which the balloon ascends. By compressing the air contained in it, the weight can be increased, and the balloon consequently sinks. The amount of gas which can be saved by these means in the case of a dirigible balloon is considerable. It is also possible to prevent the balloon from rising by the same method. Laboudi was able to pump air at the rate of 35 cubic feet per second, and in spite of the fact that he threw overboard some of his ballast, he was able in a few seconds to make good the loss with the aid of his pumps. Mousnier's idea was to carry bellows on the car, and to work them by hand. He also proposed to have a 3rd covering outside his balloon, and to bind it on with network, which was to be fastened to the car by means of ropes. His anchor was of a peculiar shape, consisting of a kind of harpoon, which was intended to bury itself in the earth. Mousnier's scheme was the best that had been worked out by a single individual up to that time. Its probable cost, however, prevented it from being carried into execution. He was killed, fighting against the Prussians at Mayence, 1793. When the news of his death reached the King of Prussia, he ordered the firing to cease until Mousnier's body had been buried. After this time, interest in the matter of dirigible balloons gradually waned, because it was recognized that the only driving power that was then known was wholly insufficient to meet the requirements of the case. So that after 1786, ballooning fell almost entirely into the hands of country showmen, who advertised excursions, and attracted attention in a variety of other ways. It cannot be said that there was an entire dearth of schemes relating to dirigible balloons, but at any rate nothing worthy of mention was published before the year 1852. The first half of the 19th century can therefore be passed over in silence. Chapter 6. The history of the dirigible balloon from 1852 to 1872. The development of the dirigible balloon dates from the year 1852, when Giffard appeared on the scene. He subsequently invented the injector for steam boilers, and was already well known in the aeronautical world, having made ascents with Eugene Goddard. In 1851 he succeeded in making a small steam engine of 5 horsepower, which only weighed 100 pounds, and thought it might be useful in connection with balloon work. With the help of 2 of his friends, he built an airship, which was somewhat of the shape of a cigar with pointed ends. It was 144 feet long, 40 feet in diameter at the thickest part, and its capacity was 88,000 cubic feet. The envelope was covered with a net, and a heavy pole, 66 feet long, was carried below, being suspended in a horizontal position by means of ropes which connected it to the net. At the end of this keel, as Giffard called it, the rudder was placed, which took the form of a triangular sail. The car was carried below the pole at a distance of 20 feet, and contained the motor and propellers. The 3 horsepower motor together with its boiler weighed 350 pounds, and drove a 3-bladed propeller, 11 feet figure 22. Giffard's dirigible balloon, made in 1852, in diameter, at the rate of 110 revolutions per minute. The total weight of the balloon, together with that of 1 passenger, amounted to 1 j-ton, and it was reckoned that, when filled with gas, it could carry /ton of coal and water. In the light of subsequent experience, it is evident that the weight of the steam engine was too great, having regard to the effect which it was able to produce. Giffard himself saw this, but calculated that he would be able to attain a speed of 6 or 8 feet a second. On one occasion this result was actually produced. We must now examine the question of speed, and ascertain its value under ordinary working conditions. In other words, we must find out what speed it is reasonable to expect from a balloon that is to be used on and off the whole year round. Meteorological observations show that in Europe a balloon can move with a speed of 40 feet per second on about 82% of the days in the year, and with a speed of 45 feet on 90%. This must of course be capable of being maintained for several hours. If the balloon has a speed due to its own internal energy of 40 feet a second, then it will be able to move at the rate of 3 feet per second against a wind blowing at 37 feet per second. It would thus have a resultant speed of 2 miles an hour, which seems no great achievement. But then it must be remembered that in stormy weather a sailing ship would remain in the harbour, and is only able to make headway against the wind by tacking. Moreover, the course of a balloon would not always be steadily in a direction opposed to that of the wind. Complaints are often made that a balloon caught in a storm is sometimes completely destroyed. But an aeronaut must be something of a meteorologist, and he ought to be able to form an opinion as to whether he is likely to encounter any serious storm. Naturally, balloons are no more likely to escape the effects of rough weather than sailing ships. After this short digression, we can now return to the further consideration of Giffard's arrangements. He had a special contrivance to prevent the possibility of any explosion resulting from the escaping gases of the balloon. He placed a piece of wire gauze, similar to that used in safety lanterns, in front of the stokehole, and the gases from the boiler were taken to one corner of the car raised, and discharged below. These precautions were very important, and it was only due to ignorance of these matters that Wolfert and Sevier lost their lives in later years. In 1855 Gifford produced a second balloon, which he had made narrower and longer with a view of diminishing the air resistance. It was 33 feet in diameter at the middle, and 230 feet long, having a capacity of 118,000 cubic feet. He stiffened the upper part of the envelope with a special covering, to which the net was secured. The car was suspended by ropes, which were attached to its four corners. He used the same engine as before, but the chimney was simply taken to the side of the car and bent over at right angles, explosions being avoided by placing the car rather lower. In company with a manufacturer, named Yon, he made a trial trip and succeeded in moving slowly against the wind. When the descent began, owing to some accident the horizontal axis tilted up, the weight of the car broke the net from its figure 23. Gifford's second balloon, made moorings, and a Berlin 1855 Great Balloon was completely destroyed, the occupants escaping with slight injuries. No airbags were used, and this accounted for the accident. Gifford now planned a third balloon, which was to be 1,970 feet long, and 98 feet in diameter at the middle. Its capacity was to be 7,800,000 cubic feet. The motor was to weigh 30 tons, and the speed to be 66 feet per second. The immense cost of this scheme prevented it from being carried into execution, and Gifford then devoted his attention to the design of small engines. His subsequent invention of the injector put him once more in a position to renew his work. In 1868 he made a captive balloon for the exhibition in London. Its capacity was 424,000 cubic feet, and its cost nearly 30,000. A similar one was made in Paris in 1878, having a capacity of 883,000 cubic feet. In addition to all this, a dirigible balloon was designed, holding 1,750,000 cubic feet, which was to be fitted with 2 boilers, and to cost 40,000. This scheme was thoroughly worked out in every detail, but was never carried into execution. Gifford subsequently became blind, and died in 1882. Nothing further was done till the siege of Paris. The French government then commissioned Dupuy-de-Lome to build a dirigible balloon, which, however, was only tested after the war in 1872. It is curious to find that this man, who was a marine engineer and therefore professionally acquainted with problems of this kind, proposed to employ a crew of 8 men in driving the propeller. His method of construction was ingenious, and Lie succeeded in reaching a speed of 9 feet a second, which was about the same as Gifford had done. His balloon had a cigar-shaped body. Its length was 118 feet, its greatest diameter was 49 feet, and its capacity 122,000 cubic feet. The form which was given to the net was peculiar, and intended to prevent any displacement of the car, relatively to the body of the balloon, which might otherwise be caused by the working of the propellers. For this purpose some of the ropes were crossed in the space between the car and the body, whereas the others were taken direct to the sides of the car, which was built in the shape of a boat. It carried 14 men, who worked the propeller, and also attended to the pumps used in connection with the airbags. It is hardly necessary to give any further description of this scheme, seeing that it constitutes nothing of the nature of an advance on its predecessors. In the meantime, Paul Heinlein, who died in 1895, constructed an airship in Germany. Its shape was that of a solid formed by the revolution of a ship's keel about an axis lying on the deck. Careful hydrostatic experiments led him to the choice of this curious shape, which in the middle is more or less cylindrical, and at the end somewhat conical. Its length was 164 feet, the greatest diameter 30 feet, and the capacity 85,000 cubic feet. The car was placed close to the body, in order that the parts might be as rigidly connected as possible. For the first time in the East too, Figure 24. Dupuy-de-Lome's balloon, 1872. History of aeronautics. It was proposed to use a gas engine, which was of the Lenoir type, and had 4 horizontal cylinders, giving 6 horsepower, with an hourly consumption of 250 cubic feet of gas. The gas for the engine was taken from the balloon itself, and the loss was to be made good by blowing out the airbags. The car was made of beams running lengthwise, and was supported tangentially by ropes from the network. The envelope was made airtight by a thick coating of rubber on the inside, backed by a thinner one on the outside. Being filled with coal gas at Figure 25. Paul Heinlein's dirigible balloon could not ascend to great heights, and the trials were therefore undertaken at a short distance from the ground, the balloon being kept in a captive state by ropes loosely held by soldiers. It attained a speed of 15 feet per second, and this is an improvement of 6 feet per second on the attempts of Dupuy-Dillon. Lack of funds prevented any further attempts from being made, and though the project promised well and had some notable improvements, it was unable to proceed further. If Heinlein's results are compared with those of Le Boudin, who has reached a speed of 40 feet per second, we can hardly doubt he would have achieved more if he had filled his balloon with hydrogen, and if light motors, of the type now in use, had then been available. Chapter 7. Dirigible balloons from 1883 to 1897. 10 years later the brothers Gaston and Albert Thissendier produced a remarkable airship. During the Franco-Prussian War, Gaston Thissendier made many unsuccessful attempts to enter Paris by means of a balloon while it was in a state of siege. A model was shown during the exhibition of 1881, and they were encouraged to proceed on a larger scale. The body was shaped, after Gifford's model, somewhat like a cigar. It was 92 feet long, 30 feet in diameter at the middle, and had a capacity of 37,500 cubic feet. It was made of varnished cambric. The car was in the form of a cage, constructed of bamboo rods, and contained a Siemens dynamo, together with 24 bichromate cells, each weighing 17 pounds. At full speed the dynamo made 180 revolutions per minute and the pull was 26 pounds. When the tests were undertaken it was found that a speed of 9 or 10 feet per second was attained. When the motor gave 1 horsepower it cost 2,000. But there was nothing remarkable about the construction. So little success had attended the construction of dirigible balloons that it was gradually being regarded as likely to be impossible. Great astonishment was therefore caused in 1884 Figure 21. The basket of Thissendier's dirigible balloon. By the announcement that 2 French officers, named Reynaud and Krebs, had described a figure of 8 in a balloon, and had returned to the point from which they had started. Charles Nard had been studying the problem since 1878 with the assistance of one of his friends, named La Haye, and had hoped with the help of Colonel Lousder, who commanded the engineers, to obtain the necessary funds from the Minister of War. It was then pointed out that large sums of money had been wasted on similar projects in 1870, and their request was consequently refused. They therefore had recourse to Gambetta, who was much interested, and promised a sum of $8,000. In the meantime, La Haye had been succeeded by Captain Krebs, and with the help of the latter Reynaud proceeded with the work. The airship was of the shape of a torpedo, and was slightly larger in diameter at the front than at the back. It was 165 feet long, and rather more than 27 feet in diameter at the biggest part, and had a capacity of 66,000 feet. The car, which was constructed of bamboo rods, was 108 feet long, 6 feet high, and 4 feet broad, being covered on the outside with silk. An electric motor, capable of giving 8.5 horsepower, was driven by an accumulator, and connected to a propeller, which was carried at the front, and made of wooden beams 23 feet long. In order to prevent any injury to the propeller blades when a descent was made, it was possible to slightly raise the axis on which they were mounted. Moreover, Reynaud intended to obviate any serious shocks on coming to earth by using a guide rope. The way in which such a rope is used becomes evident if the arrangements made for a descent are considered. Suppose a balloon to be falling. It will gradually reach a considerable velocity, unless measures are taken to prevent it, and a violent shock would figure. 27. Thissendier's dirigible balloon. Result from contact with the ground. It is, however, difficult to check this velocity by throwing out ballast, because the throwing out of too little ballast might not be sufficient to prevent a dangerous shock, and if too much were thrown out the balloon might begin to ascend. The following plan is therefore adopted. A heavy guide rope, from 200 to 300 feet long, is gradually paid out shortly before the car reaches the ground. This corresponds to so much ballast, and the shock is consequently very much reduced. If for any reason the balloon begins to ascend again, it drags with it some of the rope, and this increase of load tends to bring it down again. Automatic reactions of this kind play an important part in bringing a balloon to the ground, or in traveling at a low level. The friction of the rope against the ground is also useful in checking the speed, and allows an anchor more time to fasten itself. Renard also carried a so-called sliding weight, and this could be moved into any suitable position so as to counteract any shifting of the center of gravity that might be caused by movements of the passengers. The total weight, together with ballast, was 2 tons. At the back between the car and the body of the balloon a rudder was mounted, which was rectangular in appearance, and trapezoidal in cross-section. Any distortion of its shape was therefore impossible. It was moved about a vertical axis by means of ropes, which were secured to beams projecting over the sides of the car. The inventors waited nearly 2 months in perfectly calm weather, but at last, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon of August the 9th, Renard and Krebs mounted the balloon, which they called La France, and made an ascent. As soon as they had risen above the level of the trees in the neighborhood of Chalais, they set the propellers in motion. Immediately they noticed that the speed was increasing, and as a further encouraging symptom it was seen that small changes of direction could be effected by means of the rudder. The journey was therefore continued from north to south till they crossed the road from Choisy to Versailles, after which they turned to the west. It had not been intended to sail directly against the wind, which however only amounted to a gentle breeze. But their confidence increased, and at a distance of 2 miles from Chalais they turned round, completing the bend in the small angle of 11 degrees at a radius of about 160 yards. After a slight deviation to the right-hand side, which was soon corrected by the rudder, the balloon reached a spot 1,000 feet above the starting point. The valve was slightly opened, and the balloon was then maneuvered by means of the motor into the most convenient spot for the descent, which was about 80 yards above the parade ground. The guide rope was caught figure 28. The balloon La France, built by Rayner and Krebs, by the soldiers, and the balloon was safely landed, after having covered rather less than 5 miles in 23 minutes. A second expedition was less successful. The wind was rather stronger, and drove the balloon before it. The arrangements connected with the motor were injured, and a descent had to be made at a distance of 3 miles from the starting point. The balloon was then carried back to Chalais. On the third occasion the course was directed n.east, against the wind towards Belancourt. In order to determine the velocity of the wind, Rayner stopped the motor and let the balloon drift. He then found that the wind was blowing at the rate of 5 miles an hour, that is, 7 feet per second, while the velocity due to the motor was 2 miles an hour, or 7 yards per second. The balloon was then brought to land at the starting point. Out of 7 attempts it was possible to bring the balloon back to the starting point on 5 occasions. At the 5th attempt the wind was blowing with a velocity of 21 feet per second, and it was consequently impossible to sail in the opposite direction. The 6th and 7th journeys were made to the city of Paris. It was therefore clearly demonstrated to all unbelievers that the dirigible balloon was now within the range of practical possibilities. In spite of its successes, the French have not adopted this type, partly because its speed was insufficient, and partly because it could only undertake a short journey. Nard made further attempts to construct one on a bigger scale, but they were unsuccessful. In 1879 Baumgarten and /V61 Furt built a balloon in Germany that was fitted with a Daimler benzine motor, and the first ascent was made with it at Leipzig in 1880. It had a propeller for raising it in the air, and was fitted at the sides with things of the nature of wings, which were for the purpose of producing horizontal motion. Baumgarten almost came to grief during the first trial. The airship had 3 cars, and the result of carrying a passenger in one of the outer cars was that the load was unevenly distributed. In consequence, the whole thing tilted over with the longer axis in a vertical position, and came with a crash to the ground. The occupants luckily escaped without injury. Baumgarten subsequently died, and Wolfert proceeded with the work alone. Successful experiments were said to have been made, and finally it was arranged to make an ascent on the Tempelhofer Feld, near Berlin, on June 12, 1897. The balloon rose to a height of 600 feet and travelled with the wind. Suddenly a flame was seen to dart from the motor towards the figure 29. Captain Nard. Main body of the balloon, a slight report was heard, and the whole tiling fell to the ground, where it was entirely destroyed by the flames before it was possible to rescue Wolfert and his companion. The disaster was caused by the fact that no suitable precautions were taken in connection with the benzene vapor, which formed an explosive mixture with the air, and was accidentally fired. One would have thought an accident of this figure 30. Dr. Wolfert's dirigible balloon about to start. Kind was sufficient to put inventors on their guard, and it is therefore strange to find that Severo's death was caused a few years later by precisely the same defect in his arrangements. An Austrian engineer, named Schwartz, made a balloon with a rigid envelope, but the ascent on the Tempelhofer Feld in 1897 was unsuccessful. Mérimond and Dupuy Delcourt had already proposed in 1831 and 1844 to construct the body of metal, and this was actually done. But their efforts failed in consequence of the insufficient rigidity of their design and the leaks which occurred at the joints. Schwartz's balloon was constructed of aluminium, 0*0018 thick, which was supported on a stiff lattice work, made of tubes of the same metal. The shape was peculiar, but it was probably owing to difficulties of construction that it was impossible to use the form, which had been already found, as the result of many experiments, to offer the least resistance to the air. The ascent was undertaken by a soldier out of the balloon corps, and he was driven in the direction of the wind. The belts driving the propellers came off their pulleys, one after another, and in consequence of serious leaks the figure 31. Schwartz's balloon after the accident. Balloon came to the ground in a short time at a distance of 4 miles from the starting point. Great injury was done by the shock on coming to earth, but the soldier escaped by jumping from the car before it reached the ground. Soon afterwards it was completely destroyed by the wind. The way in which rigid bodies of this type are filled with gas must be here described. It is not possible to pass the gas directly into the balloon, as this would merely cause a mixture of air and gas. Schwartz's balloon was 156 feet long, and contained 130,000 cubic feet. It was filled by Captain von Sigsfeld, who passed a number of bags into the balloon, and inflated them with gas. After it was filled, the bags were pulled to pieces and torn out again. Another method consists in placing a linen envelope within the aluminium casing. This linen envelope is first blown out with air, and the gas is then passed between the aluminium and the linen. The air is therefore gradually pressed out of the linen envelope, which is withdrawn at the end of the operation. It may be well to mention two methods which are unsatisfactory in practice. The one consists in passing steam into the body of the balloon, which condenses while the gas is passed in, and flows away in the form of water. The other consists in passing the gas while the balloon is submerged underwater. In any case, under the most favorable conditions, it is a tedious and delicate operation. If we glance back at the progress which has been described in this chapter, it will probably seem as though little had really been done in these 45 years. The speed which had been reached by these balloons was indeed lamentably insufficient. Still, it must be admitted that many preliminary points of importance had been considered and solved. Not the least of their achievements was probably to be found in the fact that they had convinced the world that a dirigible balloon was likely to be a possibility of the immediate future, and one result of this was that there was no longer any insuperable difficulty in raising funds. France was certainly more lavish in this respect than most other countries, with the result that the French have succeeded in constructing a really serviceable airship. Chapter 8. Dirigible balloons from 1898 to 1906. Count von Zeppelin, who had distinguished himself over a well-known incident of the Franco-Prussian War, devoted his attention, after retiring from the army, to the construction of a dirigible balloon, a plan which he had long entertained. He formed a limited liability company for the purpose of raising the necessary money, and started on the work in 1898. His balloon was the longest and biggest which had been made. It had a strong framework of aluminium, which was covered with linen and silk, treated with bergamoid. Special compartments were built inside for holding linen bags, which contained nearly 400,000 cubic feet of hydrogen. From end to end it measured 420 feet, and its diameter was 38 feet. There were 2 cars, in each of which was a motor, giving 16 horsepower. These motors were altogether independent of one another, and worked propellers which were rigidly connected to the body of the balloon. Vertical and horizontal screws were used for movements in the corresponding directions. A sliding weight was used, if required, to raise or lower the front of the balloon, and was moved by means of a winch along a steel support, on which it was carried. In this way it was possible to rise or fall over certain distances without loss of ballast or using the valves. Little was known about the probable results of the shock that would be experienced on coming to the ground in a rigid machine of this type. Schwarz's experiment was the only one which threw any light on the matter, and it was therefore considered safer to conduct the trials above the waters of the Boden Sea. The construction of the outer envelope was a matter of great importance. It provided a smooth surface, and also protected the gas bags from injury of any kind. Moreover, a thin film of air came between the gas bags and the outer covering, and served to protect them from undesirable variations of temperature. This is a matter of great importance, because the indirect effect of radiation would otherwise be to cause a rise or fall. The first ascent was made in July, 1900, and it cannot be said that it was favored by any unusual luck. The winch, which worked the sliding weight, was broken, and the whole balloon, together with the framework which connected the 2 cars, was figure 32. Count Zeppelin's dirigible balloon. So bent that the propellers could not be properly worked. Consequently full speed could not be reached, the maximum that was actually attained being 13 feet per second, and it was also impossible to steer, as the ropes that were used for this purpose became entangled. These mishaps, which could not be rectified in mid-air, made it necessary to descend to the lake, where everything happened as had been expected, and the only injury that was sustained was caused by running on a pile. The damage was repaired at the end of September, and on October the 21st a further attempt was made on the original lines, and a speed of 30 feet per second was reached. It was pointed out that a higher speed than this could probably be reached, but owing to the continual turns, it was impossible to get up full speed in any direction. Dr. Hergesser, the director of the Meteorological Institute in Alsace and Lorraine, undertook all the measurements. He determined trigonometrically the exact positions of 3 points, and from them continuous observations of the balloon were made. The speed of the wind was recorded on an instrument that was placed in a pilot balloon, and the figures so obtained may be confidently regarded as correct. The speed of the balloon was therefore greater than that of any of its predecessors, and exceeded that of Renard and Krebs by about 10/v feet per second. At the end of another 5 years Count von Zeppelin had collected enough money to build a second airship. In the light of the experience that had been gained in 1900, the new model of 1905 was improved in all its details. The most important alteration was made by Figure 33. Count Zeppelin, increasing the power of the motor without adding to its weight. Each car carried a motor, weighing 800 pounds, and giving 85 horsepower. The body was about 6 feet shorter than before, while the diameter was slightly increased, the length being 85 feet, and the diameter 38 feet. It had 16 gas bags, which held 367,000 cubic feet of hydrogen, the capacity being about 32,000 cubic feet less than before. The total weight was 9 tons, which was a decrease of 1 ton. The 4 propellers were also somewhat larger. In front and behind were placed 3 vertical surfaces, constructed of linen, and intended to produce motion in horizontal directions. Between them and the car's horizontal surfaces were arranged, one above another, after the fashion of an aeroplane, in order to induce falling or rising movements. The steering was done by the occupant of the front car. The first ascent took place over the Bodensee Sea on November 30, 1905. It had been intended to tow the raft, to which it was anchored, further from the shore against the wind. But the water was too low to allow the use of the raft. The balloon was therefore mounted on pontoons, pulled out into the lake, and taken in tow by a motorboat. It was caught by a strong wind which was blowing from the shore, and driven ahead at such a rate that it overtook the motorboat. The tow rope was therefore at once cut, but it unexpectedly formed into knots and became entangled with the airship, pulling the front end down into the water. The balloon was then caught by the wind and lifted into the air, when the propellers were set in motion. The front end was at this instant pointing in a downward direction, and consequently it shot into the water, where it was found necessary to open the valves. Certain slight damage was sustained, and a delay of 6 weeks took place. The next attempt was made on January 17, 1906, when it was found that the lifting force was too great, and it rose at once to a height of 1,500 feet. When the propellers had been started at a lower level, it was found possible to move against the wind. But at a greater height a strong breeze was found to be blowing from the sea, and the balloon was turned to face the wind. In consequence of lack of experience, it was found difficult to hit the mark, because the steering arrangements produced too strong a turning motion. In the meantime the balloon had reached the shore, and was carried with the wind, the motors having been stopped for various reasons. The descent was made without serious damage, although the anchor failed to hold in the frosty ground. A slight superficial rent was caused by rubbing against a tree. But during the night the wind did so much damage that Count Zeppelin was obliged to order it to be broken up. It is very difficult to form any decided opinion as to the merits of this design. At any rate, it is certain that if the motors could produce a speed of 30 feet per second, when working at 36 horsepower, the velocity would have been much greater if the full 170 horsepower could have been exerted. The latest news is to the effect that Count von Zeppelin has made a further attempt with a new balloon, and that this has been successful. Its stability is said to be very great, and it can be easily steered. According to Hagesa, a speed of nearly 50 feet per second has been reached, which is far better than any previous record. About the same time, a young Brazilian, named Santos Dumont, appeared in Paris, and proceeded to astonish the world with his feats, which soon made him the most popular hero in the ballooning world. He had great wealth, as well as courage and perseverance, and constructed altogether 14 balloons, making ascents in all of them with greater or less success. He knew nothing about the work of his predecessors when he set himself, without any experience, to the task of constructing his first balloon. List of Santos Dumont's airships. Perhaps he can hardly be said to have hidden his light under a bushel, and technically considered, his results constitute no great advance on account of the small speeds he reached. But, on the other hand, he succeeded, as no one else has done, in arousing enthusiasm for the sport of ballooning, especially in England and France. Zeppelin's balloon represented the rigid type of construction, whereas Santos Dumont favored a flabby envelope with a slight amount of stiffening, and used an airbag to keep the thing in shape. The measurements are also altogether different from those adopted by Zeppelin, though he gradually adopted larger sizes. This resulted from the fact that he was obliged to use larger motors, as he found that the speed was insufficient. Heavier motors meant an increase of weight, and this could only be met by increasing the dimensions generally. It is extremely interesting to follow Santos Dumont on his expeditions. He succeeded in learning something on every occasion, and instantly proceeded to build a new balloon without giving a thought to the possibility of adapting Figure 34. Santos Dumont. The old JQNE less than he made very few expeditions in his first balloons, because he saw almost at once that they were unsuitable and that radical alterations were needed in the design. He went through all manner of accidents on his trial runs, but he also showed on many occasions that he well understood the art of guiding his ship through the air. He landed in trees, in the water, on the roofs of houses in rapid succession. Still his presence of mind always found a way of escape. His first attempt started very unluckily. The airship was at once dashed against the trees and torn to pieces. He said himself that the choice of an unsuitable starting point was the cause of this accident. He made his ascent in a place that was surrounded by high trees. The force of the wind, which acted in the same direction as that produced by his dirigible balloons from 1898 to 1906. 67 propellers drove him against the trees before he had time to rise above them. He then took the precaution of starting always with the front of the balloon towards the wind. The damage was repaired in 2 days, and after performing some evolutions at a low level, he gained such confidence that he sailed from Paris to Longchamps at a height of 1,300 feet. At first all went well. As soon as the balloon fell, the gas contracted and the airbag was seen to be too small. The balloon was no longer properly inflated, and it proceeded to fold up in the middle, like a pocket knife. It then plunged downwards towards the ground, figure 35. Santos Dumont's second balloon breaks its back, May LLTH, 1899. But Santos Dumont did not lose his presence of mind. He shouted to some small boys who were playing in a field, and told them to catch his guide rope, and run with it as fast as possible against the wind. They did as they were told, and the air resistance was so great that the balloon came gently to the ground without causing any injury to the driver. A new balloon was ready in the spring of 1899. The airbag was now to be filled by a small rotating fan, whereas in the earlier model a pneumatic pump, similar to those in use on motor cars, had been employed. The whole thing snapped again in the middle, because the airbag could not be filled quickly enough to counteract the decrease of volume caused by the cold. It fell at once at a great rate, and the shock was luckily somewhat broken F2, SSS, by rebounding from the trees in the Jardin d'acclimatation. He proceeded to build a new machine, which was of a different shape, and intended to be filled with coal gas, as this had the advantage over hydrogen of allowing an ascent to be made almost at any spot. He thought to prevent the long body of his balloon from collapsing by stiffening it with a bamboo rod, which was placed between the car and the body, and acted as a connecting link between the two. The first ascent was made on November 18, 1899, and was very successful. The start took place at the Champ de Mars, and the balloon made several circuits of the Eiffel Tower before descending. It was not easy to make a descent at the same spot in the middle of the town on account of the chimneys, and he therefore came down in an open field on the very place where the first accident had occurred. In order to have a more convenient spot for starting and landing, Santos Dumont built a shed in the grounds of the Aero Club, which was connected to the gas mains and was provided with an apparatus for generating hydrogen. After he had made a few further trial runs with No. 3, he proceeded to build No. 4, which was shown in September 1900, to the International Commission, then sitting in Paris for the investigation of scientific ballooning. The car of the new design had the merit of simplicity. The driver sat on an ordinary riding saddle, and his feet controlled the pedals connected to the motor. A tiller made connection with the rudder. The motor was joined rather less rigidly than before to the body of the balloon, and an important alteration consisted in placing the figure 36. Santos Dumont's third balloon. Propeller at the front instead of the back. With No. 4, he made several satisfactory ascents from the grounds of the Aero Club at St. Cloud. He is stated to have asserted that the Commission was satisfied that this balloon could make headway against a strong wind, but on the day of inspection the breeze could only be called moderate, although it may be admitted that the standards by which the wind is judged are by no means well defined, and allow for differences of opinion, according to the point of view. Still he made no exact measurements of the force of the wind, and contented himself with estimates. Consequently his statements under this head must be received with caution. On the other hand, it is only fair to allow that the instruments at present in use for the measurement of the wind are not altogether satisfactory. Perhaps the best of them is the one made by Gradenwitz. It depends on the gyrostatic principle involved in the construction of instruments for determining the velocities of fluids. If a glass cylinder is filled with fluid, and rotated about a vertical axis, the upper surface of the fluid assumes the shape of a paraboloid of revolution, and the depression depends, as far as its magnitude is concerned, on the speed of rotation. If such an instrument is calibrated experimentally, it is possible to determine the speed of rotation by noting the extent of the depression, always assuming that the volume of the fluid remains unchanged. Gradenwitz's instrument consists figure 37. Gradenwitz anemometer. In the combination of a Robinson anemometer with a closed glass tube containing the fluid. The apparatus is set in motion by the wind, in the usual way, and it is then possible by noting the depression to tell the velocity at any instant. The calibration is carried out by means of the rotating apparatus used by the Meteorological Observatory at Hamburg. An instrument of this sort ought always to be used in trials of dirigible balloons. But even without taking into account any such measurements, the power given by the motor in Damont's last balloon was much too small. He therefore changed it for one having 4 cylinders. It weighed much more, and it was therefore necessary to add to the size of the balloon by inserting a piece in the middle. At the same time he set to work on the making of a keel, which was 59 feet long, and made of pine wood. It was triangular in cross-section, and covered with piano wire. Wire of this kind had been used by an American, named Yoch, for the purpose of holding a kite. A further novelty was introduced in the shape of a movable guide rope. The idea was that by moving the guide rope either forwards or backwards, it would be possible to shift the center of gravity of the balloon, and therefore to raise or lower the front end. He expected with the use of his propellers, which were placed at the back as in earlier models, to be able to rise or fall without the loss of gas or ballast. The first ascent with the remodeled machine took place on July 12, 1901. After passing 10 times round the racecourse at Longchamps, a distance of 22 miles, the balloon was directed towards the Eiffel Tower. On the way, one of the ropes connected to the rudder was injured, and this was repaired in the gardens of the Trocadero. He then sailed round the Eiffel Tower, and returned to the Aero Club after a journey of 1 hour 6 minutes. A prize had been offered by Monsieur Deutsch to the man who should succeed in sailing round the Eiffel Tower and returning to the starting point at St. Cloud within half an hour, the amount of the prize being 4,000. Santos Dumont therefore notified the authorities that he was prepared to undertake the journey on the following day. But the motor did not work satisfactorily, and the balloon fell on a chestnut tree in Yothsild's garden. The attempt was repeated on August the 8th, and again it met with a sudden end. A serious accident was indeed only just avoided. The balloon broke up, and the framework fell on the roof of a house near the Trocadero, and then plunged downwards into the courtyard. Firemen rescued the aeronaut from his dangerous position by lowering ropes from the roof, but the balloon itself was torn to shreds. Nothing daunted, his activity knew no bounds, and he set to work the same day on the plans for a new balloon. After much hard work it was ready in 22 days, and the ascent was made. In this model very special attention was paid to the valves, seeing that the last accident had been due to leaks. The rigidity of the design was increased. The airbag was filled by a small fan, any excess being removed through a valve which opened automatically at a certain pressure. After some unsuccessful efforts, Santos Dumont succeeded with No. 6 encircling the Eiffel Tower and winning the Deutsch Prize. He returned to the starting point in 29 minutes 30 seconds, but the landing occupied another minute. Nevertheless, the prize was awarded to him by 13 votes to 9, in spite of the fact that, strictly speaking, the precise conditions had not been fulfilled. He reached a speed of 22 feet per second, which was very little better than the result obtained by Rayner and Krebs in 1885. The prize was divided into 2 parts. 3,000 was given by the winner for distribution among the poor of Paris, and the remaining .1000 was distributed among his assistants. The Brazilian government sent him a gold medal, together with the sum of 5,000, which was allocated towards the expensive new balloons. During the ensuing winter he continued his experiments at Monaco, where a large shed for housing his balloon was built for him by the prince on the seashore. After some successful ascents over the Mediterranean in good weather, the balloon tilted over on February 14, 1902, because the airbags were not filled quickly enough to make up the loss in volume. It fell into the sea, and the aeronaut was safely brought to land. The balloon itself was not recovered till later on, and it was then found to have sustained such damage that it was sent to Paris for repairs. The later types were divided inside by partitions, which formed a series of chambers. Diffusion of the gas was therefore still possible, but any sudden rush of gas to the one end or the other was prevented. Mention should be made of No. 13, which was a kind of rosier. The envelope was egg-shaped, and below there was a pear-shaped appendage, which had a large tubular opening, stretching down to the car. It was expected that by the use of a special form of petroleum burner it would be possible to figure 38. Causes double balloon. Rise or fall. But it failed altogether to come up to expectation. According to the laws of diffusion, which have been already explained, the gas from the main body would penetrate into the auxiliary receiver, and in this way an explosive mixture would be formed. The tests with the last types led to no fresh results. The speed was always too small, and for military purposes they would have been useless. No. 9 was the most popular of the series. Santos Dumont went in this balloon to the racecourse at Longchamps, came down to the ground to watch the races, and then mounted again and went home. On another occasion he came down on the pavement in front of his own house, had breakfast, and then continued his journey. When the French troops were being reviewed by Monsieur Lubit, the president of the Republic, the balloon appeared opposite the grandstand and fired off a salute. He performed many other feats of a similar character, and though they may appear somewhat undignified, he succeeded in creating a widespread interest in the sport. It will be interesting to notice the results of his experiments with different kinds of motors. He started by using the ordinary motor, carried by tricycles, and mounted 2 of these, opposite to one another, so that they worked on one crank, and could be fed by one carburetor. He called this a motor tandem, and found that an arrangement of this kind worked well, when driven along the streets. He then wished to know the amount of vibration which its working would be likely to cause, and the motor was therefore hung from the branch of a tree in the Bois de Boulogne. It was then seen that there was a slight amount of vibration when the motor turned slowly, but that this entirely disappeared when the speed was increased. With regard to the danger of an explosion, resulting from the mixture of the escaping gas with the air, Dumont stated that he had no fear on that score, seeing that the balloon would always be in motion, and consequently the escaping gas would never reach the motor. He said that he had seen flames 18 inches long dart from his motor, but that no accident had happened. He had more fear of a cold explosion, that is, of an explosion caused by expansion of the body of the balloon from any cause, supposing the valves to work badly. With petroleum motors, it is very necessary to be on one's guard against any accident, resulting in setting the petroleum reservoir on fire. On one occasion a fire of this nature occurred on board No. 9, but he luckily succeeded in putting it out with his Panama hat. His idea that escaping gases from the body of the balloon would not reach the motor, if in motion, is, however, incorrect. For instance, during the ascent it is quite possible that an accident might arise from this cause, and the necessary precautions must on no account be neglected. Another Brazilian, named Severo, met his death owing to an accident which was due to this very cause. His balloon, called the Pax, was of a peculiar shape, and was sustained by an inner framework. Its capacity was 84,750 cubic feet. A noteworthy point in its construction was the placing of the 2 propellers at the ends of the longer axis. The front propeller was 13 feet in diameter, and was intended to push the air aside. The back one, 20 feet in diameter, was intended to drive the balloon forwards. In addition to these, there was behind the car a third propeller, 10 feet in diameter. 2 Boucher motors, of 16 and 24 horsepower, were arranged asymmetrically in the car, which was built up of bamboo rods together with tubes of steel and aluminium. Sevier made an ascent on May 12, 1902, in company with his friend Sadie, having previously made 3 ascents in a captive balloon. The working of the propellers had been tested while the balloon was held in a captive state by ropes. Shortly after the start, it was noticed that ballast was being thrown out, and that the propellers only worked intermittently. After a quarter of an hour, flames were noticed at the back of the car, and a violent explosion followed. Immediately after this, a bright flame was seen in the middle of the lower side of the main body, and another explosion took place. The balloon fell from a height of 1,300 feet, and Severo and his companion were killed on the spot. It was subsequently found that the petroleum reservoir showed signs of having been on fire, and the whole of the car was more or less burnt. 1. The fault lay in placing the car too close to the body of the balloon. The consequence was that there was always some of the explosive mixture in the car, seeing that during the ascent the hydrogen was escaping through a valve which was immediately above one of the motors. At the moment of starting, the speed was too small to allow this escaping gas to be swept away, and the explosion must have originated at the motor. The flame was then carried along the chimney, and came in contact with a stronger explosive mixture, with the result that a second explosion took place. The balloon then crumpled up, and as the outer envelope was not firmly secured, it did not act as a parachute, the fall being in consequence very rapid. Just before one, a full account of the accident is given by Hospitalier, an officer in the French Balloon Corps, in the Gestleerte Aeronavtalsgemettelijken 3, 1902, starting, Sevier removed the pieces of wire gauze, which had been provided for the sake of security, thinking himself that they were unnecessary. The Brazilian government, which had already shown its interest in these experiments, has made provision for Sever's family, and paid 1,000 to Sacha's friends. The year 1902 was an unlucky one from the point of view of ballooning, and many fatal accidents took place. Captain Bach von Sixfeld of the Prussian Balloon Corps, who was well known from his work in connection with kites, was killed on the occasion of a descent at Antwerp on February 1. Soon figure 39. Severo's balloon about to start. Afterwards, a French naval officer, who was carrying out some evolutions at Le Goubran, fell with his balloon into the water and was drowned. Severo's death followed, and finally Baron von Bradsky was killed in Paris while making an ascent with a dirigible airship. Baron von Bradsky-Lebaut built an aerostat, which had an envelope just large enough to lift the dead weight of the balloon. Any upward or downward movement was to be effected by means of a propeller, working on a vertical axis, while motion in a forward direction was produced by a horizontal screw, steering being, as usual, done by means of a vertical rudder. No airbag was used. The balloon was 112 feet long, and had a capacity of 30,000 cubic feet. The gas was prevented from flowing to either end by means of partitions, which divided the interior into 3 compartments. A frame was built up parallel to the longer axis. Sails were mounted on it, having an area of 365 square feet, and these could be lowered when required. The car was connected with the framework by 50 lengths of piano wire, but very little lateral stiffening was used. Bradsky made an experimental ascent on October 13, and a young engineer, named Maureen, accompanied him. Both had previously made a couple of ascents as passengers in other balloons. Their plan was to sail towards the southwest against the wind, which only amounted to a light breeze. But they failed to do so, and were carried in a northeasterly direction. One of the propellers caused a tilt about the vertical axis, and they ascended to a much greater height than had been expected. Bradsky seemed to be about to give up the attempt, and began to descend. When he was about 300 feet from the ground, he called out for information as to a suitable landing place. As soon as he had satisfied himself about this point, it was noticed that Maureen moved towards Bradsky, and the center of gravity was shifted to such an extent that the car toppled over. Both aeronauts were thrown out and killed on the spot. General Narutha's idea was that the accident was caused by the absence of sufficient rigidity, the result of which was that the piano wires became entangled and broke. However successful Santos Dumont may have been, it cannot be said that he produced a balloon suitable for military purposes. This work was accomplished by Al-Boudi, whose balloon has been introduced into the French army with very successful results. The construction of this airship deserves careful consideration. In 1899 the brothers Al-Boudi commissioned an able engineer, named Gelot, to make investigations into the design of dirigible balloons. The actual work of construction was put in hand 2 years later, and the first ascent was made on November 13, 1902. It was made of bright yellow calico, procured from Hanover, and was 187 feet long, with a diameter of 32 feet, and a capacity of 80,000 cubic feet. It was fitted with a Daimler motor, giving 40 horsepower. The total weight, including 2/3 of a ton of benzene, water and ballast, was 2 tons. 29 ascents were made before July, 1903. On 28 of these occasions, the balloon was able to return to its starting place. The maximum speed was 36 feet per second, though this statement has been disputed. The balloon had now been in use for 70 days, and its covering showed signs of wear. Repairs were therefore carried out, and a fresh start was made in November. It was placed under the control of the aeronaut Jacques, who was accompanied by a mechanic, and they brought it from the Champ de Mars to Mudo. As it descended, it was dashed against a tree and the outer covering destroyed. The motor was uninjured, and a new envelope was therefore put in hand at once. The Al-Boudi 1904 must be described more fully, as it is similar to that at present in use. The unsymmetrical form of the first balloon was retained, but the pointed end at the back was somewhat rounded to an elliptical shape, and the axis was lengthened to 190 feet. Its capacity was 94,000 cubic feet, its surface 14,000 square feet, and the weight of the covering rather more than half a ton. The calico which had been brought from Hanover had turned out very satisfactorily, and it was therefore used on the new model. It was made airtight by coating with rubber both on the inside and outside. In France hydrogen is used, which is prepared from sulfuric acid and iron. In Germany chemically pure gas is ordinarily used, and prepared by the electrolytic decomposition of water. The former plan has the disadvantage of allowing minute quantities of sulfuric acid to be carried into the balloon, and therefore an inner coating of rubber is required in order to protect the calico from its effects. The airbag was increased to a size of 17,650 cubic feet, and divided into 3 parts. The fan was also arranged in a more convenient position, and placed closer to the main body. The air chambers were so arranged in the first model as to be filled through a lower neck which reached down to the car. This was found inconvenient, because at full speed the wind pressure was so great as to make it difficult to pass air into the neck. There was also the great danger which might arise if flames should break out in the neighborhood of the motor, and be carried up by means of the neck. The fan was therefore driven by the motor. If the machine was at rest, an electric motor and a battery of accumulators were carried to supply the necessary power. Besides the main valve, there were also 2 safety valves, which allowed the gas to escape under a pressure of 1/4 inches of mercury. 2 small figure 40. Framework and car of Labaudi's dirigible balloon. Windows were provided for inspecting the inside of the balloon. Every possible precaution was taken to ensure the stability of the machine. A horizontal oval-shaped sail of pipe blue silk, having an area of 1,055 square feet, was stretched below the stand, and beneath it there was a vertical sail, of much smaller dimensions, of the nature of a keel. At the back, which was elliptically shaped, surfaces having an area of about 240 square feet, and shaped like the tail of a pigeon, were arranged round the main body, and were crossed at the middle by a small vertical sail. Instead of having only 1 rudder, the new model had 2, which were smaller and placed further back. They were movable about a horizontal axis, and of the shape of a 5, with the pointed end towards the front. When at rest, it was in a state of stable equilibrium. If one of the sails gave way before the wind, the other merely offered an increased resistance. The driver could also alter their positions according to requirements. A slanting horizontal sail could be stretched across the front, and helped to balance the whole. A movable vertical sail, having an area of 130 square feet, was provided for guiding the horizontal movements. It could be turned about a vertical axis, slightly inclined towards the back. The car was boat-shaped with a flat bottom. It was 16 feet long, 5 feet broad, and 3 feet deep. The framework was of steel, and it was covered with thin sheets of aluminium. In order to increase the rigidity and at the same time to diminish the shock caused by reaching the ground, an arrangement of steel tubes, shaped like a pyramid, was placed below the car, with the apex downwards. A guide rope and an anchor were also carried. The car, which was only 10 feet below the body, was more or less rigidly supported by steel ropes about 0.2 inches in diameter. The 40 horsepower motor made 1,200 revolutions per minute, and consumed 31 pounds of benzene per hour, the reservoir holding 48 gallons. At the front of the car an acetylene lamp was mounted. By daylight this was replaced by a photographic camera, which was worked electrically. The total height of the balloon from the apex of the pyramid to the upper surface of the main body was 44 feet, figure 41. Car of Labordi's balloon. The first experimental run was made on August the 4th. However, on the 28th of the month an accident happened. As the descent was being made, the balloon dashed into a tree, and was carried away by the wind, leaving its passengers behind. 4 hours afterwards, it came to the earth, and it was found that little damage had been done. The Yellow, as the first balloon was called, made 12 ascents in 25 days. In all it made 63 ascents. It had carried 26 different persons, among whom were the wives of the brothers Budi, and altogether it took from first to last 195 passengers. The longest journey was made at Moisson on June the 24th, 1903, when 60 miles were covered in 2 hours 46 minutes. The repairs necessitated by the above accident were completed on October LLTH, 1904, and further tests were carried out, beginning on the 29th. The Budi had in the meantime been much improved. It was fitted with a horizontal sail, 12 feet long and 5 feet broad, which could be rolled up. This was carried in front of the car, and intended to produce movements up or down without loss of gas or ballast. Later it was found to be a very convenient device. The arrangements for lighting were also improved, and were used during the night of October the 23rd. Each passenger carried a small lamp, which was fastened to his clothes, and 2 lamps, each 100 candle power, lighted the car and the lower side of the balloon. The candle power of the acetylene projector was increased to 1 million. 18 journeys were made before December the 24th, and the balloon was found to be completely under control. It was perfectly stable, and could always easily and safely be brought to the ground. The type of 1904 was, however, further improved. Among other things, the cross-section of the main body was increased by 5%. Calculations showed that this was likely to increase the air resistance by about 11%. But at any rate it has had no effect on the speed, because the motor was increased to 50 horsepower, as an indirect result of raising the capacity to 105,000 cubic feet. The weight of benzene and ballast was at the same time increased by 75%. The French Minister of War paid much attention to the progress of the work, and thought it desirable to find out how far such a balloon could be adapted to military purposes. He therefore appointed a commission for this purpose, which consisted of Colonel Bautiot, who commanded a balloon corps, together with Major V and Captain Voyer. A definite program was proposed. Le Budi was to sail to the camp at Chalo, and there carry out certain experiments. After that, it was to be figure 42. Labordi's dirigible balloon. Taken to Toul and Verdun. The balloon was to remain in active service for 3 months, and always to be anchored in the open. Certain erections were made for the purpose of anchoring it, but they were not very successful in actual working. On July the 3rd at 3:45 a.m., the balloon started from Moisson in the direction of Meuse, having Voyer, Judgment Success, and E on board. 56 miles were covered in 2 hours 35 minutes, and the balloon came to the ground at the precise spot where Budi and his engineer were waiting. The maximum height had been 1570 feet, and 200 pounds of ballast had been thrown overboard. Another ascent was made on July the 4th, when Major Bautio started from Mose at 4:38 a.m., and sailed against a strong east wind at the rate of 10 or 12 miles an hour. He landed at 5:25 a.m., according to instructions, at a place called Sept Sorts. The balloon was somewhat damaged on the following night in a thunderstorm, but he was able to make a further start on July the 6th. At 7:59 a.m. he started from Mose and passed over Chateau Thierry to Chalo, where he landed at 11:20 a.m., after a journey of 3 hours 21 minutes. The distance, as the crow flies, was 58 miles, but the balloon actually covered 61 miles. It was then anchored to some trees, where it was exposed to a strong wind. It was soon torn away from its moorings, carried over some telegraph wires to a height of 1,000 feet, and subsequently dashed against trees with considerable violence. The envelope was completely destroyed, but 3 soldiers, who had been left in the car to attend to it, escaped without serious injury. The Minister of War provided immediate facilities for the work of repair. It was astonishing to find how easily the repairs were executed without having recourse to the factory at Moyson, and without the provision of any special appliances. This was due in large measure to the energy displayed by XZYULLIO, who showed great ability in controlling the execution of the work. A riding school belonging to the 39th Artillery Regiment was used as a workshop. Another riding school was also placed at their disposal, and the ground was excavated so that the balloon, together with the car, could be placed on the floor. In addition to this, a small installation was prepared to generate the hydrogen, together with scrubbers, dryers, etc. The work occupied 150 men for 11 weeks, and on September the 21st gas was again passed into the balloon. On October the 8th, the Minister of War happened to be in Toul on a visit of inspection, and though the weather was windy and rainy, XZYULLIO determined to make a start. A series of evolutions took place over the military hospital, and the return journey was then made. A farther expedition was made on October the 12th, starting at 7:36 a.m., with 930 pounds of ballast. They passed over the fort of Gondreville, and all the fortifications in the neighborhood of Nancy, returning to Toul, where they landed at 9:50 a.m. In 2 hours 14 minutes they had covered 32 miles, the maximum height being 2,230 feet. On October the 18th, the 72nd ascent was made with 5 passengers on board. The instructions were to the effect that photographs were to be taken of the various fortifications, and a sack of ballast was to be thrown down at a given spot. Everything passed off according to the plan, and in spite of throwing out the ballast, the maximum height was only 1,800 feet. A fan was carried, which could pass 35 cubic feet of air into the airbags in a second. The loss caused by throwing out 44 pounds of ballast was quickly made good by pumping 635 cubic feet of air, and the further rise of the balloon was prevented. A series of ascents were then made by some of the commanding officers, and took place without any accident, though the weather was not precisely clear. On the 24th of October the 76th journey took place, when the Minister of War, together with his adjutant, Major Bautio, Captain Voyer, and others, made the ascent. On November the 10th, the balloon was allowed to retire into winter quarters after having had a truly brilliant career. Reports state that other balloons of a similar design have been put in hand at Moyson and Toul, and that they are to be kept at the forts along the frontier. The cost of a balloon of this type is from 10,000 to 12,000, and cannot be considered unreasonable in view of the services which it could render in case of war. The cost of the experiments is not exactly known, but it is believed to have been between 100,000 and 150,000. The successes of Santos Dumont and Budi have spurred others on with the desire to rival their feats. Count Americo Descio has a peculiar method of working without an airbag, and alleges that he can rise without losing gas and descend without alteration of the shape of the envelope. His balloon has a cigar-shaped body, 130 feet long, 20 feet in diameter, with a capacity of 42,500 cubic feet. A broad band of rubber is placed inside, and as the gas pressure increases, it stretches from 4 pipe feet to 11 feet. A safety valve comes into operation before such pressure is reached as would be sufficient to burst the rubber band. Some trial trips were made at the end of 1905, and the arrangements G2 worked well, according to report. This sounds surprising in view of the facts stated by Monsieur de Courvain, one of the directors of the Meteorological Institute at Zurich. He points out that a rubber band offers the greatest resistance at the moment when the extension begins, and that this resistance decreases during the process of extension, gradually increasing shortly before it breaks. From this it would seem that the automatic valve would operate at the beginning of the extension. In fact, the rubber would never be extended at all. This will be noticed on blowing air into an India rubber ball, when it will be seen that the greatest lung power is required at the moment of starting. A further peculiarity of this balloon consisted in coating it with fine aluminium powder, which was intended to prevent it from being heated by the sun to the same extent. Much interest has lately been aroused in Germany by the work done by Major von Parseville. He has invented a kind of kite balloon, and has built a motor airship in the factory of August Ridinger in Augsburg. The work is not yet complete, but it has been possible to produce a speed of 25 miles an hour even under somewhat disadvantageous conditions. One advantage of this airship lies in the fact that there is an absence of rigid connections, except in the car, sails, and rudder. Consequently, it can be packed up easily and put on a railway truck. This adds much to its suitability for military purposes. Labordy's airship is indeed capable of being packed up, but it requires to be taken to pieces in consequence of stiffening of various kinds, and this work takes more than a day. The shape of Major Parseville's design is also novel. It consists of a cylinder with a spherical end at the front and an egg-shaped end at the back. The length is 157 feet, and the capacity 88,300 cubic feet. 2 airbags are placed inside the envelope, one at the front and one at the back. These bags are constantly filled by a fan, driven by a special motor, any excess of air escaping through the safety valves. By a special arrangement of valves, the driver is able to adjust the amount of air which passes to the airbags. According as he wishes to raise or lower the front end of the balloon, he adjusts the passage of the air to the back or front airbag, thereby causing a displacement of the center of gravity. The surfaces, which are used for steering and for adding stability to the balloon, are blown up under pressure, and the shape which they thus assume is considered to be more suitable for the purpose in view. A motor by Daimler is used, giving 90 horsepower at 1,000 revolutions per minute. It is placed at the back of the car, which is 16 feet long. The car is hung by steel ropes about 26 feet below the envelope, and is constructed for the most part of sheets of aluminium. Its weight, together with that of the motor, propeller, etc., is 1 J-tons. The propeller with its 4 blades is prepared from stiff canvas. It assumes its proper shape when put in motion. The fan is placed above the motor, and the length of tubing connects with the envelope. Tests have shown that the balloon keeps its shape well, that it is completely free from vibration when underway, and that it is well under control both with regard to movements in a horizontal and vertical direction. By altering the inclination of the axis of the balloon, it is possible to rise or fall without loss of gas or ballast. The reaction produced on the upper or lower surface of the balloon, when moving at full speed, is sufficient to give rise to forces of several hundred pounds. It is very important that a balloon, intended for use in the field of war, should be capable of being easily packed. Count de la Vos has therefore built a motor balloon which is capable of being taken apart with great ease, and packed in 4 parts. The first package contains the envelope, and occupies about 35 cubic feet of space. The second contains the car, requiring floor space to the extent of 2 yards by 1 yard, and the third and fourth contain the portions of the keel. Count de la Vos also uses yellow cambric of German make, because it is as yet impossible to obtain it of sufficiently good quality in France. The two thicknesses of cambric are usually separated by a layer of rubber, but there is a further coating on the outside. This is done with the object of preventing the absorption of any moisture. It is known that the covering of a balloon, having a capacity of 46,000 cubic feet, can absorb about figure 44. Count de Lavos. 200 pounds of moisture, and it is evident that a dead weight of this order may have considerable effect on the length of journey which it is possible to undertake. A balloon of a capacity of 25,000 cubic feet has great advantages from the point of view of transport, and also takes a small amount of gas. Both of these matters are of importance from the military point of view. On the other hand, it has the disadvantage of being able to carry only one passenger. It is obvious that a man requires all his wits to manage a dirigible balloon, and would be unable to find any time in which to make observations in the capacity of a scout. Count de Lavos therefore proposes to increase the size of his airship, and the trial runs have turned out to his satisfaction. Many other dirigible balloons have lately appeared, which have all met with their share of success and failure. A short table is added, giving particulars of the airships most frequently mentioned in the daily papers, together with some particulars as to their construction and performances. It must be admitted that the construction of a dirigible balloon is a difficult matter, but a combination of patience, skill, and money will generally lead a man to the goal. The problem is therefore not so much how to build the balloon as how to raise the money. Any government or any private person in possession of the necessar-7 means can easily construct such things if they have recourse to men of technical experience. JJP. If. *35 I6. 2. 111, lit T. 2 I 111. S. 3T11 I pipe 2 IET 0. Go. 1S. Umter 2 greater than Oko Mago Capacine Q by feet. RZTO O greater than OA, EC. Ely feet oil. Mil 5 FU Chapter 9. Flying machines. Flying machines include all such devices as enable a man to fly without the use of gas bags, and to move in any direction with the help of such contrivances as are carried on board. Two forces are therefore needed, the one to overcome the force of gravity, and the other to deal with the resistance of the wind. The oldest of these aerodynamic airships were worked by means of contrivances of the nature of wings. The flight of birds was the obvious example to be imitated. It would be merely necessary to provide suitable means for flapping some kind of artificial wing, and the thing would be done. Some devices of this figure 46. Degen's flying machine. Nature have already been described. In 1784 Gerard constructed a flying bird. The wings were moved by mechanical devices, hidden in a box, but the details of his arrangement are not known. A man, named Mere Wayne, wrote a book in which he carefully investigated the subject of the flight of birds, and at the same time described a flying machine he had constructed. He is said to have made some unsuccessful experiments near Giessen, but he threw out the useful suggestion that experiments of this kind were best conducted over an expanse of water. Blank had made several ascents in Vienna, and this encouraged a watchmaker of Basel, named Degen, to construct a flying machine. With the help of some counterweights, he was able to fly short distances in a large hall. He made some unsuccessful experiments in Paris, and was so roughly handled by the mob that he afterwards preferred to do his work from the shelter of a balloon. All sorts of proposals of the most complicated kind were made in the course of time, but no success resulted. A man, named Buttenstedt, who was an ardent champion of winged machines, had curious ideas which he proposed to put into practice. He studied the position of the wings during the flight of storks, and developed a wonderful theory relating to elastic tension. He pointed out that when the bird is at rest, the tips of the wings are pointed downwards and backwards. When it is flying, they are pointed upwards and forwards. They reach the NQP Fig. 47. Diagrams illustrating Mary's theory with reference to the flight of a bird. Forced position, natural to flight, as a result of the reaction due to the upward pressure of the atmosphere on their bodies. This state of tension puts the bird in a position to exercise a certain pressure, which drives it forwards. The onward movement ceases when the pressure, exerted by reason of this tension, is no longer sufficient to overcome the resistance of the air. According to this view, the essential feature in the flight of a bird lies in the state of tension, succeeded by a corresponding state of relaxation. A bird can only fly forward, because the positions of its wings and of its center of gravity do not admit of a backward movement. A Frenchman, named Mary, also made a special study of the subject, and found that a bird does not drive the air backwards as it flaps its wings in a downward direction, but flies in such a manner as to bring the tips of the wings towards the front. The tips of the wings do not move as shown at A, but is shown at B as the bird flies forward. It does not drive the air from under its body, but throws it, from the side and from behind, beneath the body. At the same time, the force of the downward blow alters the shape of the feathers from a downward concavity into an upward convexity. These forces tend to drive the bird forward. Figure 48. Stenzel's flying machine. In exactly the same way as a fish is propelled by the movement of its tail. There was at any rate a better prospect of success as soon as it was proposed to use some form of engine as the motive power. Two attempts on these lines deserve mention. An engineer, named Stenzel, of Hamburg, constructed a gigantic bird. The distance between the tips of the wings was 20 feet. The wings themselves were 5 feet 6 inches broad, and formed a concavity of 1 in 12. They were covered with silk, the main ribs being of steel and joined by small connecting rods to a carbonic acid motor. It was intended to steer by means of a rudder, shaped like a cross. The surface exposed to the air was 87 square feet, and with an output of 1*5 horsepower, a weight of 75 pounds, was lifted from the ground. It was possible to make 84 flaps of the wings in a minute, and they were so powerful that a man was almost swept off his feet by them. Unfortunately, this type was not found suitable for an extended trial. Flying machines with wings seem unlikely to promise great results, partly because questions of stability arise with which it is difficult to deal, and partly because a slavish imitation of bird mechanism is hardly likely to be more successful than a human automaton. The idea of using propellers was an improvement. This appears in its most primitive form in the scheme of Launay and Bienvenu, who used the tension produced by a stretched bar O to produce rotation of the screw. 90 years later, Pinard improved on this design by proposing the use of rubber bands for a similar purpose. But here again it soon becomes evident that without some continuous motive power, little can be accomplished. For many years, nothing was done, but lately the problem has been further discussed in view of the great improvements which have been made in the art of building motors. The first idea was to revive the ancient models. A small machine was made by an engineer, named Chris, with rubber bands, on the lines proposed by Pinard. On the occasion of a lecture, he succeeded in making it fly up to the ceiling. There is also a well-known toy which consists of a small screw, set in rapid rotation by pulling a string, the result being that the thing flies up in the air. A toy of this kind was common in France 50 years ago under the name of Struffer or Espiralifer. It is still to be seen nowadays in the form of butterflies, etc. A man, named Leger, has lately made some experiments with the help of the Prince of Monaco. He used 2 screws of 20 feet diameter, which were driven by a motor, giving 6 horsepower, and produced a tractive force of 240 pounds. The same propellers can be used to produce vertical and horizontal movements. If the propeller works on a vertical axis, the apparatus will rise, whereas if the axis is inclined to the horizontal at an angle of 45 degrees, a forward motion can be obtained. Duffo worked at Geneva with a model which had propellers, weighing 37 pounds. It was fitted with a 3-horsepower motor, and produced a pull of 14 pounds. On October 28, 1905, it is said to have flown over a distance of 500 feet. One we seldom find a man imbued with the ideas of the balloon, adapting himself to the principles of the flying machine with any success. Yet it was done by the most popular balloonist of our time, Santos Dumont. On January 2, 1905, he announced himself to the Aero Club as a competitor for the Deutsch and Archdeacon Prize, after he had quietly built himself a flying machine. As shown in the appended diagram, the two upper propellers CC have a diameter of 20 feet, and produce motion in a vertical direction. The propeller D has a diameter of 6 feet, and drives the machine forwards. Each of the propellers C has a total surface of 43 square feet, and together with the transmission gear it weighs 30 pounds. The one revolves in the opposite direction to the other, so as to prevent a rotation of the entire apparatus about a vertical axis. The car is constructed of bamboo, and contains a lever-Wasser motor with 8 cylinders, giving 28 horsepower. The weight of this motor together with the necessary supply of water is 100 pounds. At the back of the driver's stand is placed a vertical rudder. The preliminary trials are said to have been successful, and each of the lifting propellers was found to be able to raise a weight of 200 pounds. The total lift was therefore 400 pounds. And this could raise the machine and figure 49. Duffo flying machine with propellers. 1. See also, Proceedings of the International Conference on Aerial Navigation at Chicago, 1903, p. 284, and Le Cornu, La Navigation Aérienne, p. 397. Driver, besides about 30 pounds of cargo. He used no sails, and this would add greatly to the danger of an accident caused by stoppage of the motor. In such a case he would scarcely get off so easily as he has done in the past. No doubt this fact weighed on his mind, for he proceeded forthwith to build himself a kite, intending to drive it by propellers placed at the sides of the sails. The rudder is in the shape of a cross, and capable of being turned about both horizontal and vertical axes. The sails are of silk, stretched over bamboo, and are 50 feet long and 26 feet broad, with an area of 237 square feet. The weight of the whole machine together with the driver is only 310 pounds. He has already made 2 ascents in this airship. On the first attempt, it rose in the air, but after a short distance it came to the ground with rather severe injuries. Santos Dumont immediately built another, and in this he is stated to have travelled a distance of 200 feet GQBS figure 50. Santos Dumont's first flying machine. At a height of 12 feet from the ground. This aeroplane is of a totally different nature from the original design of flying machine adopted by Santos Dumont, and it cannot be doubted that it is the thing of the future. It would be exceedingly dangerous to propose to do without sails of any kind. A motor is capricious enough, even when standing on solid earth. In mid-air, it is likely to be more so. The weight of kites or aeroplanes is small, and they have the further advantage of presenting a small surface to the wind, in consequence of their horizontal motion. A kite may be defined as a flying machine, carrying sails, which support the weight of the apparatus. The sails may be large or small, flat or concave, and are for the most part slightly inclined to the horizontal. The forward motion may be produced indirectly by gravity, as, for instance, in the case in which it is allowed to fall slowly from a height with its sails slightly inclined to the horizontal. Or on the other hand it may be moved forward by the action of propellers. Motion in a vertical direction may be induced by a propeller arrangement of the sails or by moving a horizontal rudder. Steering in the ordinary sense depends on the position of vertical sails, and the possible arrangement of sails is almost infinite, as will be seen from the following examples. The first aeroplane, driven by motive power, was the work of an Englishman, named Henson, in 1843. A light framework of wood was constructed, 100 feet broad, and 30 feet long. It was covered with silk, and slightly bent upwards at the front. A rudder, shaped like the tail of a bird, and 50 feet long was used to steer in a vertical direction. The car was placed below the mainsail, and contained the steam engine and passengers. 2 screw propellers were placed on either side of the driver. The speed of these could be regulated, and by suitable adjustment it was possible to turn to the right or left. The steam engine gave 20 horsepower. The machine was built on correct principles and caused great excitement, but Henson only succeeded in making it work over a downward path. The air is always compressed beneath the sails of an aeroplane, and this exerts a lifting or supporting force. Generally speaking, it is impossible to maintain a position of equilibrium, because motion is necessary for the continued compression of the air. Henson's propellers were probably insufficient to generate the requisite lifting power, but it was generally admitted that patience would bring success. Consequently, a multitude of proposals were made, for the most part of no great importance. Perhaps mention ought to be made of a lieutenant, named de Temple, who prepared very careful plans for the construction of a kite, to be driven, as before, by propellers and steam engine. Phillips made a curious form of flying machine in 1862. It somewhat resembled a Venetian blind, supported on a wooden frame. The height was 9 feet 3 inches, and the breadth 21 feet 8 inches. The whole thing was mounted on a carriage, shaped like a boat, and running on wheels, 24 feet 6 inches long. It was driven round a circular track, 600 feet long, by a small steam engine connected to propellers, making 400 revolutions per minute. The weight of the whole was rather less than 300 pounds. It was anchored by a rope to the middle of the track. The tests showed that a dead weight of 72 pounds, placed on the front wheels, could be lifted 30 inches into the air, and this proved that the principles of construction were correct. It seems curious that after such preliminary success nothing further should have been done. But the difficulty is to determine the right position for the center of gravity, and to ensure a reasonable amount of stability. Figure 51. Phillips flying machine. When in motion. These points can only be settled after the expenditure of much time and money. Some of the most interesting experiments were carried out by Sahar and Maxim in 1888, with the assistance of the late Professor Langley. The aeroplane cost over $20,000, and was designed on a large scale. It consisted of a big sail with a number of smaller sails to the right and left of it, having altogether an area of 3,875 square feet. They were connected to a platform, 40 feet by 8 feet, by means of a framework, built up out of thin steel tubes. The platform contained a seat for the driver, together with the boiler, engine, etc., and the boiler was fired by a gas burner, which was fed with naphtha. The burner itself consisted of a cylinder with a number of horizontal tubes and about 7,650 jets. The diameter of the propellers was 17 feet 6 inches. The vertical movements of the machine were controlled by 2 horizontal sails, one at the front and one at the back. Horizontal movements were regulated by 2 sails, inclined to one another at an angle of 7.5 degrees, and arranged on either side so as to be capable of being hoisted or lowered, the result being to shift the position of the center of gravity and consequently to alter the direction of motion. The machine weighed 3 tons, and for the purposes of the trial runs it was mounted on 4 wheels and put on a railway track. An overhead rail was placed a few inches above the top of the machine with the view to controlling the upward motion. With a steam pressure of 22 atmospheres, the machine rose off the lower rails and came in contact with the upper one. During a later test, the overhead rail was broken by the force of the impact. The machine flew away across the field, and was partially destroyed. A dynamometer showed that a dead weight of 4 tons would have been lifted, and as a result of these tests it is safe to affirm that it is possible to design aeroplanes of great weight. During the exhibition in Paris in 1900, a peculiar form of flying machine was to be seen, which looked like an enormous bat. A Frenchman, named Ada, had built it, with the assistance of the Minister of War. The sails were of the nature of wings, and could be folded up at the back. In addition there were 2 propellers, each with 4 blades, driven by power. The whole apparatus weighed nearly half a ton, but it managed figure 53. Ada's flying machine to lift itself off the ground. It soon toppled over, and was much injured in consequence. An engineer, named William Chris, living at Vienna, also distinguished himself by making a flying machine. He had been interested for many years in the sporting features of the problem, and finally began to study the matter in its scientific aspects. The model which he made with rubber bands has already been noticed. His designs received their final shape in June 1901, when he started his trial runs on a reservoir near Vienna. The machine was mounted on two narrow boats, made of aluminium. The boats served a double purpose. They were useful in case of unexpected descents into the water, and on the other hand they could be used to slide it over snow or ice, as he had an idea that a flying machine of this kind might be useful on polar expeditions. A frame of steel tubes was mounted over the boats, and on this the sails were fastened. The design took the form of a keel with the sharp H2 end pointing forwards, and with its lower surface acting as a sail. Above this were mounted three other sails, one behind the other, inclined at different angles, the total area of the sails being 1,000 square feet. They were slightly concave, to the extent of 1 in 12, with the view of offering more resistance to the wind. The original intention was to use a motor weighing 1,300 pounds. But the boat was built before the motor was ordered. Some preliminary experiments were made with the 4-horsepower motor, treating the machine as a sailing boat. He was able to sail about in any direction on the reservoir, and even to make headway against a slight wind. A Daimler motor of 35 horsepower was then ordered, and it was stipulated that it should only weigh 530 pounds. But when delivered it was found to scale 840 pounds. However, this motor was used in spite of the fact that it was nearly 400 pounds. Heavier than the weight allowed for in the design. The money had been spent, and it was not possible to make great alterations at this stage. Chris brought the boat on rails down to the water's edge, and then very carefully performed certain evolutions. Gradually his courage increased, he ran the motor a little faster, and found that at 18 horsepower there was a tendency for the boat to be lifted out of the water. He Fig. 54. Chris's flying machine reached the end of the lake in 20 minutes, and then proceeded to turn back. At this moment the boat swayed first to the left and then to the right, and as a result of these vibrations it got into such a position that it was unable to right itself. A gust of wind added to the difficulty, and there was nothing to be done but to jump into the water. A man had been deputed to be ready with the boat in case of accident. But he was so overcome by the dangers that stared him in the face as to be obliged to get further assistance before making a start. Chris was finally rescued as he was on the point of being drowned. The remains of the kite were found after some days. The motor was uninjured, but everything else was a confused mass of wires and tubes. Experiments on the water, conducted after this fashion, give a totally wrong impression of the probable behavior of a kite in the air. On water, the point of support is below the center of gravity. In the air, it is just the other way round. Therefore those contrivances which are likely to increase the stability in the air will only tend to upset it on the water. Attempts have been made to raise money in Austria in order to help Chris to make further progress with his work, but up to the present little appears to have resulted from these efforts. Professor Langley has also carried out his experiments in America over the surface of water. He was director of the Smithsonian Institute at Washington, and died in March 1906. He tested his first model over the Potomac paver in 1896. His aerodromes Nose 5 and 6 gave satisfactory results. He had a special arrangement for starting, which consisted in sliding it off a swinging table into the air. A barge was used as the starting point. Mr. Frank Carpenter stated that the best result was obtained on December 12, 1896, when a distance of a mile was covered in 1 minute 45 seconds. Langley conducted his work in the greatest secrecy, and Mr. Carpenter was indeed present at this test quite by accident. Dr. Bell reported in Nature, May 28, 1896, that to his knowledge 2 successful trials had taken place. A drawing in the Aeronautical Annual for 1897 shows that Langley's aerodrome No. 5 had the following measurements, viz. length without rudder 8 feet 6 inches, total span 15 feet. The bearing surfaces consisted of 4 sails, the length of each sail being 30 inches. 2 propellers were driven by steam in opposite directions, the steam pressure being 150 pounds per square inch, and the diameter of the propellers 3 feet. The weight of the entire machine was about 28 pounds. The only information to be had about Aerodrome No. 6 was to the effect that it came to grief on its trial run, and the same thing happened to its successor. The last kite had 2 immovable sails on each side, which were rigidly connected by a steel framework to figure 5G. Starting arrangements for Professor Langley's flying machine. The boat, the breadth of the machine being about 46 feet, and the depth 33 feet, it was driven by 2 propellers arranged at the sides. Professor Manley, who helped Langley, is said to have made a trip along the Potomac River in the following fashion. The workshop had a horizontal platform 30 feet above the level of the water. The aerodrome was mounted on a car, which was pushed rapidly forward by means of strong springs. The movement of the car was stopped as soon as it reached the edge of the platform. The aerodrome then slid off, and after dipping down for a short distance, it turned upwards and continued its flight. This at any rate was the intention. But according to the reports of the Smithsonian Institute, there was a slight hitch in the proceedings, which resulted in the sudden immersion of the airship. It was prevented from sinking by certain hollow cylinders, which had been thoughtfully fixed to it at different places, and Manley was eventually rescued from the water. The arrangements for starting are of great importance. It has been already pointed out that a certain amount of kinetic energy, figure 57. Professor Langley's flying machine at the moment of starting must be created in order that the air may be sufficiently compressed beneath the sails. The machine can then hover in the air. The motors have then their work to do in the shape of driving it forward. As a start, it would be satisfactory to make the machine work with special arrangements for launching it, but it ought to be understood that this is only a temporary expedient. Otherwise the area over which it would be possible to fly such a machine would be very limited. This point has been borne in mind by another inventor, Herr Hoffmann of Berlin, who uses the kinetic energy generated by the fall to start his machine. It is built on legs or stilts. When ready to start, the legs are laid against the body, and the wings folded together in the middle. Just before the flight begins, the wings are unfolded and the legs placed more upright. The center of gravity is therefore raised, and the machine is started in this position, so that the propellers can be set to work. A considerable speed is soon reached, figure 58. Hoffmann's first model with carbonic acid motor. Because the sails are carried in a horizontal position, the legs are then jerked up against the body, and the whole thing begins to fall. In doing so, it turns over so that the sails are no longer parallel to the ground, while the motor continues to drive it, figure 59. Hoffmann's working model. Forwards. But this upward movement is only intended to last an instant. The wings soon get into such a position that they are able to take the whole load, and as the machine moves forward, fresh quantities of air are successively compressed beneath the wings. The upward reaction becomes so great that the machine not merely floats but soars higher, continuing its flight steadily under the influence of the propellers. If a fall should take place, the speed of falling is much reduced by the reaction of the exposed surfaces, exactly in the same way as with parachutes. The correctness of the inventor's ideas is probably shown by the fact that he has often publicly exhibited a small model, reduced in the proportion of 1:10, which flies successfully in a large hall. The machines which have been described were intended to be worked by motors, and even in the smallest designs, such was always the case. Many, however, believe that this is wrong in principle, insofar as experiment is concerned. Their idea is that the first step should be in the direction of floating, and that when sufficient is known to deal with the niceties of that art, it will be reasonable to talk about working with motors. The man who first started on these lines was a German, named Lilienthal. His methods have been much imitated in France and America, and require to be fully described in order to understand the problem of floating motion. When he was a schoolboy, he tried the most primitive methods. He fastened wings to his body, and tried to get sufficient impetus for the start by running. 60. Herr Hoffmann and Mr. Patrick Alexander in the workshop. Down a hill. Later on, with the help of his brother, he used sails, which were distended to represent the wings of a bird, and made of calico, supported on a frame of wickerwork. He sat with the lower part of his arms resting on the frame. In this way he controlled the movements of his machine. In a strong wind, he would soar above the heads of the astonished spectators. Under other conditions, he would appear to float, almost at rest. This simple type of sail led Lilienthal to develop other designs, with a view to having greater control over the force of the wind. Figure 61. Lilienthal on his flying machine. Sudden gusts were particularly dangerous and might cause the whole machine to turn over. He found a maximum area of 150 square feet to be suitable for his sails, with a span from tip to tip of 23 feet. Anything bigger than this only caused loss of stability. Landing was also a difficult operation. He said that he was often obliged to perform a kind of wild dance in order to keep his equilibrium. Still he generally came without accident to the ground, though he felt to have very imperfect control over his movements. He started by thinking he could do what was necessary by drifting the position of his body, and in this way he altered the position of the center of gravity. This worked well so long as the sails were small, but he was driven to increase their size. He therefore made an apparatus, which had a sail both on the left and on the right. The area of each was 97 square feet, and the span from tip to tip was 18 feet. In this case, the old method of shifting the position of the center of gravity worked well. If the wind lifted the wing on the left side, a slight change in the position of the body at once restored it to its original position. He was also able to rise to much greater. Figure 62. Lilienthal starting from the hill on his flying machine. Heights, and to float over the spot from which he had started, if the speed of the wind was greater than 30 feet per second. In order to land in a gentle breeze, the machine was pointed upwards by allowing the body to fall backwards. Just before reaching the ground, the legs were thrown out, as if about to make a spring. In this way a very unpleasant shock was generally avoided, but if the wind was stronger, the apparatus would fall to the ground gently of its own accord. On his many trips Lilienthal always noticed the decided tendency of the wind to raise his machine. He also believed that the wind induced an eddying motion, similar to that noticed in the flight of birds, but the hill from which he started was too close to allow him to indulge in the execution of any such maneuvers. His practicing ground was generally in the neighborhood of Berlin. He always started from a hill, and finally constructed one for his own purposes near Gross-Lichterfeld, 50 feet high and 230 feet in diameter at the bottom. He gradually reached a certain proficiency in the art of flying, and thought he might safely try the effect of a small motor, which was to be used to flap the wings. He had a further scheme by which he altered the position of the rudder through a movement of the head, but unfortunately on August 9, 1896, some mistake was made in one of his adjustments. When at a height of 50 feet the whole thing turned over and fell to the ground, Lilienthal being killed on the spot. 2 years previously he had had an accident on the same spot, owing to the breakage of one of his arm supports. At that time he escaped without serious injury. But the fate of this indefatigable man has in no wise discouraged his successors. His work is being continued in many parts of the world. Percy S. Pilk made many machines of this kind, and was very skillful in their management. He employed the methods of a child's kite, and employed men to pull him by a rope in a direction opposite to that of the wind. In this way he often rose to heights of 60 feet. But he met with the fate of Lilienthal, and, falling from a height of 30 feet, sustained fatal injuries. Chanut and his assistant Herring made many attempts with aeroplanes in Chicago. Chanut introduced an improvement in the shape of an elastic rudder. This consisted of an arrangement by which the inclination of the sails was adjusted to meet the pressure of variable gusts, and he made a great number of trips in aeroplanes of this description. Herring continued the experiments and added a motor. This was placed between two of the exposed surfaces of the machine, and with its aid he actually succeeded in flying, but the flight only lasted a few seconds, as the air was not sufficiently compressed. Hargrave was the inventor of a peculiar but excellent type of kite, somewhat of the form of a box. But the brothers Wright far outstrip everybody else, if the reports of their doings are true. The world was lately astonished at the news that they had formed a company in Paris, which was to buy their invention for the sum of 40,000, and place it at the disposal of the French War Office. The Wrights then stated, in answer to inquiries, that they were proposing to sell it for the sum mentioned in the report. But as a condition precedent to the sale, a trial run was to be made in the neighborhood of Paris, figure 63. Starting an aeroplane, and was to show a speed of 30 miles an hour. Wilbur and Orville Wright are natives of Dayton, Ohio, and having enjoyed a good technical education and started a successful bicycle factory, they turned their attention to the problem of flight. They had the help of Janet, and followed Lilienthal's plan of mastering the art of floating before trying the effects of a motor. With a wind blowing at the rate of 26 feet a second, they were able with their apparatus to maintain themselves for a while in the air. The experiments were carried out on the dunes along the shore of the Atlantic, where a steady wind blows the whole year round. They first directed their attention to 3 points: 1. Whether it is better to let the driver stand or lie down. 2. Whether stability is better ensured by special steering devices or by shifting the position of the center of gravity. And 3. What effect is produced by a rudder placed at the front of the machine. The experiments were always carried out in the same order, and the machines were first tested like kites at the end of a rope. Figure 64. Aeroplane in flight. From the Leipziger Illustrator. After any necessary changes had been made and a certain modicum of stability seemed assured, one of the brothers laid himself at full length in the machine. The work then continued in the same keen and determined way. Neither the expected nor the unexpected was sufficient to upset their mental balance. The form of the aeroplane was almost exactly the same as that of Janet and Herring. Two surfaces of the nature of sails were arranged, the one above the other. At first they were slightly concave, but this was abandoned in favor of flat surfaces. The driver lies at full length on the lower sail in a space arranged for this purpose. In front of him is the rudder controlling the elevation. The vertical rudder for directing the horizontal motion is behind him. The design used in 1900 had a sail area of 172 square feet. In 1901 and 1902 this figure was increased to 312, and finally, in the year 1903, when the motor was first introduced, it was again raised to 625 square feet. In 1902 the length of the sails in the direction of motion was 5 feet 3 inches, and their breadth 35 feet. The vertical rudder for horizontal movement had an area of 14 square feet, and was placed at the back and shaped like a bird's tail, the total weight of the machine being 117 pounds. The course was inclined at an angle of 7 degrees to the horizontal, but a slight accident led to an alteration of the black rudder. This was reduced to half its former size, and the stability was then found to be all that could be desired. The angles of flight varied from 5 to 7 degrees, the longest distance traveled being 200 yards in 26 seconds. They then made an important step forwards and turned their aeroplane into a flying machine by using a motor, which was built in their bicycle factory from their own designs. It was then arranged so as to drive 2 propellers at the back and the weight of the whole machine amounted to 500 pounds. The first trial was made against a wind blowing at the rate of 33 feet per second, and the start was made from a railway track with the motor going at full speed. It rose upwards to a height of 10 feet, and after some irregular movements came to the ground. The longest distance traveled in 1903 was 850 feet in 59 seconds. The trials were continued in the following year, and distances of 300 and 400 yards were covered. In September, sufficient progress had been made to enable them to turn round slight bends, and on the 20th they succeeded in returning to their starting point. All these journeys were naturally undertaken with a driver on board. Latterly smaller loads of iron rods were also taken, which gradually rose to 200 pounds. The following is a statement of the best results obtained in 1905. On September the 26th, a distance of 11 miles was covered in 18 minutes 9 seconds. The length of the journey depends on the amount of benzene carried. In this case it had been supposed to be capable of lasting 40 minutes. On September the 29th, 12 miles were covered in 19 minutes 55 seconds. On October the 3rd, with a larger reservoir for the benzene, 15 miles were done in 25 minutes 5 seconds. On October the 4th, 21 miles in 33 minutes 17 seconds, and on the following day, 24 miles in 38 minutes 3 seconds. Captain Ferber, of the Balloon Corps, and the editor of El Aerophile put themselves in communication with the figure G5. Archdeacon's experiments on the Seine. From Debex, DLUFTSCLRIFFAHRT. Writes in order to find out the exact position with regard to these trials. The answer which Ferber received tended to show that there had been much exaggeration in the reports. Janet, however, stated in a letter that he had witnessed a trial trip over a distance of 500 yards, and had heard that great distances had been covered. But a journey, which was to cover 40 miles in an hour, had been abandoned on account of the strong wind blowing on the day of his visit. In so far as the outsider is concerned, not the least mysterious part of the affair seems to be the proposal to sell the invention to the French government. The work done by Professor Montgomery in California does not seem to have been so successful. He built an aeroplane for the Jesuits of the monastery at Santa Clara. His intention was to raise it to a height of about 2,500 feet by means of a Montgolfier, and then to cut it adrift. On July 19, 1905, after a series of successful experiments, one of the sails broke after the machine had started from the balloon. The apparatus fell directly to the ground and the driver was killed on the spot. Mention must also be made of the work done by Archdeacon in Paris. His aeroplane was towed by a motorboat, traveling at 25 miles an hour, in a direction opposed to the wind, which was blowing at 4 miles an hour. It was constructed after the figure 66. Langley's flying machine on the Potomac. From the Illustrierte Aeronautische Mitteilungen. Fashion of a Hargrave kite in Suckoff's balloon factory. At the front there were 2 sails, 33 feet by 6 feet 6 inches, and at the back 2 other sails with an area of 220 square feet. The rudder, with an area of 32 square feet, was placed at the front. The weight of this machine without driver was 600 pounds. And it was mounted on 2 small boats after the manner adopted by Chris. Generally speaking, it turned out to be very stable, and roused to heights of 150 feet, but it often fell into the river, over which the flight took place, and on one occasion it turned over completely, sustaining serious damage. Lately a good deal has been heard of another type of flying machine. It is proposed to run the machine along the level by the aid of a motor until such a speed is reached that the compression of the air suffices to lift it upwards. Of these experiments tend to show that the crux of the problem lies largely in the creation of sufficient kinetic energy to give the machine a start. For the sake of completeness, 2 other types ought to be mentioned, viz. the paddle wheel and the sail wheel. Koch of Munich advocates the former. The propulsion is effected by paddle wheels, placed below the sails of the machine. Professor Wellner advocates the latter, which consists in mounting the figure 67. Wellner's flying machine. Sails on the surfaces of revolving drums, and thereby causing them both to support and propel the load. Even if the reports from America about the Wrights are largely discounted, it is quite certain that substantial progress has been made of late years in the design of flying machines. It therefore does not seem to be unduly optimistic to suppose that the 20th century is likely to solve this problem and to produce a flying machine capable of doing work of a really useful nature. The difficulties mainly lie in producing flight in the direction of the wind, and still more, in a direction at right angles to that of the wind. It is far easier to move against the wind in a machine of this kind than in a dirigible balloon. I too
Something has been done in this way. Zeppelin on the Bodensee and Langley on the Potomac have helped to lessen the danger attaching to experimental work of this kind. It may be of interest to examine the construction of a flying machine, worked by a propeller, which was shown by the Frenchman Launoy and Bienvenu to a committee of the Académie des Sciences in 1784. A wooden bar was pierced at its centre, and through the hole thus made there was passed a spindle which carried at either end some bird's feathers, so arranged as to serve the purpose of a propeller. The string of the bar was wound several times round the spindle, and the apparatus was intended to start in a vertical position. The pull of the bar on the cord tended to rotate the spindle and put the two propellers in motion. The feathers, which were arranged at an angle, drove the air downwards, and the little model, weighing about 3 ounces, flew up to the ceiling. This ingenious device had many imitators, but no great success was achieved owing to lack of suitable motive power. In 1870 Pinade replaced the bar by stronger rubber bands, but without effecting any marked improvement. Nonetheless, these things deserve mention, and smoothed the way for Santos Dumont. Chapter 2. The invention of the air balloon. We now reach the history of a second attempt which has been made to deprive the French of the laurels attaching to the invention of the air balloon. In 1776 Cavendish discovered hydrogen, and showed that it was much lighter than air. Dr. Black later asserted that in 1777 or 1778 he discussed with his friends the possibility of filling certain spaces with hydrogen. Germany. In Germany a balloon corps was organized in 1884, although experiments made in 1872 by a regiment of engineers had turned out unsatisfactorily. The German Balloon Club had been founded in Berlin in 1882, and was busily occupied with the study of the question, having many officers among its members. 11 Die Geschichte.
Dear KGL. Pusischen Luftschifferabteilung, 1902. Published by Meisenbach, Kefauth and Company. The original detachment consisted of 33 men and 4 officers, viz. Captain Bartschulz, and Lieutenants von Chadi, von Hagen, and de Beck. Their first task was to arrange an experimental station for captive balloons, to be used for artillery purposes. They had the assistance of a professional aeronaut, named Pitts, and settled down to work at the Eastern Railway Station in Berlin, which was placed at their disposal. In this way they had a large hall as a kind of drilling ground, the waiting rooms, etc., being turned into workshops and barracks, and the platforms into rockmakers' runs. It was thought necessary to exercise the men without delay in the work of practical ballooning, and arrangements were therefore made to have the use of a balloon for this purpose. This was done by agreement with a professional aeronaut who made ascents at Schönberg on Sundays. The corps had the use of his balloon on the other days of the week, until such time as they should have constructed one for themselves. Within 3 years they had already made 11 balloons, and gained much useful experience with regard to materials, varnishes, ropes, gas, etc. The ordinary gas from the mains was used, but for active warfare it was intended to follow the example of the French, and to generate hydrogen either by the dry or wet way. However, it was found that the inflation took too long, and lasted for 3 or 4 hours. Consequently the English method was adopted, and compressed gas in steel cylinders was used. Wagons were built for holding figure 97. Wagon carrying tools and appliances, the balloon being packed on the top. From Die Geschichte der Luftschifferabteilung. 20 cylinders, each of which contained 250 cubic feet at a pressure of 200 atmospheres. A steam winch was made in order to wind up the rope holding the captive balloon. But this was soon found to be a clumsy arrangement, as steam was often not available at the moment when it was wanted. It was therefore replaced by a hand winch, which would be always ready for work and could be driven by the men on the spot. Gradually the detachment increased. In 1886 it consisted of 5 officers and 50 men. In 1893 there were 6 officers and 140 men, and in 1901 it formed a battalion of 2 companies, together with a team of horses. Horses are provided specially for the Corps in order that they may be able to carry out such tactical movements as may be required in maneuvers or in war. The Corps were mainly regarded as being for the purposes of the intelligence department, and were consequently directly under the control of the General Staff. But insofar as uniform and discipline were concerned, they were regarded as being part of the railway regiment. In order to distinguish them from the engineers of the railway regiment, the men had the letter L on the shoulder straps, and also carried a rifle. Barracks were provided for them on the Tempelhofer Feld. In 1890 a military school for ballooning was started by the Bavarian army in Munich, and consisted of 3 officers and 30 men. They were attached to the railway regiment, and subject to the control of the engineers and the authorities of the fortresses. The division was afterwards made into a company. The non-commissioned officers and men have the letter L on their shoulder straps, and wear the uniform of the railway regiment, whereas the officers retain the uniforms of the regiments to which they were previously attached. A number of officers from other regiments also receive instruction, both of a theoretical and practical kind. The balloonists have a many-sided activity in Prussia and Bavaria, and are always present at the maneuvers. They also take part in summer in various artillery exercises. At Heligoland and Kiel experiments have been carried out with balloons on the men of war. At the maneuvers a signaling balloon is placed directly under the control of the commanding officer, and has the duty of conveying in all directions the orders that have been issued. The signals are conveyed by inflated spherical or cylindrical airbags, which are kept in position in windy weather by means of a load of ballast. The Kaiser took much interest in the arrangements of the signaling balloon, and was present at the first successful trials. The Balloon Corps has rendered help in the matter of scientific investigations, particularly in the meteorological department. It has assisted in the exploration of the upper layers of the atmosphere by means of the Humboldt and Phoenix, a work which also received much encouragement from the Kaiser. Captain von Chuddy, one of the officers of the Corps, superintended the preparation and inflation of the balloon Prussia, which was filled with hydrogen, and had a capacity of nearly 300,000 cubic feet. It subsequently rose to a height of 34,500 feet, which is the greatest altitude yet reached. The battalion also takes part in the ascents organized by international agreement for the purpose of meteorological observation. The expedition to the South Pole started from Kiel on August LLTH, 1901, under Professor von Drygalski, and here. Again valuable help was given by the military authorities in the arrangements for the balloons, which were made from their designs, and have since proved of great assistance amongst the ice fields of the Antarctic Ocean. When Marconi developed his system of wireless telegraphy, orders were received that it was to be tested by the Balloon Corps, so as to find whether it was likely to be suitable for military purposes. This added a new field to their activities, demanding much study, and a great deal of experimental work. Captain von Sixfelt was the moving spirit in the matter, and thanks to his efforts, a system was developed which, since his untimely death, has been extended throughout the army. Lately this work has been removed from the balloon section, and has more fitly taken its place in the telegraph department. But, for the purposes of the war in Southwest Africa, a division was sent out that was wholly recruited from the balloon section, and succeeded in giving useful help. England. Experiments with captive balloons were made in England in 1862. A military school for ballooning was started at Chatham 25S, FI, CS, 052S, in 1879 under Captain Templar, and in the following year the 24th Company of the Royal Engineers was instructed in the M2, necessary field work. Manoeuvres took place at Aldershot every year, in which the ballooning section played their part, and a factory with a school for ballooning was consequently erected there. It has been already mentioned that the English were the first to introduce the use of hydrogen, compressed in steel cylinders, which has greatly simplified work on the field of battle. Military balloons, as used in England, have very light and airtight envelopes. They are made out of gold beater skins, and their size ranges from 7,000 to 10,000 cubic feet. These sizes are much smaller than those in use in other countries, but the figure 100. A collection of exploded gas cylinders. Cost of making them is very great. The gas is mostly prepared by the electrolytic decomposition of water, and is stored in steel cylinders, 8 feet long and 5 janes in diameter. In consequence of the low pressure, a cylinder weighing 80 pounds only contains 127 cubic feet of gas. In addition to this there are also the usual generators, which employ sulfuric acid and iron. England has greater experience in colonial wars than any other nation, and balloons have always been taken on such expeditions. They have thus been used in Egypt, Bechuanaland, and China, as well as in the Boer War. 4 balloon sections were employed against the Boers, and the following instances of their useful services may be recorded. A balloon for observation purposes was used in Ladysmith for 29 days, and the positions of the Boer guns were often discovered by its means. Several times they were struck by shells during the siege. At Spion Kop it was considered, as the result of balloon observations, that the Boer position was impregnable. A section under Captain Jones formed part of Lord Methuen column, and was used for several days in the neighbourhood of Midgersfontein, the balloon being finally destroyed in a storm. It was also of service to Lord Eobert at Paardenburg in discovering the precise position of Cronje's force, and in directing the fire of the guns. Another section was sent to Kimberley and Mafeking, and did a fortnight's scouting work at 14 streams. Laborious marches were also made with inflated balloons for survey purposes. At the beginning of the war there was a great dearth of reliable maps, and the want was gradually supplied by means of photographs, taken from balloons. In places high mountain ranges had to be crossed, and the height to which the balloons would rise in such places was naturally found to be much reduced, a result of the physical laws which have been expounded in an earlier chapter. The gas was at first sent out from England to Capetown, but at a later stage of the war, gas generators and compressors were used. In China the balloons were not used for discovering the positions of the enemy, but for the preparation of maps, and in this useful service the English were ably assisted by the French. The general experience of many colonial wars has convinced the English of the importance of the services which a balloon section can render, and in case of mobilization the corps will be found to be in good working order. Austria. A civilian was the first to introduce the balloon to military circles in Austria. Some isolated experiments had doubtless been made, as in the case of Airships, who tried to drop bombs into Venice from balloons, but only succeeded in endangering the lives of his own comrades. Again, in 1866, a captive balloon was built to assist the forts round Vienna, but on the first occasion that it was taken into the field it escaped from the soldiers who were holding the ropes. In 1888, an extensive exhibition of all things relating to ballooning was arranged by Victor Silpra, a well-known amateur, who took great interest in the sport. The success of the exhibition was very great, and it attracted general attention to the subject. The inevitable committee was of course formed, with instructions to visit London, Paris, and Berlin in order to find out all that was known. Voluminous reports were presented in due course, and in 1890 a military course of aeronautics was started. It was placed under the direction of Silpra, who had constructed a ballooning establishment for himself in the Prater at Vienna. Practical instruction was given both with captive and free balloons, and the theoretical aspect of the matter was also considered. The value of the instruction was considered evident, and it was continued during the next year and attended by a larger number of men and officers. In 1893 a corps was organized for the special work in hand, and consisted of 2 officers, 4 non-commissioned officers, and 26 men, who were placed under the control of the artillery stationed at Vienna. Buildings for the purpose were erected, and the whole organization was placed under the command of Captain Trieb. It was considered advisable to study the methods used in Prussia, and Lieutenant Hinterstoesser was therefore sent to Berlin to make all necessary inquiries and to acquaint himself with the methods there adopted. He subsequently took command of the corps, and the development of its activity and efficiency has lately been very marked. The numbers are still small, but in case of pressing need, such as with figure 101. Captain Hinterstoesser, of the Austrian Balloon Corps. A rise in time of war, recourse would probably be had to the Aero Club, of which Silber is president. Russia. The experiments made by Lipitsch in 1812 have already been mentioned. They were entirely unsuccessful, and it was not until 1869 that the matter was further mooted. General Todleben then formed a committee for the study of the military aspects of ballooning, the main idea being that it might probably be possible to introduce some improvement in the signaling arrangements. The work was mostly done by the Navy, and signaling balloons were constructed which displayed flags by daytime and electric lights by night. In September 1884, a special detachment was formed, consisting of 1 officer who later became Colonel von Kawanko and 22 men. The Russians bought their entire outfit, including gas generators, from French manufacturers, nearly all of them receiving orders in due course, viz. Brisson, Yon, Godard, and La Chambre. It is curious to remember that the Russians ordered a dirigible balloon from the firm of Yon in the year 1886, but when it was tested, they refused to take it on the ground that it appeared to be useless. Experiments were also made with the Montgolfier, constructed by Godard. Its capacity was 110,000 cubic feet, but the tests, which were made at Brussels, were also unsatisfactory. A great deal of work was done by the Navy, about 1894, with balloons in connection with the unsuccessful attempt to discover the warship Rusalka, which had been sunk in the Gulf of Finland. The organization of the corps was gradually evolved. A school for aeronauts was started at Wolkowo-Polji, near St. Petersburg after the French model, instruction being given both for the purposes of the Army and Navy, and extensive workshops being constructed. The establishment included 7 officers and 88 men, from which the detachment for the maneuvers was selected. They also provided any officers that were required for ballooning purposes. The apparatus used in the field was extremely inconvenient, owing to the fact that the Russians had not adopted the system of compressed gas in steel cylinders. At the maneuvers of 1903 no less than 150 wagons were required by the Balloon Corps, and this had the result of interfering greatly with the movements of the troops. Consequently General Dragomirov expressed himself as being very dissatisfied with their arrangements. But the outbreak of the war with Japan changed the system. The spherical balloon was given up, and a number of kite balloons were ordered in Germany. The method of generating hydrogen from sulfuric acid and iron was abandoned. It was considered necessary that everything should be capable of transport either on mules or in 2-wheeled carts, and the gas was therefore generated by the reaction between aluminium and caustic soda, or the materials required to inflate one balloon being carried on 20 mules. A battalion of the East Siberian Balloon Corps was formed for the campaign, consisting of 2 companies, which reached the front in September 1904, and another company was already with the First Army under Linovich. The reports which have been made public as to the results of the campaign from the point of view of ballooning experience are very meager. Reconnoitering work of various kinds was often done under the heavy fire of the Japanese, and to judge from the number of decorations that were afterwards bestowed it would appear that the second company must in some special way have distinguished itself. The balloon which had been intended to be used in the forts of Port Arthur was loaded on board a ship and subsequently captured, and the same fate probably overtook a German steamer, named Lahn, which was intended to help in the service, but disappeared mysteriously. At the present moment, Russia is devoting herself to the reorganization of the service in the light of the experience gained from the war. It may also be mentioned that kites have been used, principally in the Navy, for purposes of observation, but the results have not been altogether encouraging. Reference will be further made to the matter in a later chapter. Chapter 15. Military ballooning in other countries. The balloon disappeared from the Army of the United States for 30 years until a fresh effort was made in 1892. The material then employed was goldbeater's skin, and a balloon of this kind, together with net and basket, was shown at the exhibition at Chicago. In the following year, English methods were adopted, and storage accommodation was supplied at Fort Logan. Experiments were also carried out by Lieutenant Wise on the use of kites, which have been already described. In the war against Spain, Major Maxfield with his company did good work in the field. At Santiago de Cuba, the observations which were made of the arrangements of the forts were of great value, and it was also similarly known that Admiral Cervera's fleet was in the harbor. Later in the campaign, the Spaniards succeeded in chasing the balloon through the dense brushwood with their cavalry, and in bringing it to earth with some well-directed rifle fire. This was merely the result of a lack of caution, and helps to emphasize the fairly obvious fact that the balloonist must be on his guard against surprises of this kind. It is insufficient for him to direct his telescope towards the horizon, more especially as it is also a part of his duty to report to the commanding officer as to the movement of any of his own troops which may no longer be in touch with headquarters. After 1890, a disposition was shown to imitate German models in America. Gradually the organization was completed both for the employment of balloons in forts and in the field. Most countries started by copying French methods, but lately there has been a decided tendency to follow German practice. The following notes give brief particulars of the various countries in alphabetical order. In Belgium, the necessary materials were ordered from La Chambre, of Paris, in 1886, and a company of an engineering regiment in Antwerp was allotted for ballooning work. A school was started in the following year, and trials were made of hot air balloons on the Godard system, as well as of others for signaling purposes of the dirigible type. Lately the kite balloon has been introduced. During the exhibition in Philippopolis, a small company was organized by Eugene Godard in Bulgaria, but it can hardly be said to have resulted in any real military organization. China claims for itself the credit of having invented Montgolfier centuries before Montgolfier was born, but it has since somewhat failed to keep in the van of modern progress. It must, however, be admitted that in 1886 Yon, of Paris, was instructed to deliver 2 balloons, with all necessary appurtenances, in Tientsin, and several months were spent in inducing them to rise in the air. This delay was caused by the fact that the varnished silk melted into a slimy mess on account of the tropical heat. Meanwhile, suitable storage accommodation was provided, together with the ground from which the ascents could be made, and the various exercises carried out. Naturally enough, the plans included the erection of a magnificent pagoda, from which the presiding viceroy could conveniently follow the maneuvers. After all the preparations had been completed, it was found that the balloons were completely useless, and more were therefore ordered with all haste from the same contractors. These arrived in time to fall into the hands of the Russians at the capture of Tientsin in 1900, and nothing further is known about the state of the art in China. Unsuccessful experiments were made in Denmark between 1807 and 1811 with a dirigible balloon, but it was not till 1886 that an officer was sent to Belgium, England, and France, to study the question. This journey resulted in the giving of an order to Yon, of Paris, for a complete equipment for 1 balloon. When this arrived, it served for various exercises till it was eventually worn out. Nothing further has been done in the matter. In 1885 a complete ballooning outfit was ordered by the Italian government from Yon, of Paris, and a company was formed, which has done much work in the field. English methods were, however, followed in 1887, goldbeater's skin being used as a material, and steel cylinders being introduced for compressed gas. At the same time, French methods were not entirely discarded. Silk balloons and gas generators were employed to some extent. A company was sent to the front at figure 102. After a landing, the time of the war in Abyssinia, the balloons being transported on mules and camels. The German kite balloon was employed in the Navy in 1900, and in 1901 the system was still more widely adopted. A legend is still told of a Japanese soldier who mounted in a kite during the siege of a fortress in 1869, and threw bombs on the heads of the enemy. This may be true, but it has a slightly mythical sound, not altogether out of keeping with the air of mystery which veiled Japan at that time from the gaze of the outer world. The first fact which is definitely known about Japanese ballooning activity in its military aspect is that the firm Yon, of Paris, supplied them with the necessary materials in 1890, though it was supposed at the time that the Germans might have received the order owing to the known partiality of Prince Komatsuo for their products. However, the Japanese had the same experience as the Chinese, and found the varnished silk balloons useless for their purpose. Many inquiries and experiments were therefore made with a view to finding suitable material, varnishes, etc., and finally a kite balloon was ordered from the firm of Ridinger, in Augsburg. Experiments were still being made at the time of the outbreak of the war against the Russians, and balloons and kites of all shapes and sizes were soon to be seen on the field of battle. In particular, they did good work in directing the fire of the Japanese guns at Port Arthur, so that several Russian magazines were exploded by the shells. Morocco ordered balloons from Succoth, of Paris, in 1902, and at the same time a steam winch for captive balloons was delivered by Schneider, of Cusot. The Netherlands procured their supply from La Chamber in 1886, and this was handed over to a regiment of engineers stationed at Utrecht. A company was also formed in Batavia, and the German kite balloon was introduced in 1902. Norway has a corps provided with German material. In 1893 Godard instructed some Romanian officers in the art of ballooning, and an order was afterwards given to the firm for the supply of balloons to a regiment of engineers stationed at Bucharest. In 1902 an officer was sent to Germany and Austria to study their methods, and this led to the introduction of the Zitzfeldpaarsevel system of captive balloons into the Romanian army. Sweden had a similar experience to that of Romania and the Netherlands. In 1897 a corps was formed in the fortress of Vaxholm, and material was supplied by the firms of Godard and Succoth, in Paris. In 1900 an officer was sent to Versailles to study the French methods of instruction. A year later Lieutenant Salomon was sent to Vienna for a similar purpose, and in 1905 Lieutenant von Rosen was attached for several months to the corps stationed at Berlin. A balloon ship was introduced in the Swedish Navy in 1903, intended for purposes of coast defense. It carried the German kite balloon of a capacity of 25,000 cubic feet, which is filled with hydrogen, produced electrolytically, and compressed in cylinders. In Switzerland a corps was formed and stationed at Bern. It was originally fitted out with French supplies, but in 1901 figure 103. A balloon ready for inflation. Orders were given in Germany for further requirements. Serbia has used balloons since 1888 for signaling purposes, and has lately proposed to introduce them for reconnoitering work. Spain has also been very actively engaged on the work. In 1884 it was proposed to furnish their own supplies, but 5 years later orders were given to Yon, both for balloons and generators. On June 27, 1889, the first and only royal ascent that has ever been made took place, when Queen Marie Christina mounted the car in Madrid. Lately officers have been sent to all parts of Europe to study the latest improvements. And in 1900 the kite balloon, due to Zitzfeldpaarsevel, was introduced into the corps, which was stationed at Guadalajara. It is now under the command of Colonel Vives Y. Verches, who has furthered the development of its efficiency in many directions. His interest in scientific work was shown by the assistance he afforded to the meteorologists and astronomers on the occasion of the last eclipse of the sun, and he has also encouraged his men to do photographic work and train carrier pigeons. It will therefore be seen that almost every civilized nation is developing its ballooning capacities, and lately there has been a tendency towards the adoption of German models, evidence of which is to be found in the fact that within the last 9 years the firm of Ridinger, in Augsburg, has supplied more than 500 spherical and kite balloons. Chapter 16. Balloon construction and the preparation of the gas. Balloons can be filled either with hydrogen, water gas, or coal gas. The preparation of hydrogen can be effected in various ways. The method originally suggested by Charles is probably the simplest, and consists in the addition of dilute sulfuric acid to iron. But practically it leads to difficulties. The newly generated gas is very hot, and adulterated with a certain amount of acid vapors. It must therefore be cooled and washed free from impurities. This is done by allowing it to pass through flowing water, after which it is dried by coming into contact with substances which easily absorb moisture, such as calcium chloride. It is then ready to be passed into the balloon. This method is still employed with various modifications. Iron can, of course, be replaced by zinc, and sulfuric by hydrochloric acid. The chemical formula showing the reaction is as follows, viz. H2S04 plus Fe equals H plus Fes04, that is, the addition of sulfuric acid to iron forms hydrogen and ferrous sulfate. From this formula it is possible to calculate the amount of gas that is formed. The atomic weights are H equals 1, S equals 32, equals 16, Fe equals 56. A cubic foot of hydrogen weighs 0.09 ounces. Suppose it is required to know how much iron and sulfuric acid will be needed to generate sufficient hydrogen to fill a balloon of 20,000 cubic feet capacity. We find, first of all, the weight of the hydrogen, which is 20,000 x 0.09 ounces, that is, 100 pounds. The amount of iron will be 28 times the weight of the hydrogen, and will therefore amount to 1 ton 800 pounds. The weight of sulfuric acid will be 49 times that of the hydrogen, and is consequently 2 tons 900 pounds. In the process of the work, losses of one kind or another are sure to arise, added to which the iron will probably be rusty, and the sulfuric acid will certainly contain impurities. It will therefore be found that in natural working about 20% more sulfuric acid and iron will be required than is allowed for in the calculations. If hydrogen is generated on this system, it starts very fast, but gradually the evolution of the gas becomes slower, until it finally ceases altogether, owing to the formation of a film of figure 104. Ascent of a captive balloon in calm weather. The car contains Colonel Vives Y. Verches, of Spain, Lieutenant von Corvine, of Austria, and Captain Spelling, of Germany. Ferrous sulfate on the surface of the iron. The so-called circulation system was therefore introduced as an improvement, by which the fluids are kept in a state of circulation, and the iron sulfate is steadily removed in consequence. It is very important to use pure sulfuric acid, because the cheaper kinds contain arsenic. The use of impure acid has led to several fatal accidents, and the smallest amount of arsenic produces such an effect on the red corpuscles in the blood that death quickly results. The vats or barrels must be lined with lead, which is the only common metal not attacked by sulfuric acid. If suitable arrangements are made, it is possible to generate a large quantity of gas in a very short space of time. In 1878, Henry Giffard prepared nearly 900,000 cubic feet of gas in figure 105. Ascent of a captive balloon on a windy day. 3 days, using in the process 180 tons of sulfuric acid and 80 tons of iron turnings. It has been already mentioned that the first military use of the balloon took place soon after the French Revolution, and that one of the conditions was that sulfuric acid was not to be used for the generation of the hydrogen, seeing that all available sulfur was required for making gunpowder. Cautel therefore devised an arrangement by which Lavoisier's method of passing steam over red-hot iron was used for the generation of hydrogen. Some iron retorts, old cannons, were actually used, were built into a furnace and kept at a red heat. They were then filled with iron turnings, and steam was turned on. Hydrogen was therefore generated, as shown by the following formula: Fe3 plus 4H2 equals Fe3 plus H8. If this method is used, a cubic foot of hydrogen will require 1*881 ounces of iron, and 0*806 ounces of water. Improvements were also made in this arrangement, but the main principle remained the same. The purest gas is obtained from the electrolytic decomposition of water. A little sulfuric acid is added to the water in order to make it conduct. On passing an electric current, the water is decomposed into its constituents, which are hydrogen and oxygen, the hydrogen going to the negative and the oxygen to the positive pole. In Germany, the ordinary way is to produce hydrogen as a byproduct in the soda works, as, for instance, at Bitterfeld, near Halle, and Grisheim, near Frankfurt. The cost of carriage is considerable, so that it is worth 14 seconds per 1,000 cubic feet, whereas at the works it might be hit almost for the asking. The cost of the gas, if prepared from sulfuric acid and iron, would probably be nearly twice as much. Water gas is obtained by passing steam over red-hot carbon, and consists of a mixture of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. A large number of other reactions can be used to generate hydrogen, but they are either dangerous or costly or cumbrous. Amongst these may be mentioned the reaction between slaked lime and zinc, between steam and fused zinc, between sodium and water, or potassium and water, and between zinc or aluminium and either of the caustic alkalis. In any case, the generation of the gas on the field of battle would be out of the question, and the English method of using the compressed gas in steel cylinders is now everywhere employed. A cylinder with walls 0*187 inches thick weighs about 88 pounds and contains 140 cubic feet under a pressure of 120 or 130 atmospheres. A military wagon carries 35 cylinders, and the gas is allowed to pass into the balloon by opening the valve at the top of the cylinder. When a balloon is to be inflated, several wagons are drawn up at the side, and the various cylinders are all connected to a tube, which conveys the gas to the interior of the balloon. The inflation occupies from 15 to 20 minutes. Figure 106. Steel cylinder for containing hydrogen. Coal gas is only used for free balloons, and was first proposed by Green in 1818. The lift, due to the use of the hydrogen or coal gas, has been already studied in an earlier chapter, and it was there shown that the size of the balloon depends on the amount of lift that is wanted. Therefore, captive balloons, which are generally filled with hydrogen, are much smaller than free balloons filled with coal gas. If it were not for the matter of expense, the use of coal gas would certainly be discontinued. The sphere is the body which combines the smallest surface with the greatest volume, and therefore all free balloons are spherical in shape. The size is obviously dependent on the weight of the load to be lifted. Generally speaking, a balloon to carry 3 or 4 persons would have a capacity of 45,000 cubic feet or thereabouts. The higher the balloon is to rise, the greater must be its capacity, and, of course, with hydrogen, much greater heights can be reached than with coal gas. If long journeys are to be undertaken, large balloons are necessary. This arises from the fact that leakage is continually occurring, and it must be possible to neutralize this by throwing out ballast. In other words, the balloon must be capable of carrying a considerable load of ballast, and must therefore have a large capacity. The materials used for the construction of the envelope are variant 2, figure 107, section through steel cylinder. Numerous dirigible balloons may have a framework of aluminium sheets, but it is better to use some kind of woven material. Paper and rubber are only used for pilot balloons. They are also useful for meteorological purposes, and are sent to great heights in the manner suggested by Assmann. But they have very small power of resistance, and have generally done their work after making one ascent. The Italian balloonist, Airships, put a rubber band inside the envelope, for purposes that have been already explained. Gold beater's skin, which is so called owing to its having been used for beating gold into thin sheets, is used in England for making the envelopes of balloons. These skins are about 36 inches by 10 inches. They are very light and hold the gas well without needing to be specially varnished. They are laid in layers, one upon the other, sometimes as many as 8 being used. 25 square feet of the skin weigh about 1 ounce, and would probably be used in layers of 5. Unfortunately, they are extremely expensive and not very suitable for continuous exposure to the weather. There is, however, an advantage in using balloons of this type in colonial wars, partly because they are very light, and partly because the tendency to develop leaks is slight. Seeing that under such conditions the generation of gas, to make good any leakage, would be a difficult matter, it will be evident that this advantage is worth paying for. Of woven materials, the most important are silk and cotton. Linen is sometimes used in forts in time of war, but seldom otherwise. Silk is both light and strong, but also expensive, and little capable of resisting the weather. Vegetable substances withstand atmospheric influences better than those of animal origin. In France, the military balloons are made of the so-called ponghi silk, which is of an inferior quality, and therefore cheaper. One layer is sufficient on account of the great strength of the material. When cambric is used, it is necessary to have 2 layers, which are placed diagonally, one on top of the other, so that the pattern of the one is at an angle of 45 degrees to that of the other. This much increases the strength of the covering. It is necessary that it should be very closely woven throughout, and that it should be in all places of the same strength, special machines having been designed for testing its resisting power. All envelopes made of silk or cotton require to be varnished in some way. The oldest method was to coat it with rubber solution, as proposed by Charles, applied by hot rollers. This is also vulcanized with sulfur, which helps to preserve it. However, light has the effect of gradually disintegrating rubber, and this can to some extent be prevented by Figure 108. Making balloon envelopes in Keidinger's factory, in Augsburg. Coloring it with a yellow paint. A better plan is to varnish the envelope with linseed oil, though it must be admitted that it has the unpleasant property of becoming very sticky in hot weather. Great care must be taken in storing such balloons, as they are very liable to catch fire spontaneously. The methods that were employed in making the old varnishes are unfortunately no longer known. Several other things have also been used for making the coverings airtight, but nothing better is known than linseed oil varnish, or rubber solution. 1 square foot of ponghi silk, as used for French military balloons, with 5 coats of varnish weighs 1/2 ounces, and 1 square foot of double thickness of cambric with 5 coatings of rubber solution weighs about 1 ounce. At any part of the covering where the wear and tear is likely to be specially great, it must be stiffened by an extra layer. This is particularly the case at the parts in the neighborhood of the valve. The spherical covering is made by sewing together a number of pieces of the material, the breadth of these pieces depending on the width in which the material is delivered. It varies generally from 20 to 55 inches, and about 2 inches must be allowed for the seams. The number of widths of material that will be needed can be found by dividing the known circumference by the width of the stuff. There will be a certain amount of tapering at the top and bottom, and instead of tedious calculations, this is usually adjusted by some sort of pattern, the bottom being of course exactly the same as the top. There are many different ways of working to patterns, and Professor Feinsterwalder of Munich has proposed several new methods, by which a saving of 30% of material can be obtained. Figure 109. Professor Feinsterwalder's patterns for balloon envelopes. He inscribes a cube in the sphere, and produces its surfaces till they intersect the surface of the sphere. In this way, 6 square pieces are formed with 12 dividing lines, 3 of which meet at a corner. It is easy to see from the diagram how the pieces are put together. The seams are covered with strips, both on the inside and outside, which are made to adhere with rubber solution. At the bottom of the envelope, the tubular opening, used for inflation, is secured to a wooden ring. It is generally left unclosed, so that, as the balloon rises, the gas can freely escape. A Frenchman, named Mellet, devised an arrangement by which air is prevented from being sucked into the balloon, and used it on one of his expeditions with success. He remained in the air for 36 hours, and covered a distance of 560 miles. The neck is joined to the ring by ropes. By cutting away these ropes, the balloon will fall like a parachute, in case it should lose its gas. At the top of the balloon is placed the valve, which is either in the form of a disc or of the butterfly type. Strong springs are used to close it after it has been opened for any purpose, and the valve is made tight by pressing its sharp edge against the rubber seating. It was the general custom, years ago, to lute the valve with some kind of cement to make it fit tighter. But this plan was given up, as it was found that the valve no longer fitted tightly after it had been once opened. The valve is opened by a cord, which passes through the inflation tube to the top of the balloon. On the covering there is a strip, which begins at a distance of 20 inches from the valve, and extends half the way down, gradually broadening towards the bottom. It is covered by a similar strip on the inside, the two being cemented to the envelope, but not sewn. At the moment of reaching the ground, this strip is ripped off by means of a cord, and helps the balloon to empty suddenly. The danger of bumping along the ground is in this way generally avoided. Figure 110. Balloon valves. In Germany, the ripping cord is always used, because it ensures a safer landing. A clever aeronaut with a little practice and with the use of the ripping cord can alight with certainty where he chooses, even in a strong wind, and this is a matter of great importance, particularly in order to avoid damage to growing crops. Gusty winds often make the landing a matter of difficulty, but in this way it is possible to descend suddenly on any convenient spot that may present itself. As a matter of history, it may be stated that the first man who was called upon to pay damages was Testubrisi in 1786. Of course, the greater part of the damage was done by the rustics who flocked to see what was going on, as, indeed, always happens. But Testubrisi was expected to make good all the havoc that had been wrought by their ill-timed zeal. In other countries the ripping cord is only used in cases of emergency. The French soldier called de la Miséricorde tightly down, so that it could only be pulled with a very vigorous tug. The ripping cord was the invention of the American aeronaut, Wise, in 1844. Godard introduced it into France in 1855. The present form in which it is used in Germany was devised by Major Gross. A safety catch prevents it from being used unintentionally. It has indeed happened that the wetness of the ropes has caused it to act, but luckily nobody is known to have been killed by such an accident, though a sudden fall from a great height may easily cause a most serious accident. It has also happened that at the moment of reaching the ground the wind has blown the balloon over, so that the opened seam was downwards. The consequence was that a long series of bumps and jolts followed before the balloon came to rest. This can, however, generally be prevented by the guide rope. The ripping panel is placed on that side of the covering to which the guide rope is attached. The friction caused by the trailing of the rope will cause this side of the balloon to be at the back, and any shock caused by the bumping of the car against the ground will drive it upwards and give the gas a clear passage for escape. The guide rope was first introduced by Green in 1820, in order to lessen the shock caused by the bumping of the car at the moment of landing. Figure 111. The first ripping panel used in a balloon in 1844. In order to protect the envelope and to distribute the load equally to all its parts, it is covered with a net which is secured to the valve, and serves also to support the basket. The ring of the balloon is either made of steel or of several thicknesses of wood. The ropes for supporting the basket are secured to it, as well as the guide rope and the holding ropes. The ring itself is hung from the network, and the basket is hung by a number of strong ropes from the ring. It carries the passengers, together with such instruments and ballast as are necessary. It is from 2 feet 6 inches to 4 feet deep, and the area of floor space is usually about 4 feet by 5 feet, though this of course depends on the number of passengers it is intended to accommodate. It is proposed by the International Balloon Association to fix the size of cars, so that they can always be easily carried on any luggage train. The basket is made of rattan and osier work, the whole thing being, as it were, woven together. The supporting ropes pass through the bottom and are woven in with it. Buffers are fitted on the outside to take up the shocks. It is generally padded on the inside so as to prevent damage to the passengers in case of heavy bumping. Baskets are provided in the place of seats, and our balloon envelope yipping panel. Figure 112. Arrangements for ripping panel. From de Beck's pocketbook. Used to hold the instruments, provisions, etc. Aeronauts who object to the use of the ripping panel always take a grappling iron, which is intended to help the landing operations, but it is of course practically useless if the ground is rocky or frozen. The designs for grapnels are very numerous. All, doubtless, are made with the intention of improving the grip under unfavorable conditions. The shocks which a balloon sustains from bumping on a windy day are only made worse if the grapnel succeeds, every here and there, in getting a momentary hold. It throws a very serious strain on all. Figure 113. Net of a balloon. From de Beck's pocketbook. Figure 114. Different kinds of grapnel. From de Beck's pocketbook. Parts of the construction, and would appear to offer no advantages as compared with the use of the ripping cord. Ballast is kept in strong bags of sailcloth, from 12 to 15 inches high, and 8 to 12 inches in diameter. They are suspended by 4 ropes from a hook. A large piece of sailcloth is used to protect the balloon after it has been rolled up and is ready for packing. This is tied on the outside of the balloon during the journey ready for use. The captive balloon. A captive balloon is very much at the mercy of the wind. If the breeze happens to be strong, it will be blown hither and thither, and may indeed be pitched heavily on the ground. With a free balloon there is a feeling of perfect restfulness, and no symptom either of seasickness or giddiness. One glides peacefully along, and even the most giddily inclined person feels no sensation of discomfort. It is entirely different with a captive balloon. With its incessant rolling and vibration, the discomfort is often very great. This naturally interferes with any observations, and the use of a telescope is often quite impossible. The height to which it can ascend is limited, and a captive balloon can scarcely be used in a wind exceeding 26 feet per second. Figure 115. The kite balloon designed by Major von Parseville and Captain von Sigsfeld. All sorts of attempts have been made to improve this state of things, mainly by special systems of suspending the basket. But nothing has really been effected by these methods. The real improvement has come through the invention of the kite balloon by Captain von Sigsfeld and Major von Parseville, and this allows the use of a captive balloon in a wind blowing at 66 feet per second. The main idea embodied in the kite balloon consists in using a longish balloon that sets itself diagonally, like a kite, to the direction of the wind. Archibald Douglas proposed it about 1845, but the balloons that were then constructed were not successful. The kite balloon is manufactured by the firm of Kiedinger in Augsburg. It is now in use in most countries, and has proved successful even under trying conditions. It possesses the great advantage of having no rigid parts in its construction, with the single exception of the valve. The envelope consists of a cylindrical portion about 50 feet long, with hemispherical ends, having a radius of 10 feet. The shape is preserved by the use of an airbag, with the capacity of 5,300 cubic feet. An ingenious arrangement is used by which it is automatically filled by the wind under pressure. Suppose the balloon to be slightly inclined to the horizontal, and that a section is made on a horizontal plane passing through the middle of the lower hemispherical end. The airbag is then fastened to the body of the balloon round the edge of this sectional plane. It is therefore joined to both the hemispherical and cylindrical portions, and forms a sort of inner envelope, leaving, however, a space between the two, into which the air can be driven by the wind. In this state the balloon must be supposed to be fully inflated. As soon as it rises, the gas. Figure 115a. The kite balloon designed by Major von Parseville and Major von Sigsfeld expands, and the pressure on the envelope would increase to the bursting point if the gas were not allowed to escape. The valve is however opened by a cord as soon as the airbag is completely emptied. The careful adjustment of this rope is therefore a matter of great importance. As soon as the volume of the balloon begins to contract, air enters through an opening into the airbag, and the valve closes of its own accord. A non-return valve prevents the air from escaping, and the capacity of the airbag is about 5,300 cubic feet, when it is completely filled. the air is slightly compressed by the action of the gusts of wind, and this pressure extends to the hydrogen and reacts upon the envelope. This is resisted by an internal pressure equal to that on the outside, and also by the static pressure acting on the top of the balloon, which, according to Parsifal's reckonings, amounts to tri-pressure of a column of water, 0.3 or 0*4 inches high. If there is a sufficiency of gas, the envelope must always retain its shape. As soon as the pressure increases owing to the rising of the balloon, the air is pressed out of the airbag into a steering bag through a connecting valve. The wind therefore automatically fills up any deficiency which may arise. The balloon assumes an inclined position at an angle of about 30 or 40 to the horizontal. This is effected through the method by which the ropes are attached. It is held captive by a rope, figure 116. Drawing showing the design of the kite balloon. Ventral equals valve. Ket equals belt. Antlirungslock equals hole for emptying the balloon of its contents. Ventilane equals valvelin. Box equals stuffing box. Vierlensatz equals inflating neck. Net des ballonets equals seam of the airbag. Ballonet maul equals opening into the airbag. Maul des Stuursacs equals opening into the steering bag. Ballonet ventral equals valve of airbag. Stuursac equals steering bag. And Satz des Stuursacs equals neck of steering bag, which is not attached to the basket, but to the front and back of the balloon. These ropes are so arranged as to prevent the long body of the envelope from being bent, and it is very important that the longer axis of the balloon should be kept pointing in the direction of the wind. This is effected by means of a steering bag, which is connected to the lower part of the cylindrical and hemispherical portions of the balloon. The wind is driven into the steering bag through one or more non-return valves, and escapes again through an opening at the back towards the top. There is therefore a slight excess of pressure, figure 117. Basket suspension in the steering bag, but it must always be less than that in the airbag itself, which discharges into it. The result of the excess of pressure in the steering bag is that the balloon always follows the direction of the wind. But in order that these movements should not take place too suddenly, a kite's tail is tacked on behind, and secured to the main body of the balloon by means of a rope on either side. The kite's tail consists of a number of windbags, which look like inverted umbrellas, blown up by the wind, and therefore tending to check any movement. But this arrangement has the drawback that the balloon is somewhat dragged down, and a portion of the kite effect is lost. This is, however, neutralized by the use of two sails, which are mounted at the sides of the body, and contribute also to an increase of stability. The balloon has no actual net. Instead of this there is a strong belt, which passes round the sides at a depth of 10 inches. Below the middle line, and parallel to the longer axis. It is fastened securely to the envelope by stitching, and by cementing it to the body with bands coated with rubber solution. Eps are attached at various points to the girdle, but they might happen in very windy weather to be broken. A ripping panel is therefore provided at the front, in order to bring it quickly to the ground. Experience shows that a free kite balloon maintains its position with very little change, if held by a rope attached to the front, though in this case it is generally inclined at a greater angle to the horizontal. Chapter 17. Instruments. The most important instrument is the barometer, which is used for determining the altitude. The balloonist must know the height to which he has risen, and also notice any tendency to rise or fall as soon as possible. There is a certain sluggishness about aneroids, which can be corrected by gentle tapping. The method, which has been described, of throwing out pieces of paper or feathers forms a useful indication of a rise or fall, and may conveniently supplement the use of the barometer. On an ascent in a free balloon, a barograph is always taken, which records the barometric reading on a roll of paper, and therefore, together with the notebook, forms a concise statement of the facts of the journey. The statoscope has also been described, and is by no means indispensable, but a compass must be taken in any case. For meteorological observations, a wet and dry bulb thermometer, preferably of the Assmann type, should be taken, in order to measure the temperature and the moisture in the atmosphere. Radiation is, however, more important than actual temperature. The gas inside the balloon is warmer than the surrounding atmosphere, except by night, when the temperatures of the two are nearly the same, the gas being sometimes slightly the colder of the two, owing to losses by radiation. It is very necessary to take good maps of the district. But on a long journey, they are apt to be so numerous that they are now often replaced by maps on a very small scale, which are read by means of a magnifying glass. As this system is possibly a matter of some general interest for other purposes than ballooning, it may be as well to describe it a little more fully. The method is due to an officer of the Bavarian Balloon Corps, named von Weybach, who communicated his ideas to Dr. Volber of Halensee. An instrument, called the micropotoscope, was therefore designed. It consists of two parts, which are quite separate from one another, viz. the eyepiece or magnifier, which is used in daylight, and a lighting device, which is used by night. The magnifier consists of a lens, which is so mounted as to figure 119. Barograph, or recording barometer. Be capable of moving in slots, either up and down, or to the right and left. Microphotographs, which represent photographic reductions of maps published on a larger scale, are taken on celluloid films, and mounted in position between thin sheets of glass, 2 inches square. The lighting arrangement contains a small electric glow lamp and a battery, the lamp being switched on and off as required. This arrangement works well on night journeys, and it is generally possible to determine the locality by noting the lights in the towns and the positions of the railways. The daylight apparatus weighs 4 ounces, the lighting apparatus 5 ounces, and the complete thing together with the case weighs 13 ounces. The price is 25 shillings, which may easily be saved in the cost of maps. It is extremely necessary to see that the whole of the material is maintained in thoroughly sound condition. Everything must be carefully examined before starting. With a free balloon, this is particularly necessary, seeing that damage may have been done at landing or by the ripping cord. It is always emptied after a figure 120. Balloon basket and its contents. Journey. The gas soon becomes adulterated by diffusion, and it is not generally possible to anchor an inflated balloon. Sometimes a balloon can be loaded with ballast and left it in its inflated config. 121. Volber's micropotoscope for reading maps on a reduced scale, together with illuminating device for night work. Addition during the night, if the weather is very fine, then on the next day it is possible to continue the journey with a smaller number of passengers than before. Things are somewhat different with the captive balloon, which is often left in the inflated state for several days, in order to save expense. When at last it no longer has sufficient lift, it is emptied and refilled. Labordi's motor balloon worked for several months with one filling of gas. When it is emptied, the gas is simply passed into the air, and is useless for any further purpose. In Germany, a balloon is emptied by means of the ripping cord. In other countries, a usual method figure 122. Micropotoscoping case is to open the valve, or to raise the mouth of the neck. The kite balloon is emptied through a special opening towards the back at the top. The ripping panel must of course be very carefully cemented down after use, and this ought to be done not more than 3 days and not less than 1 day before making a fresh start. If it is left for a longer time, it often sticks so fast figure 123. Micropotoscope, with magnifying glass for use in daylight. That it requires the efforts of several persons to pull it apart again, and in rough weather this may easily cause a great deal of unpleasant bumping. The opposite happens if the patch is closed too soon before starting, or if the benzene contained in the rubber solution is not allowed to evaporate sufficiently before putting the piece in position on the covering. The examination of the envelope on the inside is carried out by several persons, after it has been filled with air. The most minute leaks can easily be detected. The light which passes through them draws attention to their existence, even though it is impossible to see any trace of a hole on the outside. All such holes must be patched both on the outside and inside. Ends are first sewn together and then patched, and any kind of injury must be made good by covering with fresh material. With kite balloons it is necessary to see to the adjustment of the valve ropes. The balloon must therefore be filled with air, and if the valve does not open properly when the envelope is full, the connecting cord must be shortened. Everything in fact must be carefully overhauled before a start is made. Great care is necessary if accidents are to be avoided, and even though it is impossible to avoid them altogether, it is nonetheless a fact that the danger in ballooning is no greater than in driving a motor car or sailing a yacht. Chapter 18. Ballooning as a Sport. Professional aeronauts made their appearance soon after the invention of montgolfiers. Blanchard, Robertson, and others soon found that it was possible to make a little money out of the new discoveries, and it can be easily understood that the tricks of the showman's art soon brought the sport into discredit. A balloon, made out of gold beater's skin, was sent up on December 27, 1783, without passengers, from the Lustgarten in Berlin by Professor Richard. In 1789, Blanchard made one of his ascents, but the first properly managed expedition with passengers was made in Berlin on April 13, 1803, by Garnerine, who was accompanied by his wife and a man named Gartner. A full description of this journey has lately been published from documents in the possession of one of Gartner's descendants. It appears that the ascent was made in the presence of the King and Queen of Prussia and an immense concourse of people. The start took place in the garden of the veterinary school in Berlin, and the balloon eventually came to the ground near Mittenwald in the forests of Wusterhausen. Nothing further was done with regard to the sport of ballooning in Berlin till 1881, when the German Club for the Promotion of Ballooning was founded by Dr. Angerstein. The search for a dirigible balloon appeared at that time to be as likely to be successful as had been the efforts to discover a perpetual motion. It therefore required no little courage to appear before the public as the founder of a balloon club with all its hopes and aspirations. Far-seeing men, like Moltke, looked forward to the future with confidence and prophesied great things for ballooning. On the other hand, a well-known scientific man stated in a lecture about that time that the idea of dirigible ballooning was an unfortunate form of lunacy, and the organ of the club was spoken of as a curiosity. The well-known painter, Arnold Böcklein, took an active part in the practical work of the club, but without any great success. He made a flying machine in the form of a Hargrave box kite, and thought to rise or fall by altering the position of the sails, trusting to the wind for any forward movement. He entirely forgot that a kite could only rise if held at the end of a string. He invited Colonel Buchholz, who commanded the 1st Balloon Corps, to witness an experiment on the Tempelhofer Feld. The apparatus finally succeeded in rising a foot from the ground, and was then broken to pieces. Böcklein always defended his ideas with much vigorous argument, but did not continue his experiments. The club made great advances when the meteorologist, Professor Assmann, was elected president in 1890, and was able to interest the Kaiser in its proceedings. A large sum of money, placed at the disposal of the club by the Kaiser, enabled a series of ascents to be carried out according to Assmann's plans, the results of which have opened new prospects for scientific ballooning. These will be discussed in a later chapter. In addition to its scientific activity, a great deal was done to develop ballooning as a sport. A large number of expeditions were organized by Captain von Sixfelt and Major von Tschudi, amounting now to nearly 100 every year. This contributed to arouse a general interest in the matter. Since the spring of 1902, the president's chair has been occupied by Professor Bursley, who has devoted himself with great energy to the sport. He contributed largely to the foundation of the German Balloonists' Federation, which led the way for the long-cherished French scheme of the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. The Kaiser showed his further interest in the proceedings of the club by attending a lecture on the French dirigible balloons in December 1905, and presented a prize for a long-distance race, 1C, 25 years in the history of the Berlin Balloon Club, by H.W.L. de Beck, 1906. Published by K.J. Trubner, Strasbourg. Which was won on October 14, 1905, by Dr. Broek Hellman, in the balloon Ernst. Many people fail to see how ballooning can properly be termed a sport, seeing that the airship is entirely at the mercy of the wind, provided, of course, it is not of a dirigible type. They leave out of account the fact that much practice and experience give the aeronaut such control over his surroundings that he is at any rate not so helpless as a mere novice, whose only idea seems to be to make as long a journey as possible. The longest journey made in a balloon was that undertaken by Count de la Vose and Count Castillon de Saint Victor, in 1906, with the Centaur, which had a capacity of only 55,000 cubic feet. They started from Paris and landed at Korostyshev in Russia. The distance, as the crow flies, was 1,200 miles, and the journey lasted 35 hours. Insofar as length of time is concerned, the longest expedition was undertaken by Dr. Wegener of the observatory at Lindenberg, on April 5, 1905, when he remained in the air for 52 hours. Another long expedition was undertaken by Professor Burson and Dr. Elias, who made an ascent for meteorological purposes, and travelled from Berlin to Kiev in Russia, a distance of about 930 miles. The ascent made by the French aeronaut Godin in 1897 caused a good deal of excitement. He started from Leipzig with 7 passengers, in a balloon of a capacity of 100,000 cubic feet, and landed at Wilna. He stated that he had passed above the clouds over a number of large towns in the east of Germany, figure 124. Professor Busley, president of the Berlin Balloon Club, and had covered 1,030 miles. A record of this kind is of no value. The determining factor is the distance in a straight line from start to finish, seeing that there is obviously no means of checking any statement as to distances covered above the clouds. It is indeed possible to determine one's actual position by astronomical means, even if the balloon is above the clouds and the Earth is out of sight, but evidence of this kind is apt to be somewhat inconclusive. The compass is of no use for mapping out the course of a balloon above the clouds. If the balloonist is moving at the same rate as the clouds, it would appear to be absolutely at rest. It would therefore be impossible to tell in what direction he is moving or at what rate. He knows whether the north is on the right or left, but beyond this, the compass has no information to give. Let us suppose that the clouds appear to be travelling towards the east. Then it is either possible that the clouds are actually moving towards the east and that the balloon is moving slower, or on the other hand the clouds may be standing still or moving towards the west, while the balloon is moving much faster towards the west. The information could therefore only point decidedly to the fact that the wind is either in the east or in the west. Such a fact might certainly be useful if there were any danger of falling into the sea, and supposing the start had been made at Berlin, it would be evident that the journey could be continued without anxiety. The aeronaut is in any case liable to most sudden surprises. At great heights, changes in the direction of the wind are very frequent. In the northern hemisphere, the wind usually veers in the direction of the hands of a clock. In the southern hemisphere, the reverse is the case. Generally speaking, the length of a journey is a matter of accident. Without the necessary wind, it is impossible for the greatest dexterity to be of any use. Skill can be shown if several balloons ascend at the same moment, and it is a question as to who can remain in the air for the longest time, in which case it is necessary to be as sparing with the use of ballast as possible. Handicaps can be arranged by adjusting the amount of ballast to the size of the balloon, and allowances can also be made for the kind of gas with which the several balloons are filled, though generally the gas would be the same in all cases. Rules have been drawn up by the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale, governing the conditions of competitions, and these have received the approval of all the clubs represented at figure 125. A bank of clouds. The conference. The first race for the Gordon Bennett Prize took place on September 30, 1906, and was won by Lieutenant Lam, an American competitor. A second competition was held at Berlin on October 14, and was won by Dr. Breuer-Kellman. Theoretically, we know that a large balloon loses more gas than a small one. All balloons do not, therefore, require the same amount of ballast, which must be distributed somewhat in proportion to their sizes. A big balloon is not so easily managed as a smaller one. As it descends it gets up a greater speed, and therefore more ballast must be thrown out to neutralize this. It is often said that the main thing which requires skill is to find the level at which there is a stiff breeze. But this is a counsel of perfection. If the driver sees from the flight of the clouds, or from the pilot balloon, that the breeze is stronger at a higher level, he can throw out ballast, provided he has a sufficiency, and rise to that level. But the converse is not possible. If he sees from his bits of paper that the breeze is stronger at a lower level, he can open the valve and descend to that level, but, as already explained, it is not generally possible to remain at that figure 126. Balloon after the ripping cord has been pulled. Altitude. Under normal conditions, a falling balloon goes right down to the ground. If the fall is checked in any way, the balloon will rise again to the same height as that from which it has fallen, and may even go higher than before. Moreover, experiments of this kind must be paid for in gas and ballast, and therefore tend indirectly to lessen the distance which it is possible to cover. The fastest journey in a balloon was made from Paris at the time of the siege. The distance from Paris to the Zuyder, amounting to 285 miles, was covered in 3 hours, at an average speed of 95 miles an hour. The greatest speed over a short distance was probably attained by Captain von Sixfeld and Dr. Link on their fatal journey from Berlin to Antwerp, when a velocity of 125 miles an hour was recorded. In competitions over great distances or for great lengths of time, it is very important not to get worn out. At night time it is a good plan to take it in turns, and for one to sleep in the intervals. Warm clothing is an absolute necessity, as the cold may be sufficient to prevent a man from sleeping. Should the provisions run short, that may be an even more serious calamity, and it is generally found that something hot to eat and drink. Figure 127. The Hofburg, Vienna. Photographed by Captain Hintus Toisser would add to the pleasures of existence. But fires are an impossibility, and enterprising persons have therefore thoughtfully provided the aeronaut with a variety of tinned provisions which can be cooked by adding water to the quicklime with which the tins are surrounded. Injury to health may result from an ascent to a great height, and therefore competitions of this kind are not organized. But races are started with a view to reaching a definite place, the winner being the man who comes nearest to the mark. Naturally, in this case everything depends on the direction of the wind, which must be ascertained before the start by means of a pilot balloon. Motor cars can be set to chase and capture a balloon, and many other forms of competition may be organized, of which examples may be found in Debeck's handbook. Ballooning is the most exhilarating of all forms of sport. The impressions of the journey excite the imagination, and there is also a certain charm in knowing so little about the journey's end. Before the start, pilot balloons are sent up, the speed of the wind noted, and every likely contingency carefully weighed. Plans for the evening's arrangements are then made. But prophecy is a gratuitous form of error, and calculations of this kind are equally waste labor. Nothing generally happens in the course of the day's march except the unexpected. It seems to be generally supposed that ballooning must cause a sensation of giddiness, and one is often asked as to the sensations experienced in travelling at a furious speed through the air. It is, however, a curious fact that persons who suffer from giddiness under ordinary circumstances entirely lose the sensation in the basket of a balloon. Perhaps this is due to the fact that it is impossible to form any precise estimate of the height. The basket is so small and the height so great, it seems impossible to compare the two. Moreover, the guide rope always seems to touch the ground. The following incident is an illustration of this fact. A certain man, who suffered from giddiness to such an extent that he was scarcely able to look out of the window of a room on the first floor, was induced, for the purposes of a bet, to undertake a trip in a balloon. After 2 hours he was able to get up from his seat in the corner, and cautiously look at the horizon from the middle of the car. At a later stage he was able to look over the edge of the basket without any feeling of anxiety or giddiness. But when he reached the ground he was just as bad as before. In a free balloon there is no sensation of seasickness, as the balloon floats gently along. But with the captive balloon things are very different on a windy day, and sooner or later everybody succumbs. The first ascent offers curious sensations for the novice. He seems to see the earth sinking away from him, and when he comes down again, the trees and houses rush to meet him and welcome him back. The speed can be estimated by noting the time which it takes to reach places on the map, but an experienced balloonist can generally make a fairly accurate guess. The height affects the apparent speed, and must be taken into account. In the year 1899 Captain von Sixfeld made an ascent in the company of the author and Herr von Haxthausen, and the incidents of this journey may be of interest to the reader. The balloon started in clear weather from Berlin, and reached Breslau in 2 hours, the speed having been about 92 miles an hour. The start had been made under difficulties, and no kind of proper balance was possible, seeing that the balloon was almost thrown to the ground by the wind. Ordinarily, after the passengers have taken their places, the ballast is loaded into the car until the lift appears to be reasonable. If the balloon seems inclined to rise too fast when the ropes are somewhat slackened, ballast must be put in the car. On the other hand, if it seems too heavy, it must be correspondingly lightened. During this stage it is important to keep the balloon vertically above the car, as otherwise it is not possible to form any exact estimate of the lift. In a strong wind this balancing is a difficult business, and requires great experience. Sixfeld, however, gave the order to let go, and we were immediately bumped along the ground by the wind, and did not succeed in rising till we had thrown out 2 sacks of ballast. The balloon then rose at once to a height of about 2,500 feet. The inflating tube is opened just before the start, and is kept closed till the last moment, as otherwise the wind would drive too much gas out of the envelope. If it should happen that the inflating tube has not been opened, the rule is to empty the balloon, because otherwise it would rise to a great height and burst, and it is seldom safe to trust to letting out the gas by the valve. The view which met our eyes was magnificent, and the great speed caused a rapid succession of varied landscapes. An express train, going from Berlin to Breslau, seemed to us to be going in the opposite direction, and was soon out of sight. In all we had 12 sacks of ballast, and seeing that the weather was very cloudy, and the balloon had only been inflated with coal gas, it did not look as though the trip was likely to be a long one. But in spite of the strong wind, the balloon sailed quite steadily along, and every now and then a few handfuls of ballast were thrown out in order to keep to a level of 6,000 feet. We wanted to remain where we were because it was colder below, with a wind blowing more in the direction of Russia, which we had no intention of visiting. The Austrian frontier was passed between Dab and Chelm, and soon our stock of maps was exhausted. A small hand atlas was our only resource, and was probably as useful as full-sized maps would have been, so great was the speed. The data range was as clear as could be, away towards the S.S.East. And the balloon, flying at full speed over the hills and valleys, soon reached the Carpathian Mountains. Eddies now began to be noticed, and this made travelling less pleasant. Soon we had a remarkable experience, which Sixfeld duly recorded in the notebook. A slight vertical movement towards the back was noticed in the car. The balloon was soon thrown about in all directions, and finally rotated at a considerable speed. The guide rope and the 4 holding ropes became completely entangled, but at the end of a minute it all passed off. Soon after the guide rope struck against some trees and made a great noise, which we thought at first was the sound of rifle firing. The next place we clearly recognized was Neusandeck, near the mountains of Galicia. The place was only seen after passing the heights of Kemiekega, and it was therefore impossible to land owing to the great speed. We thought it might be possible to find another track on the other side of the Carpathians, but this idea had to be given up, because the mist and fog made it at times almost impossible to see anything. The valve was therefore opened, and in a side valley, immediately to the south of Bogza, the ripping cord was pulled at a height of 30 feet. We landed in deep snow after being bumped along the ground for about 20 yards. Luckily the hills broke the violence of the wind. Just before landing we noticed 2 men, who appeared to be following the balloon. We shouted to them to come and help, and also blew our torpedo boat whistles, but they were nowhere to be seen. At last we found them hidden away behind a stack of wood, trembling from head to foot. They said that they had never seen a balloon in their lives before, and supposed that it must contain some emissary of the devil, and the unearthly noise made by the guide rope as it crashed through the trees had only added to their fright. Gradually they took courage when they saw that the balloon had almost disappeared in the snow, and fetched other wood choppers to come and help. Finally the packing was finished after many misunderstandings, mainly due to our imperfect knowledge of the local dialect, and the balloon was put on a sledge and taken to the village. Here we were informed by the local magistrate that our journey was to end, and that we must consider ourselves under arrest. Our movements were indeed so suspicious that we could be nothing better than spies, and his opinion would probably be confirmed by his superior authorities in the course of a few days. We protested loudly and showed him our passports, but this was of no use. The magistrate was unable to read German, and consequently our passports were little better than waste paper. He refused to send a telegram to headquarters, and believing us to be Russian officers, treated us with scant courtesy. Nothing remained but to do as we were told. We put up in a room of the village inn, which was the only available accommodation, and devised a plan by which we were to get the help of one of the villagers who could speak a little German, and send a telegram to our ambassador at Vienna. The man had already done what he could on our behalf, and he was readily induced to act as guide. Under cover of darkness, about 6:30 p.m., we left the house, and went on foot to Kamionka, where was the nearest telegraph office. The snow had begun to melt, and the road crossed a little swollen stream about 10 times. Sometimes there was nothing better than a ford, and sometimes the trunk of a tree served as a slippery bridge. It was now pitch dark, and rain was falling heavily. We reached the telegraph office in 3 hours, and sent a telegram to the magistrate at Greibaul, seeing that it was in his province we had made our unlucky descent. It was thought unwise to telegraph to the German embassy according to our original plan, and we therefore asked the authorities at Greibaul to instruct the magistrate who had arrested us to the effect that he was to let us go and hand over to us all our goods and chattels. I thereupon began the return journey, and was persuaded by my guide to spend the night at his house, which was in a wood at a short distance from the high road. The kitchen of his house was occupied by a variety of many males, and the other apartment was of the nature of a bed-sitting room for the entire family, which included children, parents, and grandparents. Amid such surroundings, I was only able to eat a couple of eggs, though in reality I was very hungry. Violent gesticulations followed, and I was ultimately led to understand that this hospitality must be paid for on the spot, though the sum demanded seemed somewhat out of proportion to the benefits received, at least so I thought. A very small room, ordinarily occupied by a P-Fig. 129. Water anchor for balloon. From Diams. The head of the family was assigned to me as a bedroom, and I was invited to retire. So I laid myself on the bed in full uniform with my sword at a convenient distance, as I could not help feeling that the continued whispers of father and son were not reassuring. The situation was certainly not very encouraging. I was in a shanty, away from the high road, in the middle of the Carpathians, among people who looked almost like brigands. Not a word of their language could I understand. They probably knew I had some money about me, and my sleepy head was soon full of all the highwaymen of whom I had ever heard. What added to my suspicions was the fact that every now and then the father came to the curtain, which served as the door, and peeped in to see whether I was asleep. Naturally enough I suspected him of the most sinister designs, and clutched at my sword as soon as I heard his footsteps. Luckily this state of tension came to an end about 12:30 a.m., when there was a knock at the front door, and an Austrian policeman demanded to know whether I was there. The authorities at Greibaul had sent the man in answer to my telegram with instructions to do what was wanted, and accordingly he was on his way at the dead of night. He reassured me as to the character of my hosts, and said that their account of the matter was they supposed I was going to kill them, otherwise why did I take my sword to bed with me? Now I began to understand the stealthy visits of the father, who had only been anxious all the time to see that I was not meditating a descent upon his unprotected family. The gendarme left about 1 a.m., and I was soon asleep. The next day I went to Greibaul, where general indignation was expressed at the proceedings of the magistrate at Bogza. This worthy was not a little surprised at the turn events had taken, and did his best to make amends by providing a sledge with 6 oxen to carry the balloon to Greibaul, where Sixfeld and Haxthausen arrived in the course of the afternoon after a very toilsome journey. All's well that ends well. We were received in the most friendly manner at Greibaul, but notwithstanding this, we should recommend the balloonist to steer clear of the backwoods in the Carpathian Mountains. Still, it must be for till 1885 I admitted that this sort of accident is very uncommon in Austria. In Usia difficulties sometimes arise. It is not uncommon in Russia to receive the most hospitable welcome on landing, but to be obliged to submit to a most wearisome cross-examination before being allowed to depart. Still, it is part of a balloonist's business to learn to extricate himself from tight places of one kind and another, and if he should have the misfortune to be involved in any such adventure, he can console himself with the reflection that variety is the spice of life. Much enjoyment is to be derived from a journey over a large expanse of water. There is undoubtedly some danger attached to it, for descents into water are always attended with risk. The most usual trip of this kind has been across the English Channel, and oddly enough, the start has generally been made from the French coast. The direction of the wind is not so important in going from Dover to Calais as it is if the journey is made in the opposite direction. In the one case, the wind may veer through nearly 90 degrees on either side before the balloon would be carried out to sea, whereas in going from Calais, a deviation of 45 degrees would be sufficient to prevent a landing. An Englishman, named Green, proposed in 1837 to fasten a number of buckets to the guide rope, and drag them through the water. He thought this would help him to guide the balloon, but he would naturally only be helped by such local currents P2 figure 130. Balloon expeditions across the English Channel. As existed. A Frenchman, named One Host, experimented with similar dragging devices. He made several trips, of which the I Hill M figure 131. Count de Lavos balloon over the Mediterranean. Most remarkable were those from Cherbourg to London and from Calais to Yarmouth. But on November 13, 1887, One Host and his companion, named Mangat, were drowned. One of his figure 132. Basket of Count de Lavos balloon, showing that aviators. Countryman, named Herve, continued these experiments. Made many successful expeditions. He used floating timbers in conjunction with sails, and succeeded in producing a deviation of about 70 degrees from the direction of the wind. Such deviators consist of a frame into which a number of straight or bent pieces of wood are fitted, one behind the other, somewhat after the fashion of a ladder. From the ends of this contrivance, ropes are taken to the balloon, by means of which the position of the rungs can be altered so as to present a variable angle to the course of the balloon. If the rungs are placed parallel to the direction of flight, the balloon is subjected to a slight braking. Figure 133. Count de Lavos deviator in action. Action, but the direction of its course is unaffected. If the rungs are placed obliquely, the resistance, due to the water, is increased, and the balloon's course is deflected to that side on which the rope has been shortened. Count de Lavos has a balloon specially arranged for such water expeditions. He has an airbag, which is not a necessity in the case of a free balloon, but it helps to preserve the shape of the envelope, seeing that from some points of view his balloon may be considered as being of the captive type. Many failures have resulted, but a man of his energy is not easily beaten. The car of his balloon also contains a small motor for driving a propeller. His plans have been well laid, and he thinks there is no danger in making a descent on the water. His water anchor produces such a braking action that in case of need the accompanying steamship could easily overtake him. Others have talked about crossing the Atlantic, but schemes of this kind are too much in the air to be worth serious discussion. Several attempts have been made to cross the sea from Germany, but these have mostly been in the neighborhood of Kiel or Jutland, where there are a number of islands convenient for a descent. Figure 134. Deviator offering the maximum resistance. From Diams. But such trips have no real value, and the risk of coming into the water is too great to justify them in most cases, though an exception may certainly be made if there is some distinct scientific object in view. 2 soldiers belonging to the Prussian Balloon Corps were nearly drowned on March 24, 1906. They had been for some time above the cloud level, and on descending found they were over the Baltic. All instruments were thrown away, the basket was cut adrift, and they even threw away some of their clothing. Finally the balloon drifted over the land near Karlskrona. If the course had been a little more to the east, they would undoubtedly have been drowned. A change in the direction of the wind may bring serious consequences, and the dangers of a journey across the sea may be well illustrated by an account of a journey which the author made with the meteorologist Burson of Berlin, on January 10, 1901. The start was made at Berlin, and the descent took place at Markride in Sweden. There were many lucky circumstances in connection with the journey across the sea. In the first instance it was intended to make a high ascent, and the basket was furnished with instruments for this purpose. But the sky was cloudless, and it seemed likely to be possible to remain at a moderate altitude for some time without any great loss of ballast. The idea of crossing the sea was then considered, and the original plan was given up. The first consideration was to be able to figure 135. Deviator offering the minimum resistance. From Diams. Reach the coast with a sufficiency of ballast, but other things had also to be taken into account. Generally speaking, the balloons which start from Berlin have lost too much ballast by the time they reach the coast to make it possible to continue the journey. A fortunate circumstance in connection with our journey was the fact that the wind was blowing towards the north, and at a low level it was indeed blowing towards the northwest. The usual wind is from the southwest over the northern hemisphere, and this carries a balloon from Berlin too far towards the east to make it possible to cross the sea. We were also able to judge, from the time at which we arrived at the coast of the Baltic, that we should be able to cross the Baltic in daylight, supposing that the wind did not drop. As a matter of fact, we did not actually reach Trelleborg till after dusk, though under the circumstances we were, I think, justified in undertaking the journey. Both of us might fairly be considered to have had experience in the work, and we agreed that the crossing might safely be undertaken, so that if any accident resulted, neither would have had to reproach himself with having alone undertaken the responsibility. It generally happens that on a balloon there is one experienced aeronaut, and the rest of the passengers are without any special experience. It is therefore impossible to submit any proposal to the vote, even though the passengers have already made several trips and will in time become experienced men. The man who leads the expedition has to bear all the responsibility in case of accident. And should it appear that he has not given the word of command with sufficient emphasis in ANUMS figure 136. Map showing the course of the balloon from Berlin to Markride. Emergency, he is likely to lay himself open to the severest censure. The expedition was intended to be devoted to meteorological purposes, and the basket, which was very small and uncomfortable, was fitted out with the requisite instruments. We had warm clothing, and a stock of provisions, and set sail accordingly at 8:17 a.m. The temperature at Berlin was 21 F, and elsewhere it was colder still. The balloon passed from Berlin over the targets at Tegel at a height of 500 to 600 feet, where a second balloon with recording instruments was sent up from the Aeronautical Observatory. We soon found that at levels below 2,500 feet we were being driven very slightly towards the west. At levels between 2,500 and 4,500 feet the course was due north, and at still higher levels there was a slight tendency towards the east. The temperature, too, rose so much that we were glad to do without our furs. At a level of 3,000 feet the temperature was 27 higher than on the ground. Generally the air gets colder at higher levels. It is usual to expect a decrease of J or Y in a rise of 100 feet, and therefore in the present case we might have expected to find the thermometer nearly down to zero. As a matter of fact, the thermometer did not sink to the freezing point till we reached an altitude of 8,000 feet, and at 10,000 feet we reached again the temperature of the ground level. We were unable to read the lowest temperature, because there was no light, and we had not provided ourselves with an electric lamp. The sky was cloudless, except for a small amount of cirrus which seemed to be at a great height. A thin mist covered the ground, and the balloon floated above it without throwing out any ballast. Herr Burson had studied the state of the weather on the evening before the start, and it was seen that there was a steady southeasterly wind over all the parts between Berlin and the northwest. It therefore seemed likely that it might be possible to cross the Baltic, and we consequently took maps of Denmark and the south of Sweden. He told me his plan after we had been underway for an hour and had reached the Fino Canal. The various possibilities were discussed, and the fact that the wind was more westerly at a lower level was much in our favor. It seemed certain that in any case we could reach Denmark, as our speed was about 25 miles an hour. Our only fear was that we might have a long journey over the sea slightly towards the east to Denmark, but there seemed to be no reasonable probability of the wind shifting to the east and carrying us therefore right out into the open sea, which would expose us to a most serious risk. We did not make up our minds all at once. It was at a later stage, when we reached Neustrelitz, that we definitely resolved after further careful deliberation to cross the Baltic. The view from the balloon was splendid. We heard a peculiar, dull sound as we crossed small lakes with their thin covering of ice, caused, as we supposed, by the cracking of the ice. Every now and then we heard shouts of the beaters at a shoot, but otherwise nothing broke the stillness of the air. In fact, it seemed to me as if this journey was much quieter than usual. We seldom heard the wheels of a cart or the shouts of the schoolboys. Ordinarily the balloon is greeted with shouts at every village it passes. The pigeons, as usual, were terribly frightened. No doubt they think that a balloon is some gigantic bird of prey, and fancy there is safety in numbers. The recording balloon was at a great height above our own, and was partly hidden in consequence. Suddenly there was a great jolt, and a peculiar noise drew our attention to the fact that one of our sacks of ballast on the outside of the car had tumbled off, and that we had suddenly been shot up a few hundred feet, which was the last thing that we had intended to do. This point was duly noted on the curve which recorded our height by a sudden upward bob. Between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. we passed Neustrelitz and Demmin on our left, and New Brandenburg on our right. At 1:15 we reached the coast at Stralsund, and passed Riegen. We could see a number of fishers with their nets on the ice, trying to catch fish out of the holes. At Stralsund the water was also frozen. We could clearly see the channel for the ferry boat between Stralsund and Riegen. At 2 o'clock Riegen was left in the rear, arid we were over the open sea. The Baltic was free from ice, and fairly calm, but we could see the foam of the waves, which glistened brightly. There were multitudes of gulls, who were much perturbed at our appearance and flew anxiously hither and thither. We fixed our precise position on the map, and it seemed that we had come slightly to the east, but not sufficiently to cause any anxiety. The view over Riegen and the chalk cliffs of Stubbenkammer and Arkena was splendid. The atmosphere was perfectly clear. On the horizon we could see the coasts of Sweden and Denmark, looking almost like a thin mist. East and west there was nothing but the open sea. About 3:15 the balloon was in the middle of the Baltic. Right in the distance we could just see Riegen and Sweden. The setting of the sun at 4 p.m. was a truly magnificent spectacle. At a height of 5,250 feet, in a perfectly clear atmosphere, the effect was superb. The blaze of color was dimly reflected in the east by streaks of a bluish-green. I have seen sunsets over France at heights of 10,000 feet, with the Alps, the Juras, and the Vosges mountains in the distance, but this was quite as fine. The sunsets seen by the mountaineer or sailor are doubtless magnificent, but I hardly think the spectacle can be finer than that spread out before the gaze of the balloonist. The impression was increased by the absolute stillness which prevailed. No sound of any kind was to be heard. As soon as the sun went down, it was necessary to throw out some ballast owing to the decrease of the temperature. The highest temperature registered by the black bulb thermometer was 79°F, the balloon being at that time over the Baltic. Now it could be put away, as there was no more work for it to do. Even with the compass we could not tell in what direction we were moving. The guide rope was trailing through the water, but it was useless for telling the direction of the motion. We noticed the direction in which the sand seemed to fall when we threw out the ballast. At a great height we concluded that we were being driven towards the east very slightly. At lower levels the tendency was towards the west. It therefore seemed clear that if the conditions remained unaltered we should be driven slightly towards the east. But this had to be prevented at all costs, and we therefore kept as high as possible in order to get a whiff of the easterly breeze. Soon land came in sight. During the 3 hours we had been over the water we only saw 2 steamers. One of them directed its course towards us at first, as we thought. But soon it went on its way, as it seemed we had no need of help. It is useless for the aeronaut to reckon on help from a steamboat under such circumstances. It is not every steamboat that can come far out of its course on the off chance that help is needed. Besides which, the difference of speeds may be so great that help, if it does arrive, would be too late. We reached the Swedish coast about 5 o'clock, and passed over Trelleborg at a height of 2,000 feet. The question then arose as to whether to land, or to continue during the night. Although it was well past sunset, there was sufficient light in consequence of the snow to see our way to the ground, and to land quite easily. It is always a little awkward to land in a strange country after dark. Moreover, we wanted to do more meteorological work. It was thought there was still sufficient ballast to take us up to a much greater height, even allowing for necessary losses, and the balance of the argument seemed to be in favor of deferring the descent. We therefore proposed to continue for another 16 hours during the night in spite of the cold. We were able to see a good distance ahead, and if we should reach the sea either on the east or the west, there would be plenty of time to descend before we should be in any serious danger. We were now quite low down, and going almost direct for Malmö, which would probably be left on the right-hand side. But this did not suit our plans, as a drift towards the west might figure 138. Stockholm seen from an altitude of 3,000 feet. Photographed by Oscar Haldane. Bring us over the sea long before the 15 hours were over. We therefore threw out a lot of ballast and rose higher than ever, getting into a southerly breeze. Malmö was therefore passed on the left, and the University town of Lund on the right. After this the map was of no further use, as it was quite dark and we had no lamp. The whole outlook was like a transformation scene. Floods of light rose up from Trelleborg, Malmö, Copenhagen, Landskrona, Lund, Elsinore, and Helsingborg, while the little towns beneath our feet sparkled with many lights. We were now at a height of more than 10,000 feet, and consequently all these places were within sight. The glistening effect of the snow was heightened by the blaze which poured from the lighthouses along the coasts of Sweden and Denmark. The sight was as wonderful as that of the sunset had been, though of a totally different nature. We supposed the light in Malmö to be from arc lamps. Figure 139. Mr. Bellhorn, seen from the east, showing also the Fie and Hoberling glaciers. Photographed by Spelterini. Its brightness was very marked. We found later on visiting the town that there was no electric light in the streets, but only Welsbach burners, yet the effect produced in the distance was really brilliant. The pole star was our guiding light. The compass was useless in the dark. We also guided ourselves to some extent by the lights below, and as soon as we saw that the course was not due north, more ballast was thrown out, and at once we got again into the southerly breeze. There seemed now to be no tendency to drift towards the east. Sometimes there was a slight mist on the ground, but this obstructed the outlook very little. Soon we were struck by the fact that the earth seemed to be covered with dark patches. Herr Berson thought there were clouds beneath us, through which, here and there, we could see the shining snow. I had better eyes than he had, and thought I could see lights in these dark patches. My theory was that the dark spots were villages where the snow had melted, but we soon found this was not so. Gradually everything disappeared beneath us, and it was evident that the clouds had closed up, covering the earth from our sight. What was to be done? The blaze from the lighthouse in the Bay of Halmstad had been too close to be pleasant. We were moving rather to the west than to the east. It was just possible to see the pointer on the aneroid, but even supposing we kept at the same level we might quite easily get into a current and be carried to the west. The only prudent thing to do was to come down at once, and this we did. We found out later from the weather chart, published that evening, that in the middle of Sweden and southeast of Norway a northeast wind was blowing at 8 p.m., while in Copenhagen, the Kattegat, and Jutland it was from the south or southeast. If we had continued, we should have been carried across the Kattegat and Skagerrak into the North Sea, and sooner or later the balloon would have been at the mercy of the waves. The valve was opened and the balloon descended through the thick clouds. We could see nothing, but the little jerks showed us that the guide rope was touching the ground. In a few seconds we saw the ground, and soon learned that we were descending into a forest which enclosed a number of small lakes. At once more ballast was thrown out, and we skimmed along over the tops of the trees. Soon we crossed a big lake, and saw a place that seemed suitable for a descent. The valve was then opened, both of us gave a tug at the ripping cord, and after a few bumps we found ourselves on the ground. We had come down in deep snow on the side of a wood, about 14 miles from the railway station at Markride, in the province of Småland. We packed up our instruments, and began to look out for a cottage, but this is not always an easy task in the dead of night in a foreign country. In a quarter of an hour, we found a farm, and succeeded in rousing the inmates. A much more difficult job was to induce them to open their front door. Here were two men, talking some sort of double Dutch, who suddenly appeared at a farmyard, miles off the high road in the middle of the night, and demanded admittance. Berson can talk 6 languages, but unfortunately Swedish was not among them. Our situation was far from pleasant. Berson begged in the most humble way for shelter, while I contented myself with walking up and down, as I was unused to negotiations of this kind, and unable to add anything to his convincing arguments. We thought at least they might ultimately admit one of us. At the end of 3/4 of an hour the farmer, who turned out to be a very pleasant fellow, opened the door. We showed him some pictures of a balloon we luckily had with us, and they then began to understand the situation. We were then received with truly Swedish hospitality, and provided with supper. They even proposed to let us have their beds, but this we naturally declined with many thanks. After supper we set out to search for the balloon, and were guided by the son and daughters of the family, who brought a lantern with them. It was soon found and rolled up as well as was possible under the circumstances. The instruments and maps were more carefully packed. We then wended our way back to the farmhouse. The yard contained hens, pigs, cows, and sheep. An empty corner was found, which was well packed with straw, and served as a couch for our tired limbs. We covered ourselves with greatcoats, and tried to sleep. But the temperature was too, and as the place was only an outhouse with the boards roughly nailed together, and the wind whistling through the cracks and crevices, we were not sorry when the daylight came. We got up and were glad to warm ourselves before the fire, while they fetched some laborers from the next farm, which was a couple of miles off, to come and help us pack up our balloon. It was finally done, and we managed to make ourselves understood through talking English to one of the laborers, who had lived in America for some time. Ballooning as a sport. 225. We then parted from our host on the best of terms, and set out on a sledge for the railway at Markride. Such an extraordinary cavalcade had never before been seen in those parts, or probably anywhere else for that matter. At the front was the basket. At the back was the rolled-up envelope, bound round with the ropes, and standing up on edge, on the top of which we seated ourselves, one behind the other, and acted as drivers. We only regretted there was no camera to take a picture of the group. The rustics looked at us with open eyes, and probably thought my uniform looked a little strange amid its surroundings. They greeted us in friendly fashion, but realizing that we were foreigners, they asked no questions. Our horse managed the hills remarkably well. We switchbacked up and down, and the whole thing was done automatically without the driver's interference. Every now and then it looked as though we should be landed in the snow, but the heavy balloon steadied it at the critical moment. Soon we reached a sort of high road, very hilly still, but better than before, and after a drive of 3 hours, we landed safely at Markride at 5 p.m. We first went to the telegraph office to allay the anxiety of our friends, and after a long conversation, carried on for the most part in dumb show, we discovered that this was only a telephone office, and no telegrams were taken in. But our troubles were near their end, for we found a station master who was able to talk German. We handed him our messages, and he sent them by telephone to Hesselholm, whence they were forwarded by telegraph to Berlin. We paid off the driver, and packed the balloon on the train, being glad of an opportunity of getting something hot to eat and drink at the little railway hotel. Our messages evoked an unexpected response in the shape of telephonic inquiries from the Swedish newspapers at Malmö, Stockholm, Växjö, and other towns, which reached us long before our telegrams reached Berlin. Our balloon had been noticed as it came across the Baltic. Accordingly we gave particulars to the station master, and he relieved us of any further bother. WTE reached Mimo next day, and I called on the officer AQ, commanding the regiment of Hussars, which was stationed there. We were received in a most hospitable manner, and invited to join their mess, after which we were driven round Malmö and the neighbourhood before making our departure for Copenhagen on the way to Berlin. Our journey had been thoroughly interesting with its ups and downs, and we felt, even from the scientific point of view, to have collected facts of some importance. A few figures will give some impression of our general results. The total distance travelled across the water was 77 miles, of which 50 miles was over the open sea. Our mean speed was 31 feet per second over the whole journey. In Germany it was 41 feet per second, over the Baltic 33 feet per second, and in Sweden 25 feet per second. The temperature at the moment of starting was 22 F. At a height of 2,200 feet it was 40 F. At 3,200 feet it was 44 F. And at 8,000 feet it was at the freezing point. As for the recording balloon, it started at 8.3 am, and landed at 10 am in Leichen, in the Uckermark, 44 miles due north of Tegel, after a journey at the average speed of 42 feet per second. The greatest height was 23,150 feet, where the temperature was 22 below zero. Its instruments showed also a temperature of 40 F at a height of 4,800 feet, and the freezing point was reached at a level of 8,300 feet. A balloon expedition through the mountains is also a delight, and exposed to similar risks. Captain Spelterini is well known for his many journeys over the Alps. During the exhibition at Milan, a prize was offered to the man who should succeed in crossing the Alps after starting from Milan. It was won by an Italian aeronaut named Usuli, who succeeded in crossing over Mont Blanc. This could only be done in suitable weather, and it is very important to find out the direction of the currents at the higher levels by means of a pilot balloon before making a start. Anyhow, it is necessary to rise to such a height as to be outside the range of the lower breezes, and to mount to altitudes of more than 20,000 feet straight away. Steel cylinders containing oxygen must therefore form part of the outfit, which means a serious addition to the deadweight. There must be at least 2, if not 3, passengers. Consequently, this would require a balloon of 70,000 cubic feet capacity, which must be filled with hydrogen. The first attempt was made by Spelterini on October 3, 1898. Professor Heim and Dr. Mora went with him in a balloon of a capacity of 115,000 cubic feet, named the Vega. He started from Sitten, and in 5 hours he reached Eva, in the figure 140. The Lake of Lucerne. Photographed by Spelterini. Department of the Haute-Marne, having covered a distance of 140 miles. His idea had been to reach the Bodensee after crossing the Feinsterrahorn and the Unna and Glarner Alps. On August 1, 1900, Spelterini started from the Idefjord and crossed over Todi and Glynis. In 1903 he made an expedition from Zermatt and crossed the Dome in the Mischabel chain, then turned towards the southeast over Lake Maga, and then after several turns to the Chinty, above Bagnazco, where the descent was made. The most interesting expedition was in Q2. 1904, over the Jungfrau, the Briedorn, the Bliemleal, and the Wildstrudel. The photographs which were taken on these occasions give a good impression of the pleasure which can be derived from journeyings in the Alps. It is difficult to describe the joy of this kind of ballooning to those who have not experienced it. In November 1904, the author joined Captain Spelterini and Freya von Huld in a trip from Zurich over the Lake of Lucerne, past the Ag and Pilatus. We then went towards the southwest, and at heights of 13,000 feet we passed over some of the bigger ranges. The weather was perfectly clear, and the mountains seemed so close as to be within a stone's throw. We passed the Jungfrau, the Eiger, the Munch, but the most beautiful thing we saw was the Great Aletsch Glacier, glistening in the sun. For 3 hours we experienced such delights as had never fallen to human lot before. There was always something fresh, some new feature in the panorama, and all spread out for us to enjoy in perfect stillness. We turned later to the north, and came to the ground on the northwest side of the Lake of Neuchâtel. The course was curious, inasmuch as it seldom happens that one passes along the Alps. Spelterini had himself never before had such luck. The turn to the right was an essential feature of the scheme, for our balloon had only a capacity of 55,000 cubic feet, and was filled with coal gas, and any attempt to cross the higher ranges was therefore impossible. Moreover, a landing effected at a great height is a very awkward affair, and is likely to cost a great deal of money. It need hardly be said that it is also about as dangerous as anything connected with ballooning can well be. But it is as well not to talk too much about danger. The most erroneous notions exist about the risks attaching to the sport, largely because the newspapers easily convert trifling incidents into alarming accidents. The death of a jockey is dismissed in a few lines, but the slightest accident to a balloonist seems to afford unlimited scope to the inventive and descriptive faculties. Professor Wesley, president of the Berlin Balloon Club, read a paper on the supposed risks of ballooning with reference to the question of insurance. He showed that ballooning is not much more dangerous than any other sport, and that such accidents as occur are mostly due to the defective material used by the balloonists employed at country shows. He made a careful examination into the records of accidents which have happened to members of clubs affiliated to the German Association of Balloonists, and also to the Prussian and Bavarian Balloon Corps, and found that 36 accidents had happened as compared with a total number of 2,061 ascents. The injured amounted to 47% of the number of passengers, the total number figure 141. Balloon and balloonists on their way home, of whom were 7,570. But an improvement is even noticeable among professional aeronauts, and they are now beginning to know that confidence cannot be placed in an old patched balloon. Still they are not in a very enviable position. Their profession is a difficult one, and the profits are scanty. They cannot afford to keep a number of assistants, and have to trust to the intelligence of such local helpers as they can scrape together. It takes several hours to inflate the balloon, and he is obliged to be present during the whole time, because nobody else knows anything about it, and any delay at the last moment might expose him to the wrath of the mob. An amateur generally mounts into the basket after all the work of inflation has been done by experienced balloonists, whereas the professional has already done a hard day's work before the start is made. Consequently, in a tight place he is at a great disadvantage. Professionals, too, have to make the ascent, whatever may be the state of the weather. In summer a thunderstorm often comes unexpectedly, and in the early morning, when the inflation begins, there may be no sign of the likelihood of anything of the sort. The professional has no great balance at the bank, and can ill afford to lose the money which is represented by the gas in the balloon. Besides which he would lose all the money of the crowd of sightseers if the show were abandoned. Therefore he is hardly in the position of a free agent, and makes an ascent under hazardous conditions. Still, the authorities ought to be in a position to prevent an ascent when the conditions are unfavorable. It often happens that persons without any sufficient technical experience take upon themselves to announce balloon trips, and find unsuspecting passengers who may be exposed to the greatest risks. If the professional chooses to run the chance of breaking his own bones, that is his affair. But some means ought to be found of preventing him from involving others in his fate. A typical instance took place in the Eheim province in 1905. An engineer, named Vollmer, had been on 3 short trips with a professional balloonist, and then started from Emscheid with an unsuspecting passenger. The weather was perfectly clear, and in spite of this they fell into the North Sea and were drowned. They attempted to descend too late, as was evident from the messages sent by carrier pigeon, wherein they stated that the sea first came in sight when they were at a height of 10,000 feet. This was clearly a case in which the ascent should have been forbidden. But we must not go to extremes, or /VE may find the engineer hoist with his own petard. Thus it was clearly an excess of zeal which prompted the chief of the Berlin police to prohibit all ascents in the year 1884 before the 15th of August, on the ground that otherwise much damage might be done to the crops by the descent of the balloon. Generally speaking, since the introduction of the ripping cord in Germany, the number of accidents has greatly decreased. Even in a stiff wind, the dangers of being dragged and bumped along the ground are much smaller if the envelope is suddenly emptied of its gas. A landing normally takes place somewhat as follows. 1. As soon as it is determined to make the descent, a suitable spot is selected, partly by consulting the map, and partly by taking account of the general lie of the land. When the place has been chosen, a rough calculation must be made as to the height at which it is best to open the valve. Experience shows that the fall takes figure 142. Landing in a tree. Place at the rate of 8 or 10 feet per second. Therefore, if the horizontal velocity is known, as also the distance of the point of descent, it is easy to fix the level at which the valve must be opened. The rate of falling is about 6 miles an hour, and let us suppose that the balloon is traveling at a speed of 12 miles an hour. The distance of the spot selected for landing being 1 mile, that is, 5,280 feet. The height at which the valve must be opened will be x 5,280, that is, 2,640 feet. Shortly before the landing place is reached, the balloon must be brought to rest by means of the guide rope, ballast being thrown out if necessary. 1. See Dr. Leichenden's article on the theory of landing, in the Illustrator Link/on from March. This is a very simple matter if there are no telegraph wires or other obstacles. But this seldom happens. There are usually trees or something of the kind in the way, and then it is necessary to proceed cautiously, for fear of getting entangled. Ballast must be thrown out in order to avoid these obstacles and rise. Figure 143. Dillingen, seen through the clouds. Photographed by Eridinger, of Augsburg. Above them. But care must be taken that the balloon does not rise too much, otherwise there is a danger of its rising to the height from which it has fallen. After leaping over the obstacle, the valve must be pulled at once and the balloon brought to the ground. Such maneuvers can be very tedious. Sometimes it is necessary to jump over houses and villages, which must on no account be touched by the guide rope if there is still sufficient ballast to be able to rise above them. The importance of reserving a certain amount of ballast for the end of the journey will now be evident. A journey cannot be continued till all the ballast is thrown away, leaving none for the purpose of landing. Otherwise a guide rope, rattling along the tops of houses, may be a source of great danger to the inhabitants of a village, and quite apart from this, the lives of the passengers themselves may be exposed to serious risks. One cannot too strongly insist on the necessity for this precaution. In fact, the recklessness of the man who neglects it is almost criminal. As soon as the balloon has been brought by means of the guide rope to a suitable spot for landing, the valve is opened, and the basket comes with a heavy bump to the ground. The reaction causes the balloon to make a jump, and as it comes down again the ripping cord is pulled as quickly as possible. The envelope empties itself almost at once, but a very strong wind may occasionally cause the basket to be dragged for some little distance along the ground. It is, of course, possible to pull the ripping cord before the balloon touches the ground at all, but this must rest in the discretion of the man in charge. The following description of a journey undertaken by the author may help to illustrate the dangers of the descent. I was in charge of all the arrangements, and had as my companions Dr. Stolberg and Lieutenant George. We started from Strasbourg in a balloon with a capacity of 70,000 cubic feet, and the following is an account of the expedition, written by Dr. Stolberg. The balloon seemed to be tugging almost viciously at its moorings, when the order was given to let go. At 9.8 am we started off, with a fairly strong northwest wind behind us. At once we threw out ballast, but still remained close to the telegraph wires, and it was only after we had lost 4 sacks of ballast that we managed to get clear away. We passed away from the ramparts, and were soon far above the housetops. Even the cathedral itself seemed far beneath us. In 3 minutes we passed over the railway station, and rose rapidly through a thick grey fog. In another 3 minutes we had passed through the clouds with all their damp and cold, and were now face to face with the sun in all its glory. Towards the east was the hump of the Hornis Grind, and some of the peaks of the Nibais showed through the mist. On the west, parts of the Vosges could be faintly seen, looking like dark streaks against the horizon. Towards the south was a heavy bank of clouds, which looked almost like the snowy Alps, and right below us on the fog was the mysterious shadow of the balloon. But there was no feeling of loneliness, although at 9:23 am the reading of the barometer was 25*5 inches, and of the thermometer 46°F. We could clearly hear the rolling of the trains, and the drums and bugles at the barracks. All of a sudden the fog disappeared, and directly beneath us we saw the railway station. At 9:37 am the barometer reading was 23*8 inches, corresponding to an altitude of 6,550 feet. The temperature was only 40°F, yet the heat from the rays of the sun bothered us not a little. The cathedral looked no bigger than a footstool, with its cross at a depth of 5,500 feet below us. But it seemed so hot that I was glad to take off some of my winter clothes, and would have taken off my boots as well, if it hadn't been a little awkward. The others experienced the same sensation, and if we had stayed there long we should have been as brown as berries. However, I had no time to think about these things, and set myself down on a sack of ballast to write postcards to my friends. In case anybody should be interested in my method, I may as well describe it. I order them at the booksellers, and each card is provided with a kind of pigtail, consisting of 2 yards of colored paper, or better still, of a length of bright red ribbon. On the front I write the address and the word balloon, and the thing is done. I then throw it over the edge, and it amuses me to see the card with its long red tail go tumbling slowly and gracefully down to the ground. On this occasion I threw out only 2 cards, and they both reached their destination in due course. At 9:43 am the barometric pressure was 24.6, the altitude being 5,250 feet above the sea. We had therefore fallen about 1,300 feet in 6 minutes, but we were still higher than at 9.23. The Hornis Grind was our landmark, and seemed to be in the same direction as before. We heard the same sounds from below, and concluded that we were still hovering over the town. The balloonist is generally described as rushing furiously through the air. But this was hardly the case with us. There seemed to be something very circumspect about our movements. As there was to be nothing to occupy the mind, our thoughts gravitated in the direction of caring for the body, and an interval figure 144. Building a pontoon over the Spree was therefore devoted to refreshment. Suddenly our leader said very decidedly that we must land. We looked at the barometer. It was just before 10 o'clock and saw that we were already descending very rapidly. I couldn't understand it. Nobody had touched the valve rope. Still, the pointer on the aneroid was turning round almost as fast as a second's hand. Each little division on the aneroid meant a fall of 36 feet. We held out a feather at the end of a fishing rod, but it floated over our heads, and our scraps of paper disappeared at once. It was quite evident that we were going at a breakneck speed to the ground. We threw out some of our precious ballast, but this did no good. We came down faster than the sand, and now there were only 5 sacks of ballast left, each weighing 66 pounds. Unfortunately there came a cloud between us and the sun. The temperature of the gas in the balloon went down quickly, and this further helped us on our downward journey. There would figure 145. Bridge over the Iller, near Kempten. Photographed by A. Riddimer, Augsburg. Have been no danger if we had had a little wind to carry us out into the open, but as it was, we could hear from the sounds below that we were close to the town and probably directly above it. Soon we saw the barracks below us, and came, all at once, into the strong breeze in which we had started. I thought we should have landed in front of my own house. But we passed over the center of the town, and soon our guide rope began to rattle along the tops of the houses. "Hold tight," said our leader. We felt a bump, and found that the rope had knocked a rickety chimney into the street. Soon after this the rope managed to coil round the telephone wires, and the only thing to do was to cut it off. The strain on the rope was tremendous. Why it didn't break is a mystery. I thought Lieutenant George was a little nearer the rope than I was, so I suggested to him that he should lean over the edge and pull it in. We both got hold of it after a while, and I brought my trusty knife to bear on it. It was lucky I had it with me, but then I had all my wits about me when I started, although I must admit I felt a little bustled just now. I had succeeded in cutting halfway through it, when there came an overpowering wrench, and it vanished over the side of the basket. The jolt was something to remember, and we should certainly have been shot out if we hadn't held on like grim death. At this critical moment our only policy seemed to be to get rid of the rope at any cost. Our chief got on the edge of the basket, not a position I should choose at the best of times, and after a while succeeded in cutting through the rope at the point I had started on. The rope fell down on the roofs of the houses, and one end tumbled in the river to the great astonishment of a boatman who was close by. We bumped up against 1 or 2 houses without doing much damage beyond the fact that we knocked off a bit of an old chimney, and swept away a few square feet of roof. All our ballast was gone, even our maps, our empty ballast bags, and the case for holding our instruments. Finally we seemed to reach a clear space, and being near enough to the ground, we all gave a mighty tug at the ripping cord. We came down on the left bank of the river, but the balloon fell unfortunately with the ripping panel downwards, and so the gas to some extent was prevented from escaping. We were dragged a short distance along the grass, and ran into a gun carriage, which brought us finally to rest. We pulled the valve open, in order to empty the balloon completely, and many willing helpers were soon on the spot. This account of the journey is sufficient to show that a well-constructed basket is capable of withstanding tremendous shocks. It is generally possible to escape from the most hazardous positions, and it requires an extraordinary combination of mishaps to bring about such a tragic episode as the death of Sigsfeld at Antwerp. Chapter 19. Scientific Ballooning. The examination of atmospheric phenomena with the help of balloons or kites has added considerably to our knowledge of the subject. Meteorology has naturally attracted most attention, but astronomical work has also been done in the observation of eclipses, shooting stars, etc. The balloon has also been used on polar expeditions, but meteorology was undoubtedly the first branch of scientific knowledge to which the balloon was usefully applied. A Frenchman, named Perrier, discovered in 1647 that the barometer stood at a lower level at the top of the Puy de Dôme than in the valleys. In 1780 Benedict de Saussure made preparations for a scientific journey to Mont Blanc, which was carried out in 1787. In the meantime the inventions of the brothers Montgolfier had become generally known, and the results of Charles's expeditions had reached scientific circles. On his first trip on December 1, 1783, in the Charlotte, he had taken barometric readings, the minimum being 20 inches, which corresponded to an altitude of 11,360 feet. His thermometer also showed a reading of 16F. Saussure recognized at once the importance of the new methods, and traveled to Lyons in order to obtain information. He was there received on January 15, 1784, by Joseph Montgolfier and Pilter de Rosier, who were making arrangements for a proposed ascent. He took great interest in the theory of ballooning, and suggested that it might be possible to find favoring breezes at different heights, and therefore to move in any desired direction. On September the 19th of the same year, the effective won the most comprehensive work on the subject of meteorological ballooning is a book entitled Wissenschaftliche Luftfahrten, by Assmann and Burson, published in 1899 by F. Weg and Son, Brunswick. The heat of the sun's rays on the temperature of the hydrogen in the balloon was carefully noticed by the brothers Ilbert Lavoisier, who discovered the method of generating hydrogen by passing steam over red-hot iron, published in 1784 a comprehensive program for scientific balloon ascents. The first electrical observations were made on June 18, 1786, by Testubrisi, who ascended into thunderclouds, and said that he drew remarkable discharges from the clouds by means of an iron rod, carried in the car. A pilot balloon was sent up by the Aber Toulon and Saucher, who repeated the observations Franklin had made with his kites, proving the existence of atmospheric electricity. The first ascent, made solely for scientific purposes, was undertaken by the American, Dr. Jeffries, of Boston, whose adventurous journey across the Channel has already been mentioned. He started on November 30, 1784, with blanket from London, and came down in 1 hours near the Thames at Dartford. The attempt to make use of wing-like oars failed utterly, but his meteorological observations were of interest. The height of 9,000 feet was reached, and the temperature fell to 29 F, whereas in London it was 51. He took with him a Torricelli barometer, a pocket thermometer, a hydrometer, an electrometer, and a compass. Besides these things, Cavendish, the discoverer of hydrogen, suggested he should take small bottles filled with water, in which he should collect samples of the atmosphere at different heights. His results may be tabulated as follows: time. Strictly scientific lines with the greatest care, and the results are interesting, though no account was taken of the direct effect of radiation from the sun, and consequently the temperature values are only correct so long as the sky was covered with cloud. Jeffries made a second expedition on January 7, 1785, which figure 146. Dr. Jeffries, with the barometer used on his ascents, has already been described in some detail. It may be noted that on this occasion the first trigonometrical observations of the height of a balloon were made from the French coast, and the altitude was found to be 4,800 feet. No barometric readings appear to have been taken on the ground level, so that it is not possible to deduce much from his readings. Hellman, the meteorologist of Berlin, has clearly shown that Jeffries was the first to attempt meteorological observations from a balloon, though for many years it was supposed that a man named Robertson was the first scientific balloonist. He made an ascent on July 18, 1803, in the old French military balloon Intrepid, which had already done duty at the Battle of Fleurus. The start was made at Hamburg with another man, named Lehust. Robertson was clearly shown to be an impostor, but he gave the following description of his journey in one of the Hamburg papers: "We continued to ascend as long as we were able to withstand the atmospheric influences. The cold was like that of the depth of winter. A kind of coma came over us, with buzzing in the ears and swelling of the veins. I made some experiments with the galvanic battery, and noted carefully the flight of the birds, as long as it was possible to do so. My companion complained that his head was swell. Fig. 147. Apparatus for generating hydrogen. Ing, and I found my own head swollen to such an extent that I could not put on my hat, and my eyes were bloodshot. We therefore descended. But I noticed the terrified aspect of the peasants, and as I had forgotten an important experiment, I made up my mind to make another ascent. We continued on our way till 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when we came to the ground near which Tenbeck without any injury to ourselves or the balloon. The peasants evidently thought we had come from the infernal regions. The results of Robertson's observations have been lost, but he was either hopelessly incompetent or an impostor, or, very possibly, both. He said he reached an altitude of 24,300 feet, that his experiments with frictional electricity were a failure, that a galvanic battery only gave 5/6 of its normal current, and that the atmospheric electricity was positive, as examined by his gold-leaf electroscope. Neither did the air contain as much oxygen at great heights as it did on the ground level. Laplace induced the academic des sciences to investigate the truth of these assertions, and consequently Gay-Lussac and Biot undertook an ascent for that purpose, with the result that the statements made by Robertson were found to be incorrect. They rose to a height of 10,000 feet, and found that the experiments with frictional electricity worked perfectly. The battery continued to give the same current, and the atmospheric charge was alternately positive and negative. Gay-Lussac undertook a further ascent alone, and reached an altitude of 23,000 feet. He found that the percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere was constant, and independent of the altitude. It was further proved that Robertson had only reached a height of 21,400 feet. His descriptions of the effect of the reduced pressure on the human organism were found to be much exaggerated, but nonetheless it is still commonly believed that at great heights it is not unusual for blood to flow from the eyes and ears. This point will be dealt with later. These expeditions aroused much interest in scientific circles, but till 1850 no further work of the kind was done in France. In Germany, on the other hand, ascents were made by Professor Jungens from Berlin between the years 1805 and 1810. He occasionally reached an altitude of 21,000 feet, but nothing noteworthy was done in the way of observations. In the years 1838 and 1839, the professional aeronaut Green and the astronomer Spencer Rush made ascents in England, but their results appear to be absolutely worthless. Assmann considers that the temperatures are too high by at least 36 F, and their altitudes are probably 3,000 feet too high, so that instead of having reached a height of 29,000 feet they got no further than 26,000 feet. Interesting observations were made in America by Wise, who has been already mentioned as the inventor of the ripping panel. He sent up 2 balloons in Philadelphia on a calm day. They remained close to one another for some length of time, but one eventually rose to a height of 200 feet above the other, and the scientific ballooning 243 were then separated. This was owing to the fact that the one was carried away by an easterly breeze, while the other was still being driven in a southerly direction. Some ascents were made in France in 1850 by Barral and Bixio, who recorded the very unexpected temperature of 39 F, at an altitude of 23,000 feet, whereas Gay-Lussac at the same height had found a temperature of 10 F. Assmann, however, thinks that all the figures are probably correct. There is nothing which tends to depress the reading, because it is impossible to show a reading lower than the temperature of the atmosphere. On the other hand, the radiation from the sun or from any other hot body might tend to raise the reading, and therefore to show a figure higher than the actual temperature of the air. Arago defended the results of Barral and Bixio, because he well understood that the direct effect of the radiation of the sun must be excluded. Glischer and Welsh tried to find the true temperature by the use of aspirators. Glischer's results were the most important that were in existence till 1887, though Assmann showed that there was still considerable doubt as to the correctness of the temperatures. French balloonists also undertook scientific ascents about this time, but they did nothing to improve on Glischer's results. Among them may be mentioned Camille Flammarion, the popular astronomical writer, Wilfrid de Fonville, the brothers Thissindier, Civil and Cross Spinelli, who lost their lives at the work, Muret, Dute Boethvine, Hermite, Besancon, and many others. It is impossible to do more than mention their names, though the importance of their work, in some cases at any rate, was undoubted. A member of Parliament named Powell made an ascent for meteorological purposes, with Captain Templar and Captain Gardner, but he was unfortunately drowned through falling into the sea, while the officers barely escaped with their lives. One Glischer made 28 ascents for scientific purposes, and was the first to adopt really accurate methods. His plans were carried out with the greatest care, and included a wide range of 1C Wilfrid de Fonville, Les Grandes Ascensions Maritimes. Paris, August, Ohio, 1882. Are 2 observations, which were made at short intervals throughout the journey. His results are embodied in the reports of the British Association, and included observations from the following points: 1. Determination of the temperature of the atmosphere, and of the amount of moisture contained in it at different heights, particularly at the higher levels. Determination of the dew fig. 148. Glisher and Coxwell in the basket. Point by means of Daniel's wet bulb thermometer, Egno's condensation hygrometer, and of the psychrometer both in its ordinary form and with the addition of an aspirator. In the case of the latter, large quantities of air were to be passed through the vessels containing the thermometers at different levels, more especially the higher levels. Special attention to be directed to the highest levels which are suitable for human habitation, with special reference to the mountains and plateaus of India. At these heights the readings of the psychrometer to be carefully compared with those of Darnell's and Kegno's hygrometers. 2. Comparison of the readings of an aneroid with a mercury barometer up to heights of 5 miles. 3. Determination of the electrical properties of the atmosphere. 4. Determination of the properties of the oxygen in the atmosphere by means of ozone paper. 5. Determination of the period of oscillation of a magnet at the ground level and at different altitudes. 6. Collection of samples of air at different levels. 7. Notes on the height and constitution of the clouds, their density and depth. 8. Determination of the velocity and direction of the breezes, insofar as this is possible. 9. Acoustical observations. 10. Any general atmo figure 149. Glisher's instruments. Spheric observations, not included under the foregoing heads. Anybody who has ever made a meteorological ascent will well understand the amount of work involved by the numerous observations, and the careful method which would be necessary to cover so vast a range. It has been shown that on a journey made on July 21, 1863, Glisher must have made in a space of 60 seconds 7 readings of the aneroid, accurate to the 100th of an inch, and 12 readings of the thermometer, accurate to the 10th of a degree. On June 26, 1863, he carried out the following observations in 1 hour 26 minutes, viz. 107 readings of the mercury barometer, a similar number of the thermometer attached to the barometer, 63 readings of the aneroid, 94 of the dry, 86 of the wet bulb thermometer, 62 of the gridiron, 13 of the dry and 12 of the wet bulb thermometer fitted with aspirator, besides several observations with the hydrometer, and noting the time on 165 different occasions. Each observation must therefore have taken on an average 9*6 seconds, including such necessary attention as was given to the adjusting of the various instruments and apparatus. 1. At first these instruments were mounted on a bench placed in the middle of the basket, with its ends projecting over the edge. But in the later expeditions this was altered and the bench was placed on the edge of the basket, so as to prevent, as far as possible, any effect of radiation from the observers themselves. It has been already stated that the influence of the radiation of the sun on the temperature readings was well known. Gay-Lussac and Bee at first noticed it owing to the burning sensation produced on the skin. They tried to protect the thermometer from the effects of the sun by enclosing it in a pocket handkerchief, an arrangement which was wholly insufficient. Arago proposed to determine the temperature by means of a thermometer suspended by a string, which would be dashed about by the air, and consequently continually brought into contact with fresh volumes of air. In this way an approximately correct reading could be obtained. Welsh used an aspirator in connection with his thermometer, not with a view to neutralizing the effect of the sun's radiation, but in order to be able to detect any variation of the temperature as soon as possible. His work was done close to the sea, and it was therefore impossible to undertake any very lengthy expedition. Asman has, however, shown that even this type of instrument does not give reliable results, though Welsh's work was unknown to him when he devised his well-known aspirator psychrometer, which forms an indispensable item in the outfit of the scientific balloonist. This instrument contains 2 thermometers, having their mercury bulbs protected by highly polished metal tubes, about ½ an inch in diameter. These tubes are open at the top, and communicate at the bottom with the central metallic tube, about 1 inch in diameter and 8 inches long. At the top of the instrument there is placed a clockwork apparatus, driven by a spring, which serves to put 2 metal discs in rotation. The rotation of these discs sucks the air through the central tube, and consequently past the thermometer bulbs, at a speed of 8 or 10 feet per 1 see Assmann's Wissenschaftliche Luftfahrten, Volume I. Page 56. Second. The rays of the sun are reflected by the polished metal surrounding the bulbs of the thermometers, which are therefore protected from external influences and register the temperature of the air as it is sucked past them. In this way the true figure 150 basket fitted with instruments according to the method proposed by Assmann. Temperature of the atmosphere can be found, supposing that the thermometers are kept at a sufficient distance from the observers, etc., to be free from any of the effects of radiation that may be due to the contents of the basket. The instrument is preferably mounted on some kind of support which keeps it at a suitable distance from the basket on the outside. It is then quickly drawn up to the edge of the basket for the purpose of taking a reading, or, if very great accuracy is needed, it may be read through a telescope. The working of this instrument has been tested by long exposure to the rays of the sun on the top of the Santis, and its readings were found to be very accurate. Professor Assmann proposed to Professors Burson and Siring that they should make an ascent in a balloon, and compare the readings obtained by Glischer's methods with those obtained by means of the aspiratus psychrometer. It was found that the readings given by the latter were considerably lower than Glischer's figures, the difference amounting on an average to 27 It therefore seemed likely that Glischer's results were to some extent vitiated by his defective apparatus. Assmann examined Glischer's work very carefully, and determined that the best way of doing this would be to make some fresh ascents. In the years 1884 and 1885 some ascents had been made by a man named Rich, who had principally confined his attention to taking samples of the air for chemical analysis, though he also made some electrical and meteorological observations. After this the officers of the Prussian Balloon Corps made scientific observations. This was due in the first instance to Captain Buchholz, who entered into communication with the Meteorological Institute, and arranged that Lieutenants von Tschudi, von Hagen, and de Beck should undertake meteorological observations. At a later date, work was done by Major Gross, who pointed out the effect produced by the radiation from the sun on a thermometer, and recommended the use of the Assmann instrument. This was first done by Assmann and Sixfelt on the occasion of an ascent in a captive balloon at Berlin in May, 1887, and de Beck was the first to use it in a free balloon on June the 23rd of that year. Soon figure 151. Asrian's aspirator psychrometer. Afterwards Sixfelt made a large balloon, named the Herder, and went up in it on June the 23rd, 1888, in company with Kremser of the Meteorological Institute. Assmann's instrument was used on this occasion, but still the results were not wholly satisfactory, and it was necessary to have recourse to the subscription list. Figure 152. Professor Assmann and Professor Burson. Help was speedily forthcoming from various quarters, and the Herder was soon followed by the MW and the Meteor. In the latter Assmann made 5 successful ascents in company with Gross, Killis, Burson, and others. Assmann was indefatigable in the matter of raising money. He clearly saw that general conclusions could only be drawn from a long series of observations taken under all sorts of different conditions. The Kaiser placed the sum of 2,500 at his disposal, and money was also obtained from other quarters. The balloon Humboldt was then built, and started its career under an evil omen. At the first descent Assmann broke his leg. On the second journey the balloon settled down on a lightning conductor. On the third something went wrong with the valve at a height of 10,000 feet, and Gross and Burson sustained rather serious bruises from the bumping of the basket on the ground. And finally, on the sixth journey the whole thing exploded when it came to earth through the gas in the balloon coming in contact with an electric spark. It seemed very doubtful whether the work could be continued, until the Kaiser again subscribed 1,600. The Bothrenix was then built, and in it Burson reached the greatest height on record, viz. 30,000 feet. 22 journeys were made in this balloon altogether, and the results obtained were of great importance. Others were also pressed into the service. Mr. Patrick Y. Alexander lent his balloon, The Majestic, which had a capacity of 106,000 cubic feet and was made of varnished silk. The Balloon Corps did its part, and took meteorological observers on many of its trips. 46 ascents were made with the funds that had been raised. The results were so encouraging that the Kaiser placed a further sum of 1,000 at the disposal of Professor Assmann, and also showed his interest in the work by attending some of the ascents in company with the Kaiserin and his sons. On working out the results, Assmann noticed that Glischer's results showed that the temperature in England at certain heights was greater than that in Germany, and that this difference increased with the height. At a height of 8,200 feet the difference appeared to be 2.5 F, whereas in one case at 26,000 feet it appeared to be no less than 37*2 F. Consequently it must either be warmer over England than on the continent, or on the other hand, there might be something wrong about the figures. Welsh had found lower temperatures in England, and in any case there was some doubt about Glischer's figures. On September 5, 1862, he had made an ascent, and became unconscious at a height of 26,000 feet. He stated, however, that he had actually reached an altitude of 37,000 feet, and this figure was calculated in the following way. At an altitude of 29,000 feet he was rising at the rate of 16 feet per second, and in 13 minutes, when he regained consciousness, he found that the balloon was falling at the rate of 38 feet per second. Therefore he calculated that he must have risen to a height of 37,000 feet, while his minimum thermometer registered 12.1 F. Coxwell, who was also in the balloon, succeeded in gripping the valve rope with his teeth and let out some of the gas. He said that the pointer on figure 153. The Kaiser attending the ascent of a recording balloon on the Tempelhofer Feld, near Berlin. The aneroid coincided in position with the string fastened across the basket, and that this was found to denote a reading of 7 inches, corresponding to an altitude of 37,000 feet. It has been pointed out by Assmann that observations made under conditions bordering on unconsciousness are very liable to error. It is known that a balloon falls with a maximum speed of 16 feet per second. 1 But Glischer's figures point to a fall at the rate of 130 feet per second. 1 During the summer of 1S02 a descent was made by the author in company with Professor Mead. The readings of the barometer certainly showed a maximum speed of more than 33 feet per second. But a thunderstorm was raging at the time, and the strong downward wind increased the speed of falling. And if it had actually fallen at anything like that rate it would doubtless have been torn to pieces. The apparent errors in Glischer's results are doubtless due to the effects of solar radiation. It was evident that a number of important problems could not be solved by ascents from a single spot, and that it would be necessary to organize ascents from many places, and, if possible, to establish observatories for the purpose. It was further figure 154. Majim de Beck. Fig. 155. Captain von Sixfeld. Desirable to make simultaneous ascents from a number of places with a view to mapping out a state of the atmosphere after the manner adopted in the meteorological reports published from day to day. This has given rise to an international organization for the purpose of making such ascents, which mostly take place on the first Thursday in every month. Gaston Thissendier started the idea, and on July 14, 1893, simultaneous ascents were made from Berlin and Stockholm. On August 4, 1894, ascents were made from Berlin, Gothenburg, and St. Petersburg. Later tests on these lines were undertaken by an international organization consisting of Yoch, the director of the Blue Hill Observatory in America, Bizarre Ninon, de Fonville, Hermite, and Thisserent de Bort in France, Assmann, Ack, Hergesser, de Beck and the Balloon Corps in Germany, Mr. Patrick Y. Alexander in England, Colonel von Kawanko, Colonel Paul Mortseff, and General Akats Shefimusia, and André Single-Quoty in Sweden. A conference for meteorological purposes met at Paris in September, 1896, and an international commission for scientific ballooning was then inaugurated, under the presidency of Dr. Hergesser, the director of the Meteorological Institute for Alsace and Lorraine. Most civilized countries are now represented at the conferences which take place every 2 years, and meetings have been held in Strasbourg, Paris, Berlin, St. Petersburg, and Milan. It is perhaps difficult for an outsider to understand the many-sided activity of the balloonist in this field of research, and to form an idea of the problems that are awaiting solution. It may therefore figure 156. Captain Gross. Be as well to quote a portion of the speech made by Dr. Hagesset when he opened the conference at Berlin in his capacity of president. Our first task consists not in carrying out the largest possible number of simultaneous ascents, either with or without observers in the car, but in organizing the basis of cooperation by the employment of accurate instruments, which are constructed on similar principles. The outlines of such arrangements as are possible to secure the use of similar instruments were discussed at our first conference at Strasbourg. Since that time, such balloons as carry observers have been fitted with the aspirator psychrometer devised by Assmann and Sixfeld, and balloons without observers have carried the recording instruments due to the indefatigable industry of Fissering der Bord. The recording balloon has become a most useful auxiliary, and has brought us most surprising results out of the icy regions at a height of 12 miles above our heads. Bersum and Siring rose to heights of 6 miles, and in so far as their records go they confirm the results obtained. Since the month of November, 1900, simultaneous ascents are made on the first Thursday in the month of Paris, Strasbourg, Munich, Berlin, Vienna, St. Petersburg, and Moscow, and on May 5, 1902, the 213th recording balloon was sent up. The seed thus sown has borne good fruit. It had generally been believed that Glacier's results were correct, and that at fairly low levels the temperature figure 157. A recording balloon with instruments remained constant throughout the year. But this has been shown to be altogether wrong. There is eternal change even at great heights, and the temperature varies just as much at levels of 30,000 feet as at 1,200 feet. Moreover, at the same heights above Paris and St. Petersburg there may be differences of temperature amounting to 60 or 70 F. Our observations have also proved that the variation of temperature is not continuous, but that the atmosphere is composed of layers, as it were, which often show considerable differences of temperature. This layer formation is one of the most important subjects at present under investigation. The future has still much work to do. At present, systematic observations are made in few parts of the earth, and such portions of our own continent as Italy, Spain and Norway are unrepresented at our conference. We are proposing to cover the ocean by means of balloons sent up from steamers, and our work must also be extended to the tropics. In this province the assistance of England is very important, seeing that India offers great scope for these observations. Our aim must be to explore the great unknown above our heads, and to discover from it the secret of the weather chart. Since this speech was made, some of its hopes have been fulfilled. Italy, Spain, and Sweden have joined the conference, and much work has been done by sea as well as by land. We must now describe methods by which meteorological instruments can be sent on a journey in the air. The oldest method is the kite. In 1749 Wilson used it to send up thermometers for the measurement of temperatures. In 1883 Professor Douglas Archibald used it for finding the velocity of the wind. And since 1894 the American observer Roche has used it largely for the work of his observatory. It was due to the success of Bocher's work that the kite has since been used almost everywhere for the purpose of atmospheric observation. Fissering der Bord has followed Bocher's example. He has made excellent arrangements for sending up kites and balloons at traps near Paris, and this has been done at his own expense and with little help from outside. Professor Hagesset tried to induce the provincial authorities to provide him with funds, but there happened to be no figure 158. A wickerwork basket with instruments for a recording balloon. Available surplus in the exchequer. Still kite descents have been regularly made for these purposes in Strasbourg since 1896. Professor Assmann succeeded in erecting an observatory on a large scale, and started on this work as soon as the sum of 62,000 had been voted for the purpose. The building began on April 1, 1899, and on October 1 of the same year it was possible to make the first ascents with kites and balloons. A site was chosen at Tegel in the north of Berlin, because the balloon corps was stationed there, and their help was thought likely to be useful, seeing that the preparation of the gas and the inflation of the balloon would be a difficult matter for the limited staff of the observatory. Moreover, the balloon corps might, on the other hand, derive considerable advantages from association with scientific work. The observatory contained a carpenter's shop for making kites, a balloon shed, a house from which the winches were worked, with a tower 90 feet high, and also the necessary working and living rooms. Assmann saw that kites would not be figure 159. Dr. Herges E.I. sufficient for the carrying out of his plans. He intended to take observations at great heights every morning for several hours, and therefore ordered the kite balloon, which was to be used when the velocity of the wind was less than 18 or 20 feet per second, a speed insufficient for the flying of kites. Ordinarily either kites or the kite balloon are used, but on international days free balloons are sent up, either with or without observers. The latter are used in a special manner that has been gradually evolved as the result of experience. The use of balloons without observers but carrying recording instruments was the idea of Hermite and Bissan-Ninon, and the details were carefully elaborated by Thessaloniki in his Observatoire de la Météorologie Dynamique. Balloons are used, made of the lightest silk, cambric or paper, varnished with rubber solution or linseed oil. Their capacities vary from 1,000 to 17,500 cubic feet. The weight of the instruments is very small, and therefore the size of the balloon depends generally on the height to which it is proposed to ascend. The net is of figure 160. Ascent of a balloon, fitted with a parachute, at Lindenberg. Very light construction. It has merely to resist the internal pressure and carry the basket containing the instruments. Assmann has designed an arrangement whereby an alarm clock opens the valve after a certain time, and therefore causes the balloon to descend after it has reached a certain height. In order to prevent the effects of solar radiation, the balloon must be prevented from hovering in one position, so that the thermometers are continually brought into contact with fresh volumes of air, in a manner similar to that adopted in the aspirator psychrometer. If the balloon is made to rise quickly and then to fall at once, the thermometers give correct values, but if it is allowed to drift gently along, exposed to the rays of the sun, the readings will be too high. Attempts have been made to shield the instruments by placing them in a wicker basket, covered with highly polished silver or nickel paper, but figure 161. Ascent of a box kite containing meteorological instruments, photographed by the Berliner Illustrations Gesellschaft. This is not sufficient. Kites have been sent up in the early morning before sunrise, and figures, obtained in this way, have been compared with those recorded in bright sunlight. But the daylight ascents are much the more important, as the effect of the sun on the atmosphere must on no account be neglected. Assmann has also invented a system by which rubber balloons with diameters of 1 or 2 yards are sent up, gradually expanding as they rise, till they finally burst. A linen cap acts as a parachute, and the case with the instruments falls gently to the ground. Such balloons will remain in the air from 1 to 59 hours, and give good results. They are now employed in most observatories. It is of course important that the balloons and instruments should be returned to the observatory as soon as possible. This matter was thoroughly discussed at the conference at St. Petersburg, and it was suggested that bells should be mounted on the balloon, so as to attract attention. Hitherto the losses amounted to something in the neighborhood of 4%. If the balloons fall into water, the instruments are naturally lost, unless Hergessel's plan is adopted of attaching floats, and figure 162. Winch house at Assmann's Aeronautical Observatory. Drawing attention to the spot by means of a second pilot balloon. If they fall into a wood, they're generally found, sooner or later. There is a general impression that ascents with kites are much cheaper than those with balloons, but this is not the case. Anyone who has done practical work with kites will know that they are cheaper in the first instance, but the cost of maintenance is greater. A kite is often smashed to pieces by the wind, and the instruments are either destroyed or rendered more or less useless. Even if great care is taken, the wire holding the kite may be broken, and several miles are either lost or unfit for further use. Consequently, the cost of maintenance is so great that kites are not less expensive for this form of work than balloons. The ascent of a kite is often a matter of some difficulty, and it is only by the exercise of the greatest care that accidents of one kind or another can be avoided. It is therefore a wonderful feat on the part of Assmann to have succeeded every day for the last 4 years in making an ascent, either with kite or balloon. The ascents are made with the help of an electrically driven winch, and there are means of telling the pull on the wire. The winch is used to pull the kite down, and also sometimes to help it to start. Suppose the wind to be very light. A considerable length of wire, amounting perhaps to 500 or 1,000 yards, is laid along the ground. The kite is held in the air, and the winch is started at full speed. In this way, the necessary air resistance is created, and it gradually rises to an altitude where the breeze is blowing more strongly. The breakage of a long wire may be very dangerous in the neighborhood of towns. It may fall across telegraph or telephone wires, and still more serious accidents have arisen from its coming in contact with the overhead tramway conductor. At Tegel it often happened that the kite got carried away by an overhead breeze, blowing in a different direction from the ground breeze, and its wire became entangled with the ropes holding the military captive balloon. Mishaps of various kinds induced Assmann to move his observatory from Tegel to Lindenberg, which is at a distance of 40 miles to the southeast of Berlin. The winch house is here arranged at the top of a small hill, and is capable of being rotated so that it can follow the flight of the kite in any direction. Naturally enough, the experience of the 4 years at Tegel was very valuable, and consequent improvements in the arrangements at Lindenberg were therefore made. Assmann has 2 assistants in the scientific department, and 2 others who render technical assistance. The whole of the staff, including helpers of one kind and another, consists of 18 persons, and together with their wives and families they constitute a little colony of 50 persons. On October 1, 1906, Assmann had accomplished the feat of making ascents on 1,379 consecutive days, but with the means at his disposal it is impossible to make ascents both by day and by night without intermission. In the neighborhood of Lindenberg is a small lake, called the Scharmietzelsee, about 7 miles long, and this seems likely to be useful for kite ascents. Figure 103. Curves taken by recording instruments. In the lower half the curves are marked by a pointer on a piece of paper that has been coated with soot. These curves are shown clearly in the upper half of the illustration. It is intended to use a motorboat for the purpose of starting the flight. The Kaiser has taken great interest in scientific ballooning, and was present at the inauguration of the new observatory, together with the Prince of Monaco and other well-known meteorologists. The greatest height reached by a balloon with recording instruments was 85,000 feet, and this took place at Strasbourg on August 3, 1905. The highest ascent with a kite was made from Lindenberg on November 25, 1905, when an altitude of 21,100 feet was reached. The height which a balloon will reach under these conditions depends of course entirely on the quality of the materials. It is possible that some little time will. Figure 164. Curves given by recording instruments. Elapse before ascents will be made over the surface of the Scharmietzelsee, and it will therefore be well to consider what has already been done by way of carrying out observations above the surface of lakes and seas. The greater part of the Earth's surface is covered with water, and the exploration of the atmosphere that lies over the sea is an absolute necessity if any progress is to be made towards the discovery of general laws. Hirsch first pointed this out, and sent up balloons with recording instruments over the sea. In the spring of 1900, Professor Herjessel sent up a kite by means of a motorboat over the Bodensee, and soon the number of observers increased. Rote and Thesirenknebort crossed the Atlantic, Burson and Elias went to the North Cape, and Herjessel made an expedition with the Prince of Monaco in the Mediterranean and Atlantic. Herjessel has lately started an observatory for the purpose of studying the air over the Bodensee, and a motorboat has been constructed for starting the kites. The results of the observations of Hergesa and the Prince of Monaco are very interesting, as are also those of Roch and Thyssenkrupp de Bort. It is here only possible to give a general outline of their results. 1. With kites Hergesa reached altitudes of 20,000 feet, and with balloons of 47,000 feet. And he concludes that above the Atlantic, which he crossed in the yacht Princess Alice, belonging to the Prince of Monaco, there are 3 atmospheric layers. The lowest of these has adiabatic temperature gradient, with a decrease of 1 F per rise of 180 feet, and contains much moisture. The middle layer is very dry, and shows no decrease of temperature, but rather, on the other hand, a slight increase. The uppermost layer has a very decided temperature gradient in a downward direction, and contains little moisture. This last layer reaches to a height of 30,000 feet, at which level Thyssenkrupp de Bort and Assmann have found that the air tends to become warmer over the mainland. An interesting investigation related to the question of the trade winds. In consequence of the revolution of the Earth on its axis, the trade wind blows from the northeast in the northern hemisphere, while in the southern half it appears as a southeast wind. Between the two comes the belt of calm. Seeing that the trade winds blow from the poles, it seems reasonable to suppose that at higher levels we should find winds blowing in the opposite direction towards the poles. But it now seems that this view is likely to be incorrect, though it is said that the smoke from the volcano Pic on Tenerife blows from the southeast after it has reached a certain height. Hergesa examined the zone lying between 26 and 38 northern latitude. Fuller particulars are to be found in the Annals of the Astronomical Observatory of Harvard College, Volume 43, Part 3, which contains the results of Gaucher's expeditions. Also in Beitrage zur Physik der freien Atmosphäre, 1904 and 1905, and in the Meteorologische November 1905. 264 Airships passed and sent. And between 10 and 42 longitude west of Greenwich up to levels of 47,000 feet, and found that the wind mostly blew from the north. Only on one day at a height of 6,000 feet it appeared to blow from the south. Thyssenkrupp de Bort and Roch did their work slightly to the north of the Canaries, near the Azores. They found, like Hergesa, winds blowing from the northeast and east at the lower levels, and at greater heights it blew from the west and southwest. This work promises interesting results, but it does not appear to be quite so simple as was supposed. It may be interesting to describe the sensations of the human body at these high levels. An account of a journey undertaken by Count Zambeccari at Bologna, in 1803, is still in existence. He made an ascent with 2 friends in a charlotte, which was to be heated with a big spirit lamp. The balloon had so much lift that Zambeccari and one of his companions soon became unconscious, while the other, who had not done so much hard work on the preparations before starting, was quite unaffected, and succeeded in waking them as they were on the point of falling into the sea. Before they had succeeded in throwing out any of the ballast they found themselves in the water, and then proceeded to throw overboard everything on which they could lay hands, including instruments, clothing, lamps, propellers, ropes, etc. The balloon at once rose to a great height, reaching a higher level than that from which it had previously fallen. Breathing became very difficult. One became seasick, another had bleeding at the nose, and in consequence of the severe cold all their wet clothes were covered with ice. The balloon soon descended again, and once more fell into the sea, the aeronauts being rescued as they were on the point of drowning. Several of Zambeccari's fingers were so frostbitten that they had to be cut off. Glisher and Coxwell made a remarkable ascent in September, 1862. The balloon had so much lift that at the end of 18 minutes it was 10,500 feet high, having risen at the rate of 10 feet per second. At this height the temperature was at the freezing point. At 16,000 feet Coxwell began to lapse into a comatose state, whereas Glisher was unaffected. They soon figure 166. Kite ascents on the Prince of Monaco's yacht in the Mediterranean. Reached an altitude of 29,000 feet, where the thermometer registered 2F. The sensations they experienced have been well described by Glisher in the following words: Up to this moment I had been able to take my observations without being inconvenienced by any breathing troubles, whereas Coxwell had often lapsed into unconsciousness. But I soon found that I was no longer able to see the mercury column of the wet bulb thermometer, and after a while the same thing happened with the hands on the clock and the fine marks of division on the instruments. I therefore asked Coxwell to help me, as I could no longer see to do the work. But the balloon had been in a constant state of rotation, so that the ropes connected to the valve had become entangled. Coxwell therefore climbed up from the basket and managed to free them. I made another reading, and noticed that the barometer reading was 9*71 inches, which denoted a height of 29,000 feet. I placed my right arm on the bench, and when I tried to move it again, I found that it hung from my side in a paralyzed state. I then tried to use the other arm, but it was also helpless. I roused myself as far as I could, and tried to lean over to read the barometer, but I found that I had lost the use of my limbs, and my head fell on my left shoulder. I made another attempt. Figure 167. Recording balloons on ESS Planet. To regain the use of my limbs, but it was impossible to move my arms. I was indeed able for a moment to raise my head, but it sank again on my shoulder. I fell with my back against the side of the basket, and my head rested on the edge. My arms and legs seemed to have lost all their strength, but my spine and neck seemed capable of some movement with a very great effort. But this did not last long, and I was soon entirely incapable of making any movement whatever. I saw Coxwell sitting in the ring, and tried to talk to him, but did not succeed. Then everything suddenly appeared dark. The nerves of my eyes refused to work, but I had by no means lost consciousness. I was in fact just as clear in the head as I am at the moment of writing this. But it was perfectly evident that death was staring me in the face unless we descended at once. Suddenly I lost consciousness. I cannot say what the effect of all this was on my hearing, seeing that there were no sounds to be heard. We were at a height of 36,000 feet, where it would be impossible for any sounds to reach us from the earth. At 1.54 I had made my last observation, and assuming that 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed in the interval, it would now be 1.57. Suddenly I heard Coxwell pronounce the two words, temperature and observation. This was a sign that I had recovered consciousness, and was able to hear. But I could figure 108. The American meteorologist, Gouch, making some kite descents on the Atlantic. Neither see him nor speak to him, nor could I make any movement. Again I heard Coxwell say to me, "Try to do it 5." I saw the instruments very indistinctly, but all at once everything became quite clear. I said that I had been unconscious, and Coxwell said he had nearly been so, too. He showed me his hands, which had been quite paralyzed and looked black. He said that while he had been sitting on the ring he had been overcome by the cold, and had slid down on his elbows into the basket, as he was unable to use his hands. When he saw that I was unconscious, he seized the valve rope with his teeth, thereby opening the valve. I resumed my observations at 2:07 p.m. Glish's report contains no further reference to his bodily sensations on this journey, and after landing he suffered no further discomfort. He estimated the maximum height at 36,000 feet, but, as already stated, Assmann considers that it did not exceed 29,500 feet. In any case, the journey was a very remarkable performance. No human being has penetrated to such heights either before or since without taking a supply of oxygen. Glish's account gives us a good idea of the condition of the human organism under such circumstances. This led the way to experiments with animals in order to find how they behaved in a more rarefied atmosphere, and how their condition improved if they were supplied with pure oxygen. Paul Burt carried out some experiments with small birds, which were placed on the receiver of an air pump. He showed that all the symptoms disappeared as soon as the animal was supplied with oxygen, and therefore constructed a large airtight chamber in order to continue his experiments with human beings. These observations gave the same result. It was found that the quick breathing with rapid pulse, the buzzing in the ears, the fainting fits and mental exhaustion, see Stat 1 as soon as oxygen was supplied. In March 1874, two Frenchmen, named Civil and Grossi Spinelli, made an ascent in order to try the effects of breathing oxygen at great heights. They then found that whereas in the vacuum chamber they could very well stand a pressure as low as 13 inches of mercury, the same pressure in a balloon caused very great discomfort. They ascribed this to the temperature, which was very low, the thermometer reading only 11 F. The inhaling of oxygen produced under these conditions very great relief. They continued their experiments, but unfortunately with fatal results. On April 15, 1875, Gaston Thissendier, Civil and Chris Spinelli made an ascent with the intention of reaching still greater heights than Glischer had done. They therefore took with them small balloons, which contained a mixture of oxygen and air. These balloons were fitted with tubes, through which the gas might be inhaled as occasion required. Civil was the first to be attacked by a fainting fit, which, however, quickly passed off. Thissendier meanwhile continued meteorological and physiological observations without interruption. His pulse made 110 beats in the minute at a height of 13,000 feet, while it made 80 under normal conditions. At 17,500 feet Civil's pulse was beating at the rate of 150 per minute, and Chris's at 120, and the rate of breathing increased in much the same proportion. At 23,000 feet their strength figure 169. Byrothermograph, designed for balloons with observers by Dr. Hergesser, and made by Boss, of Strasbourg. From diams began to fail, and they fell into the usual listless condition. Their hands became stiff from the severe cold, and they were attacked by giddiness and fainting fits. Civil and Chris sat motionless on the bottom of the basket, but Thissendier was able to see from the barometer that they had reached a height of 26,000 feet, and then also became unconscious. After some time he was aroused by Chris, who suggested that some ballast should be thrown out, as the balloon was falling rapidly. But Chris had to do it himself, as Thissendier again lost consciousness. After a while Thissendier recovered his senses, but he was unable to arouse his companions, who had been suffocated in the meantime. He managed to land after being dragged heavily along the ground for some distance. Civil and Chris had been suffocated at a height of 27,000 feet, owing to the fact that they no longer had the power of inhaling the oxygen. In Germany, expeditions to great heights have been made by Herr Berson, Dr. Schuring, and Captain Gross. A few particulars may be of interest. The first ascent of any importance was made in the Humboldt on March 14, 1893. The valve figure 170. Byrothermograph, designed for kites by Dr. Hergesser, and made by Boss, of Strasbourg. From diams opened unintentionally at a height of 10,000 feet, while on the descent, and the balloon fell to the ground in 10 minutes. Gross and Berson had proposed to rise to the greatest height possible, without the use of oxygen. Pulse and breathing began to be hurried at a height of 16,000 feet. Even the slightest exertion was found to be an effort, and to be accompanied by very decided beats of the heart. At a height of 20,000 feet they were unable any longer to do their work, and the lifting of their heavy sacks of ballast became an impossibility. The stomach is unable to take food under these conditions, but a sip of wine or brandy acts as a restorative, though this effect soon dies away. In spite of their rapid fall the balloonists sustained no serious injuries. Captain Gross was slightly injured in the ribs. Otherwise they only suffered from bruises, and, after resting a few days, were able to return to Berlin. The ascent of December 4, 1894, ought also to be mentioned, because Berson then reached an altitude of 30,000 feet. The balloon Phoenix was used on this occasion. It had a capacity of 92,000 cubic feet, and was filled with hydrogen at Strasbourg. Berson made the ascent alone, and took with him a cylinder containing 35 cubic feet of oxygen. In order to reduce the work to a minimum, the sacks of ballast were suspended outside the car, and it was therefore only necessary to cut the string round the mouth of the sack in order to empty the bag. Berson had learned a good deal from his previous trips, and accordingly had a long night's rest before starting. He was consequently able to reach an altitude of 23,000 feet without the use of oxygen and without any serious inconvenience. At a height of 26,000 feet he noticed that his heart was beating rather strongly when he happened accidentally to drop the tube connected to the cylinder of oxygen. With a great effort he rose still higher, figure 171. Byrothermograph, designed for recording balloons by Dr. Jesser, and made by Boss, of Strasbourg. From Diams to 30,000 feet, when all the ballast was exhausted and the thermometer showed a reading of 54 F, he was obliged to descend, though he was still in a physical condition to hold out longer, even at a greater height. On another occasion Burson and Dr. Shoring succeeded in reaching a level of 35,500 feet, which is probably the greatest height at which existence is possible. A balloon with a capacity of 300,000 cubic feet was used, and in the middle of July, 1901, a trial trip was made, Burson and Shoring being accompanied by Drive von Schroeter of Vienna. The balloon was filled 3/4 full with coal gas, and roused to a height of 25,000 feet, during which time Dr. von Schroeter carried out physiological observations. The training which the observers underwent was curious. Bert had placed himself in a vacuum chamber, where the pressure had been reduced to 9*75 inches of mercury in 85 minutes. A man named Mousseau had withstood a pressure of 7*5 inches, which corresponded to a height of 38,200 feet. Burson, Syring, and Schroeter went into the vacuum chamber, and the pressure was lowered in 15 minutes to 8.85 inches. The pump did not admit of a more perfect vacuum. At this pressure, rabbits were killed in 1 hour, but pigeons managed to survive, though they tumbled about helplessly on the ground. Schroeter made careful observations on the pulse, rate of breathing, etc., and reports as follows: We were now surrounded by an atmosphere at a pressure of 11*8 inches. While the mercury was sinking, we noticed a feeling of lethargy, against which we struggled by breathing as hard as we could. But this did not help much. All faces became very ugly, figure 172. Professor Syring, of the Prussian Meteorological Institute. Pale with a somewhat livid color, our heads were drowsy, our legs trembled, our hands lost all power, and gradually we lapsed into a state bordering on unconsciousness. We breathed a little oxygen out of the receivers, and felt at once refreshed. All the distressing symptoms disappeared, and we seemed once more to be in full possession of bodily and mental faculties. The pressure gradually sank still further, but as we continued to breathe oxygen, I was able to continue my observations on the pulse, reflex actions, dynamometer, etc. The pressure fell below 10*25 inches, which corresponds to a height of 28,000 feet. The observations were then concluded, and it was possible, even at this pressure, to smoke a cigarette. Schroeter is satisfied that the balloonist is liable to be attacked by all the symptoms of mountain sickness. A sleepy, lethargic state is induced, and the simplest thing requires a great effort. To stand up or to bend the body becomes a very exhausting operation. The muscles do not remain under control. Both sight and hearing are affected, and the mere effort of thinking is wearisome. Figure 173. The balloon, Prussia, belonging to the Aeronautical Observatory, and having a capacity of 300,000 cubic feet, is being filled with gas. As an instance of the way in which the bodily and mental processes are affected, 2 specimens of Schroeter's writing are here reproduced. The one was done under normal conditions, and the other under a pressure of 9*45 inches. The trembling of the hand is very noticeable, and the difficulty of focusing the mind is shown by the fact that the word niddy is repeated, whereas nick should have been written once. If the patient sits perfectly still, the loss of power takes place more slowly. But if the smallest effort is made, such, for instance, as standing up or lifting the lightest thing, it is certain to be accompanied by staggering or trembling. Shortness of breath and beating of the heart are accompanied by severe headache. The pressure of the blood decreases, while the rate of the pulse increases. On the trial trip, when the balloon rose to a height of 24,500 feet, and the thermometer fell to 8 F, all Schroeter's conclusions were verified, and in particular it was found that the inhaling of oxygen was sufficient to ward off most of the troublesome symptoms. The three observers were perfectly well, and able to undertake the most complicated measurements as well as to figure 174. Herr von Schroeter's ordinary handwriting. Photograph from Zunai's Hohenkleimerund van die Rungen. Enjoy the view from the car. Schroeter considers that Civil and Chris undoubtedly met their death through neglecting to take a sufficient supply of oxygen, and possibly also through waiting too long before beginning to inhale it. Bert showed that 1/3 of the cubic foot of air mixed with oxygen, and containing 70% of oxygen, is required per minute up to a height of 23,000 feet, but for heights above this pure oxygen is necessary. Therefore Chris Spinelli and Civil ought to have taken 46 cubic feet of air mixed with oxygen, and 64 cubic feet of pure oxygen, and it is certain that their stock was nothing like this. All preparations had been carefully made when Burson and Syring started on their record-breaking journey on July 31, 1901. They rose to a height of 35,400 feet, and calculated beforehand from theoretical considerations that human life was impossible at a height of 36,100 feet. Syring's description of the ascent is as follows: at 10:50 a.m. the balloon Prussia began to ascend. It had a capacity of 190,000 cubic feet, and had been filled with hydrogen. It carried about 3 tons of sand and iron filings as ballast, and rose very gently in the air under a slight fig. 175. Von Schroeter's handwriting under an atmospheric pressure of 9.45 inches of mercury. Photograph from Zundt's Hohenkleimerund van die Rungen. Northwest wind, the sky being partially covered with cirrus and cumulus. The balloon was rather more than half full and rose quickly but steadily. In 40 minutes it had reached a height of 16,000 feet, and at this stage it had assumed a spherical shape. We had with us 4 cylinders of compressed oxygen, each holding 35 cubic feet. Soon we began to turn to the right, and our course was directed somewhat towards the south of Potsdam. Before the start the temperature had been 74 F. It had now sunk to 19 F. We began to inhale oxygen at a height between 16,000 and 20,000 feet, but rather as a precaution and with a view to saving our strength than from any actual necessity. The balloon seemed to be rising steadily, and we threw T2 out large quantities of ballast continually, in amounts varying from 130 ib to 330 ib. Then when a position of equilibrium was reached, a complete series of observations would be taken, after which more ballast would be thrown out. Besides the ordinary readings on the barometer, we took note occasionally of the readings given by 2 black bulb thermometers, one of which was specially protected from downward radiation and the other from upward radiation. After 3 hours, figure 176. The balloon, Prussia, half full of gas. We had risen to a height of 26,000 feet, and in 4 hours we reached an altitude of 29,500 feet, and soon after we eclipsed the record, which till then had stood at 30,000 feet. This height had been reached on December 4, 1894. The pressure was now less than 10 inches, and the temperature was 25 F. Our sleepiness increased, which was not remarkable, seeing that we had had only 4 or 5 hours sleep the night before. But it got no further than nodding, and we roused one another from time to time. Each little effort seemed to require more willpower. We had sufficient energy to carry out the readings and note them in the book, and we could also throw out the ballast. But as for looking about us and determining the direction of our course, that was quite beyond us. After drifting along to the southwest, we thought that we came into a calm region, and that soon a breeze began to blow us back towards Berlin. After which there began again a slow drift towards the southwest, and at a very great height there was a strong west wind, which carried us rapidly towards the east. Figure 177. The balloon, Prussia, getting ready for an ascent. The last observation was made at 3:18 p.m. at a height of 33,500 feet, when the barometer read 8.27 inches, and the thermometer stood at 40 F. These figures were clearly written down in our notebook. We soon fell at intervals into a state of unconsciousness. Burson pulled the valve rope several times, when he saw R&E dozing off. While pulling the rope, that is, about 5 minutes after the last recorded reading, he looked at the barometer, which registered exactly 8 inches, corresponding to a height of 34,500 feet. At 33,500 feet we had thrown out 400 pounds of ballast, and our recording barometer shows that we were still ascending when Burson took his last reading. We probably rose another 1,000 feet, and certainly reached an altitude of 35,500 feet, or possibly 36,000 feet. But at this moment the effect of the valve rope began to be felt, and we began the downward journey. No doubt we passed from a state of unconsciousness into a heavy sleep, and we awoke in 3/4 of an hour to find the balloon still sinking. It was then at a height of 18,000 or 19,000 feet we were still overcome by a feeling of great exhaustion, which was especially noticeable when we tried to move hands or feet. And though we had regained consciousness completely, it was still impossible to do anything or to move anything or anywhere. Later we pulled ourselves together to such an extent that we had control over the balloon, but it was still quite impossible to resume our readings. The fact that the observers lost consciousness was due, according to Schroeter, to the method of breathing. It is quite likely that they did not, as a matter of fact, inhale a sufficient amount. Civil and his companions inhaled oxygen out of balloons. At a later date compressed gas in steel cylinders was used, the cylinders being fitted with a rubber tube which ended in a mouthpiece of glass. There is a certain element of danger about this plan, inasmuch as it is possible for the mouthpiece to drop out of the mouth. Attempts have been made to use liquid air or liquid oxygen, but so far without any great success. Schroeter believes that accidents would be impossible if a mask were used. The methods used for exploring the atmosphere by means of recording instruments are being daily improved. It will, therefore, be no great loss if the use of balloons with observers is abandoned, especially seeing that such ascents are much more expensive and laborious. It may, however, be remarked that these high ascents have not permanently injured the health of any of the observers, and that the ill effects pass off almost at once, as soon as the ground is reached. Still it must be admitted that Thisindye has become deaf as the result of his memorable ascent. Quite lately, too, the tympanum of a man's ear was cracked at a height of 10,000 feet, though he had previously made over 100 ascents, and had often reached heights of 23,000 feet. In any case, it is to be hoped that there will be no further attempts to break the record in this department. On meteorological expeditions, observations on atmospheric electricity ought not to be neglected. There is much to be done in this field. As a matter of fact, we know even nowadays little more than was known in the days of Franklin and his immediate successors. The potential gradients ought to be investigated, as also the conductivity of the atmosphere. The term potential is used to denote the difference in physical state of two bodies carrying electrical charges. A body at high potential can only discharge by being placed in electrical contact with a body at lower potential, and potential gradients are measured by the fall over a given distance. The principal workers in this department are the Frenchman Luc Cadet, together with Professor Bornstein, figure 178. Victor Silbra, president of the Aero Club, of Vienna. Dr. Link, Dr. Ebert, Dr. Jardin, Professor Boltzmann, Dr. Erner, Dr. Thümer, Dr. Schlin, etc. Lately meteorological observations have been made in Vienna at the instigation of Victor Silbra. He has fitted out several such expeditions at his own cost, some of which have been carried out by members of the Aero Club, such as Dr. Schlin and Dr. Valentine. Victor Silbra has frequently had to apply to the Austrian Parliament for funds and has not always met with a very ready response. Still, it must be admitted that under rather disadvantageous conditions the Austrians have done good work. Meteorology has derived considerable benefit from balloon ascents, and the astronomers have also done the same. The balloon is specially useful when it is a matter of observing some rare phenomenon which may be hidden by a cloudy sky. The first ascents of this kind were made by Spencer Ursh in 1843, and Welsh also did work under similar conditions for the Kew Observatory. On November 16, 1867, Wilfrid de Fonville made an ascent in one of Gifford's balloons for the purpose of observing falling stars. It has been already stated that the astronomer Janssen left Paris in a balloon on December 2, figure 179. The shadow of the balloon is seen on the clouds, together with a halo. 1870, in order to go to Africa for the observation of a solar eclipse, and this perhaps is some explanation of the interest which he has since taken in ballooning. Wilfrid de Fonville and Madame Clump made further ascents for the purpose of observing falling stars. In November, 1899, by international arrangement, several simultaneous ascents were made to observe the Leonids as they crossed the path of the Earth's orbit. In France, Madame Clump and Count de Lavaux made ascents. In Strasbourg, the author in company with Dr. Tettons and Dr. Bowker did the same, while England was also represented. On the evening of November 15, the sky at Strasbourg was entirely covered with cloud. Consequently, no observations could be made in the ordinary way. But from the balloon 10 falling stars were seen, 5 of which were in Leo, and consequently belonged to the group called the Leonids. There was, however, a slight miscalculation in the matter. It subsequently appeared that owing to disturbances caused by Jupiter, the maximum took place a day sooner than had been predicted, and the whole thing was on a much smaller scale than had been expected. In France and England ascents are made every year in order to observe the falling stars, and this was also done in Germany in 1900. In Germany, astronomers are apt to look askance at balloon observations, though Janssen and others are of a different opinion. At the conference at St. Petersburg, the commander of the Spanish Balloon Corps, Don Pedro Vives Huayches, stated that he intended to organize a number of ascents for observing the total eclipse of the Sun which would be visible at Burgos on August 30, 1905, and that he was prepared to offer a seat in the car to a member of the conference. Accordingly, 3 balloons made the ascent at Burgos on the eventful day. Vives Huayches was on board one of them, and with him were a Spanish physicist and Professor Burson. Several meteorological questions were to be considered. In the first place, it was to be ascertained whether there was a decrease of temperature during or after totality. Burson stated that any fall in temperature would be very unlikely, seeing that at a height of several thousand feet, figure 180, the shadow of the balloon is cast on the clouds, and the car is seen surrounded by a rainbow. No effect is produced on the thermometer by the setting of the sun. It was further to be discovered whether the wind veered round through almost an entire circle. The Americans Helmut Layton and Pearch asserted that this was the case, and they had already made observations of 5 total eclipses. The breadth of the zone over which the eclipse was total was only 2 miles, and it was necessary to prevent the balloon from being carried out of this zone before the event happened. The ascent was therefore deferred to the latest possible moment, and the balloon only just succeeded in rising above the bank of heavy cumulus with which the sky was covered before the eclipse took place. It only lasted 3 minutes, and the astronomers on the ground level had a rare piece of good fortune when they saw the clouds clear away just at the moment of the eclipse. As for the balloon, it was only at the last minute that it succeeded in surmounting the clouds at a height of 12,500 feet. This was due to a curious accident. A large frame, 6 feet square, had been covered with linen, and was intended for observing some of the peculiar effects of the eclipse. And it was impossible